see Georgi already in the space? I've sent him.
Not yet. I sent him an invitation, but I haven't received the feedback quite yet. Let's see how this works.
Right, I've contacted him via WhatsApp. I think he should be joining us soon.
Excellent. That's very good to hear.
We miss you, Maciej.
Hey, Axel. Axel, real quick, because I wanted to ask Dr. Nikki. I wanted to know if I don't think she's heard my really, really cool Yehuda joke yet. Dr. Nikki, do you know what you call a body? And nobody freaking blow it for her. She has to answer it. So, do you know what you call a body of water in southern Ukraine?
A body of water in southern Ukraine. No, I do not.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
do you call a body of water in southern Ukraine, Colonel Jeff?
Crimea River.
Oh, it's so bad. That is definitely a dad joke. Dad joke.
I know, but the cool thing is the underlying theme is Crimea is Ukraine,
Right, of
right?
course,
So
yes.
when you say it exactly, so there's an undertone there that's beautiful.
Yes, it's got layers. It's multifaceted.
Layers. It's not that good, Jeff. Here's a better
It's
one.
like Shrek. It's
No.
like layers.
What happens?
It's like a parfait.
What
Everybody loves parfait.
What happens when the Ukrainian army makes their attack in towards Donbass there, down from Kremena on this Route 66?
What happens?
They're going to Severodonetsk, the city, and also Severodonetsk, anyway. It's quite clever. Yeah, you have to think of that one.
Not nowhere near as clever as mine, dude. You got to keep working on it.
All right,
maybe if you listen to Elon Musk more on BBC, you get it.
Yeah, sure. Maybe you'll invite me to his birthday party, his surprise party. Are you going?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm going. That's for sure. But anyway.
Righty-ho. And with that in mind, Maciej, I can't see our friend Georgie. He has the invitation.
Yes, he's already in the space. I'm trying to bring him up to the speakers. Georgi, if you hear me, you have to accept the invitation to be a speaker. I think that should be.
Yeah, he's not visible.
Hope he's not having pudding pie.
Okay, Georgi, how are you? Do you hear us fine? You have to unmute yourself first in order to speak. There's an icon in your left bottom corner of your screen.
Yes. Hi,
yes.
Good evening.
Okay, so
welcome.
So
Thank you.
Fantastic for you to join us, and let me do a short introduction, if you will. So Georgi Baramidze is a Georgian politician. He was an acting prime minister for some time. He was also a defense minister and internal affairs minister. He was working closely with Mikhail Saakashvili. And we've met recently at the gala in Warsaw, where Mikhail Saakashvili received an award in absentia from the media that I'm working for. And I found him, our today's guest, to be a really brilliant speaker and for a universal cause of anti-Putinism, I would call it. So I thought that he would be really a brilliant guest for this space and for this forum. Also, Georgi is currently in Ukraine. Georgi, let me start with the question, and thanks for coming here. Where are you approximately, of course, and what are you doing currently in Ukraine?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the kind introduction and inviting me for this conversation. Right now, we are back in Kiev, but we visited our positions nearby Bakhmut, and then in Zaporozhye. We've been as a delegation of the United National Movement Party, which has been founded by President Saakashvili and was in power since Revolution of Roses in 2003 in Georgia. And we were together with our Secretary General, Peter Tsiskarishvili, and two ex-militaries, generals, one general, Mr. Gogawa, who was the chief of staff of Georgian armed forces during the war with Russia, and another general, Mamuk Aporashvili. He was commander of the so-called Georgian peacekeepers in the Tskhinvali region before Russians started the invasion. So we visited Georgian soldiers in different units, and those who fight shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters against our common enemy, and not only enemy of Ukraine and Georgia, but enemy of entire civilized world. That's what we were saying and trying to send a message to our friends in let's say collective West before this large scale war in Ukraine, before 2008 Russian Georgian war, and after Ukraine and occupied and annexed Crimea and waged a war in eastern Ukraine. So now we are now together fighting this war, but we have to fight war in other domains such as information, and all these things are important, not to allow Putin to make us get fed up with the resistance, make us Ukrainians or Georgians or Western Europeans, Americans, have a fatigue of resisting Putin, and finally come up with the crazy idea to force Ukraine to make a peace with the exchange of the territories. That will be major disaster. So therefore, we have to be together with our soldiers whenever they need our moral support, and we have to fight this war for informing our citizens in different countries what's going on the ground, and the importance of our unity to fight together and win together this war.
Yeah, so you were in Ukraine during this war really early, and what struck me when I was talking to you is the level of engagement of Georgians in general that are fighting in Ukraine. Could you paint the picture for our listeners? How many Georgians approximately are fighting? What are the motivations? What units they are fighting in? Because it's not only Georgian Legion, but many other units also, right?
Yes, of course. Practically in every unit, we have some Georgians because Georgians know very well that Russia is enemy not only for Ukraine, but from the very beginning, Russia was using Georgia as a kind of laboratory for its dirty job and the experiments, whether it's military invasion or propagandistic and software power exercise. So therefore, we know very well that this is our war, this is our fight. So I arrived in Ukraine last year, 21st of February, because I had some experience. As you mentioned, I was a Minister of Defense before I was chairman of the Georgia's Parliament Defense and Security Committee, and all my life worked in this field. I decided that information of the US and the British intelligence was credible, and I knew that this war is coming, and I wanted to be in Ukraine, in Kiev, to be with our Ukrainian friends to try to defend this country, though it was very little chance then for me to save Ukraine, to protect Ukraine, but I felt as a citizen of Georgia, as an ex-minister of defense of government of Mikhail Saakashvili, who is now in jail because of Putin and because of Putin's revenge, I felt obliged to be in Kiev and to try to protect Kiev. So I didn't know that the war will start in 3 days, but unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. And I joined the Georgian Legion, but there are many other Georgians coming from Georgia as a volunteers in many other units, around probably 3,000-4,000. Nobody knows exact figures. And also we have ethnic Georgians, Ukrainian citizens, also, of course, fighting in different units of Ukrainian armed forces and territorial defense and other structures. And unfortunately, Georgians are way ahead, number one, according by the casualties in the war.
Right. So the thing that for many listeners might be tough to kind of wrap their heads around is the fact that the current Georgian government is decidedly pro-Russian, and on the other hand, you have this large number of
Unfortunately,
Georgians fighting in Ukraine. Could you just tell us a little bit more about the internal situation in Russia, about the in Georgia, sorry, and the Russians' influence on Georgian politics currently, and how the fighters that are fighting in Ukraine are treated in their homeland?
well, we have terrible situation because practically we have in government ethnic Georgian, but Russian oligarch, Bizina Ivanishvili, who is controlling entire state according to the many international organizations. He have committed capture of the state. That's the definition by the different organizations. What's happening, and also European Parliament and Council of Europe have admitted this, that we have this oligarch controlling majority of the parliament, government, totally have as a puppets Georgian court system. Just recently, U.S. Government, the State Department sanctioned 4 so-called leaders of this court system, Georgian court system. Of course, Ivanishvili controls entire intelligence and prosecutors structures. So with his money, which is originated in Russia, and full Russian support, soft power, total support, as well as other kind of financial support, they are controlling entire country, which is the government against of Ukraine, and practically siding with Russia. Georgia became a black hole for avoiding sanctions against Russia, and Russia using Georgia's territory for this purpose. And of course, this oligarch Ivanishvili's regime is trying to go against everybody who is trying to support Ukraine. And the number one target is a national movement, United National Movement, my party, and Mikhail Saakashvili, who was not only Georgia's president, but who became the citizen of Ukraine and served as a governor of Odessa. And later he supported President Zelensky to conduct a wide range anti-corruption reforms. And he came back to Georgia to support his party and entire democratic and pro-Western opposition to win the local elections, but he was arrested immediately and put in jail. Now he's in terrible conditions. His health is really very in bad condition, according to the consilium of the doctors was created by the Georgian ombudsman. He's in terrible condition. He might die any moment. His weight less than 60 kilogram. His height, say he's tall, 196 centimeter tall, and he weighs less than 60 kilogram. He has anorexia. He has cachexia, and other more than 40 different diseases, including the neurological diseases. So this is why I'm emphasizing this, because this is a clear case of the political revenge and revenge of the Putin against somebody who dared to resist Putin to take over the neighboring, Russia's neighboring small country, which is aspiring to become a EU member and member of NATO and be a democratic state, full-fledged member of the civilized democratic European nations. So Putin promised Mikhail Saakashvili to hang him with the certain parts of the body. I will not name it, and that's what he practically doing. I mean, conducting revenge in order to let others to show. Actually, he has said about President Zelensky just recently, kind of similar things. So he's behaving like a gangster. We knew in Georgia that this is the gangster, this is the mafia, but unfortunately, it took years and years before entire civilized world, got to this point to recognize this problem, that he's a problem that we need to solve together. So therefore, Georgians are fighting, and no matter how pro-Russian we have a government, Georgian people is supporting Ukraine. Georgian people, vast majority, more than 85% support Georgia's European Union integration, NATO integration. And so therefore, we are going to fight our political fight back in Georgia in order to change this government. At the same time, simultaneously, we have to be in Ukraine. We have to we have to try to save Ukraine. We have to try to support Ukraine to win this war before Ukraine will liberate 100% of its occupied territories, of course, including Crimea, and also thus probably helping Russian people get rid of this, mafiosi government, imperialistic government, and let Russians themselves to try to find the path toward civilized democratic development.
Yeah, thank you for that. And on the event that we had the chance to meet each other, I also spoke with Madame Saakashvili, Julie Alassani, and the story of Mikhail Saakashvili and the way he's treated by the regime, and by proxy, the way he's treated by Putin is really a horrible story. I know that it's hard to sometimes divide attention between different issues, and everybody rightly so focusing on Ukraine right now. But if I can just make it, even in social media, the urgency of the case of Mikhail Saakashvili, the first in the 21st century leader to stand in front of Russian imperialism and fight it. I think it is one of the important cases that we have to get behind. Also, President Zelensky spoke about it recently, so he talked about the importance of Saakashvili case, and even if the case is bogus, in my opinion, and of many Georgians, and I think it's quite the fact that Mikhail Saakashvili has been poisoned in prison. But even if you believe the case, which you have the right to, is the health grounds are more than enough to grant him a release and the chance to regain at least some of his health abroad. So this is really an important thing, and thank you for stating that. Also, if any of our co-hosts, Dr. Ford, have
I was just about to interject, Maciej, because you just highlighted the favorite case, and I have to say, Georgie, for our Ukrainian friends, it is vitally important, and it is a testament to the friendship of free people for those Georgians who fight on Ukrainian soil against totalitarian Russia have contributed. You know this. Our Ukrainian friends have stressed this many times. I should just here take the opportunity to express that. Yet again, also on this space, we are here 24/7 since literally the night this full-scale invasion began. Our team has been, reconfigured and rebuilt many times, but we've been online since that time. Maciej and I met here last year in March. We didn't know each other beforehand, but we share many, many things. But one core principle we share with our Ukrainian friends: we will not allow for sovereignty to be impaired. We will not for Russia to win. We will stay here and be here and talk. And Ryan is actually, as an American from Oklahoma, is doing humanitarian aid in country. We all take matters in our hands, and we sincerely appreciate the effectiveness and the commitment of the Georgian people. And that has to be said here.
Thank you very much for these words, and we are absolutely committed to continue this fight. It was our obligation to do that, to resist Russian aggression. You said very rightly that President Saakashvili was the first president of the European country to dare to resist Putin's aggression. By the way, it's very important information that everybody should know, to take in account that recently International Court in Hague finally made its verdict that Russia was only Russia was responsible for this war, because this EU summoned the commission led by Ambassador Tagliavini, left some kind of ambiguous impression who was the initiator of the war, who provoked the war, the things like that. Probably many of you remember about this fact. Now, well, according to the court, everyone, all of us can say absolutely clearly that Russia is an aggressor. Russia is responsible for ethnic cleansing. Russia is responsible for the military aggression, and Georgia was only trying to protect its own sovereignty and territorial integrity according to the international law and the Georgia's constitution. While defending our country, President Saakashvili was fulfilling his not only right but obligation toward the Georgian people and Georgian constitution to protect its own country, no matter how big invader are attacking us. And also he was trying, and our armed forces were trying to protect our people from the massacre that would absolutely happen if we were not interfere. So finally, this court decision vindicates President Saakashvili and his government, so all necessary actions to protect our country. And that should be the first also stage toward prosecuting Putin and his regime. After Ukraine, I'm sure, will win war with the support of European Union, United States, and other civilized nations. We have to do everything in order to put this mafiosi gangster, imperialistic Putin and his mafia in the Hague, and let the judges to make a judgment about their crimes. So this is very important for all of us, not only military victory over this Russian imperialistic force, but also to find, together with our Ukrainian friends, the justice. Justice needs to be delivered.
You said something very interesting right at the beginning of your answer. You said European country, because this cannot be highlighted enough. Not only was President Saakashvili the one who stood up at that point in time against a heavy-duty invasion force and this massive infiltration, undermining economic suppression and then the attack. But he did so on the basis of a culture which is deeply, deeply European. And Georgian people recently, when the first upheaval came up with the new law introduction, they stood there with their own flags, but also with the European flag. Can you talk a little bit about to people what they should know, why they should not forget the more than 1,000-year-old history, if not much longer, between Georgia and the rest of Europe? Because, by the way, I have to say this, Maciej knows and Domen knows, before we go there, Georgie, I am, of course, this evening, in your honor, drinking an Iveria Valley Saparavi here.
Enjoy.
And I say cheers to you, because the
Cheers.
cradle of good wine is, of course, in Georgia.
Absolutely, Gagi Marjut. Yes, of course,
Marjut.
we have 3,000 years statehood history, and Georgia is one of the oldest Christian nation, actually second after Armenia, who have introduced Christianity as a state religion in the beginning of the 4th century. Our church was established in the 1st century by the apostles, and we are fundamentally European nation by culture and by mentality. We are, yes, in the eastest, in a marginal, area of the European civilization, and then it was important Christianity, but we always fought for our mentality, for our traditions, for our belief, and we are proud of our history, our culture. We are proud of Shota Rustaveli, which was one of the the philosopher of the Georgian Renaissance in 12th century, much earlier than in rest of the Europe, who wrote a very important poem, and Georgian people feel deeply that way. Unfortunately, we were occupied by then Tsarist Russia in the early 18th century, but then we have liberated ourselves in early 20th century, and we have 3 years Georgia's independent republic from 1918 to 1921. We've been attacked by the Soviet Russia then, and we fought the war, and unfortunately we lost then in 1921, and Georgia was occupied, and we all remember about this. We know that we have our unique language, alphabet, different of other nations, but we are fundamentally Europeans. Therefore, as I've said, more than 85% of Georgian citizens strongly support Georgia's European integration, integration in European Union, and also more than 80% support Georgia's NATO integration. We know who is our freedom's enemy. We know who are our friends. We have association agreement with the European Union, and we are now seeking a candidate status. And this law that this pro-Russian government was trying to introduce was absolutely copy-pasted from Russia. It was against the NGOs that are being financed from United States, European Union, and they wanted to label them as a foreign agents, just absolutely similar as Russians have done it, in order to discredit them and in order to, exclude them from the Georgian, let's say, social life, and then the life which is important for our society in many areas, like starting with the agriculture, continuing to the preservation of our cultural heritage, ending with the juridical issues and the issues of the reformation of our judiciary system, and strengthening our democracy. So that was the aim of the Georgian government, to do that. And our people, showed their strengths, and went to the streets and fought against the police who was trying to disperse them, in spite of fact that the protest was absolutely peaceful, and the police was using the tear gas and the water cannons, just because they didn't like see the people protesting against this law and demanding Georgia's European integration not to be jeopardized. So unfortunately, we have this type of government, as I said, which is against all our friends in United States, in the European Union, against Ukraine's government, against President Zelensky, against everybody who is as a volunteers fighting in Ukraine and blackmailing their families. But Georgian people are determined to fight this, political battle peacefully to the end, and finally, when the time will come, make this government to, go to the opposition if they will be able to, sustain themselves after the defeat, and of course, everything will be decided during the next year and a half. Victory of Ukraine will be very, very important component for this. I would say probably 80% will be decided by the Ukraine's war, and then probably 20% we need to do our job back in Georgia in order to consolidate pro-Western opposition and win the elections. Of course, we are very much counting on moral and political support of our European friends and American friends.
So that's the important thing, right? We've talked about it before, that the current government in Georgia, if Russia is severely weakened, if it loses the war, can lose its footing, because it will lose its primary backer, right? That's the
Absolutely.
that's the immediate stake of the war in Ukraine, right?
Yes, and therefore, all our soldiers know about this. That future of Georgia also is been made here in Ukraine. Therefore, they know that they are fighting for our mutual freedom and for our mutual perspective to be a free, democratic European nations. So that's why our soldiers are very motivated, and that's why they are one of the first fighting the enemy. And as I said, it's not only Georgian Legion that I've been first 2 months in Kiev as a private soldier, though I was a minister of defense, but still I joined them as a private. And also Georgians are in other units, those who are fighting very, very bravely against our common enemy. And we are very much thankful to everybody who are helping our Polish friends, our American friends, Germans, friends, and French, and many others who are, and our, of course, Baltic states, Slovaks, Croatians, and others who are generously contributing a weapon to Ukraine and financial and all other kind of support.
So let us get a little bit back to the ground. What is your experience with the Georgian soldiers? And I'm asking especially those who had to make the trip to Ukraine to come to fight. The motivation is, I think, understandable from what you are saying, but who are these people in general or individually? Do they have prior military experience? Do they have ties to Ukraine? What can you tell us about them?
Yeah, most of them basically are usually are Georgian-Russian war. Those.
Georgi, sorry, because you're breaking up a little bit. Could you start once more, because at least I lost you for a second. You said most of them usually are, and then we lost you.
I think his connection is failing.
Give it a sec. Georgie, can you hear us? Yes, it seems we need to get him back up again. Let me try this one more time. But the good thing is, of course, Maciej, I have to say this, Georgie is an exceptional guest in that regard, because he is living testament to the dedication of the Georgians in their effort to support Ukraine. Let me send it. I think he lost the space. He may have just simply lost connection altogether. I'll send him another invite, Maciej. Give me 1 second. Carry on.
Yes. So I just used this moment to describe the experience I had with talking to President Saakashvili's
Hello?
mother. Oh, Georg, you're back.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes. Sometimes the Twitter Spaces just have this capricious thing of.
Yeah, I understand. So I'll continue then. So you've been asking about the experience of our Georgian soldiers, and usually most of them have a military background. Many of them fought war against Russia in 2008. Some of them even in 1992, 1993 fought against Russia in Georgia, in Abkhazia, during the then invasion, Russian invasion, and the similar, absolutely similar scenario as then later Russians did in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine, in Eastern Ukraine, in Donbass, as if there were like separatists and Russia was nothing to do with this. Absolutely similar. Georgia, as I said, Georgia was a small laboratory for Russia's dirty games and dirty methods. So Russia started this even early in early 90s. So but some of them are without any experience. Therefore, they are coming to the different units and Georgian Legion and other units, and of course they are first trained and then sent to the front line. But they have, as I've said, a very strong motivation, because nobody forced them to come here. Even contrary, they have to overcome many obstacles created by the Georgian government, and also they have to, resist the pressure, and their families also resist the pressure from the Georgian government and intimidation, and nevertheless come to Ukraine because they feel obliged. So therefore, they have a really, really very high motivation, and I'm really very proud of them. And most of them are really fighting very, very, in professional way. And as I already mentioned, unfortunately, Georgia is way ahead of the in the list of the casualties. So it's a number one casualty of the foreign citizens in the Ukrainian soil, of the fighters who fight against the Russian invaders.
Right, and I think we have to broach the subject of the invasion in 2008, because I think
it's amazing to me that you were in Kiev just a couple days before this invasion, and you have to be thinking as a person who was in the Georgian government, who knows what it feels like, and you're probably one of the few people here who knows what it feels like to have received the news that your country is currently being invaded, that some enemy forces are crossing the border. Can you give us just some some sense of what it was like during the war in 2008, between the very fact of military resistance, between the calls to different states and allies, and political action. It must have been a really horrible and eventful time.
Yes, of course. Actually, frankly speaking, we were almost sure that Russia will attack us, and President Saakashvili was openly telling this to our friends in NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008 in April, and he was openly telling everybody that if you now show the weakness, if you now show the NATO is divided, and you afraid to give us what we deserve at this moment, then Russia will attack us. And actually, one can see the President Saakashvili speeches, and even my interactions as a vice prime minister. If somebody will type my name in what in my my video or YouTube, sorry, you can see my interviews to the BBC Hard Talk in the summer of the 2008 and to CNN, and we've been telling our Western friends that war is coming. Russia is doing everything to prepare this war according to the Russian military textbook, and if anyone in the West wants to stop this, now is the time. So unfortunately, well, very little number of political leaders listened us and believed us. And unfortunately, all our worst expectations materialized in the 7th of August, late night, 7th of August in 2008, when Russians started a large-scale invasion. I underline large-scale invasion because we had before, since early 90s of last century, military occupation of Russian Federation, and also skirmishes, constant skirmishes in both occupied regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, especially in South Ossetia, and the bombings and everything. But 7th of August, it is now already proved by the international court, Russian large-scale military contingent crossed the Georgian-Russian border using the so-called Rocky Tunnel in the stretch of the Georgian-Russian border of the South Ossetia, and that's how war started. And we immediately tried to resist and respond to this invasion. We never forget about solidarity from our European friends. First of all, late President Kaczynski, who organized the other presidents and prime ministers of Ukraine, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, who came with his plane to Tbilisi and stood shoulder to shoulder with President Saakashvili and us in front of Georgian people. And we have sirens now in Kiev. So it's very symbolic to speak about this right now. And actually, they were, for Russians, considered legitimate targets, but they show their courage and the friendship, which we'll never ever forget. And that was one of the factor why Georgia was saved. Of course, first factor was Georgia's armies and governments and people's resistance. And also later we had a very important intervention of European Union and United States, bit late, but President Bush then made a decisive step. By the way, very important military step of military character, military nature, which was also one of the major factor why Russians decided not to advance their forces toward Tbilisi and stop their advance.
So just let me interject for a second, because I think it's a really important point, and it's an important point to all those who wonder and think about this relationship between fear of escalation and actual deterrence. And I think what was for me amazing when I was talking to you is just this realization that the Georgian experience is an example of how even small gestures of deterrence can actually have a huge important role. That's why I'm interjecting here, because I want to stress that for our viewers, and I want you to continue, because I think the story, I think, most symbolic of them all, although there were the first, you said, the presidents who were actually in the harm's way, but their presence there was a symbol of resistance also, and solidarity. And the second is the story that you told me, and I want you to tell it to our listeners, the story of the American military plane on Tbilisi International Airport.
Yes, not only military plane, but whole complex of measures of military character, military nature. I'll give you concrete facts, and I think this must be more widely, let's say, utilized and used as a argument for all of us who are advocating for stronger support from United States side or other country side. But these are the facts. First of all, United States, after large-scale invasion, when Russian forces were advancing toward Tbilisi, did not remove its embassy from Tbilisi, from Georgia. By the way, this embassy physically located in the part of the Tbilisi which is closest to the entrance of the Tbilisi from the side of the South Ossetia. So if Russians would attack Tbilisi and enter the Tbilisi, one of the first area they would occupy would be area where the U.S. embassy located is present in Tbilisi. So they didn't remove this embassy, unlike Americans have done in Kiev. This is first fact. Second fact, you remember in 2008 we had a large NATO operation in Iraq, and Georgia was one of the biggest contributor to this Iraqi operation, and we had 2,000 very well trained troops, and Americans immediately from our request took them by the number of military planes, the special planes, and moved them from Iraq to Georgia. And they landed in Tbilisi International Airport. And these military planes remained in Tbilisi International Airport. Of course, it was military, let's say, activity of United States. Russians requested United States to remove these military planes because they considered Tbilisi International Airport as a legitimate target for them. And Americans said, we are not going to remove these military planes. And if you want to try to bomb Tbilisi International Airport, try it. Third, Americans have put on full-scale alert, military alert, two closest military bases in Turkey, in Gingerlik, and in Romania. And of course, Russians knew about this. Fourth, and very powerful, a bit later after the invasion, but finally, United States President George Bush stood together with the two secretaries, Secretary of State and Defense, and have declared that he's sending to Georgia 6th Fleet with the humanitarian assistance, which is water. So it is really kind of joke to send to Georgia water, because Georgia is one of the richest in the world per capita country with the water resources, spring water resources. This is similar like as if Americans would send to desert sand. So obviously, 6th Fleet was coming not just for this purpose to bring to Georgia water. And so this 6th Fleet, started to move toward Georgia. Unfortunately, we don't see this 6th Fleet now nearby Odessa or Ukrainian coast. And fifth, I cannot claim this. This is not fact. This first four, the facts I have said, these are just absolutely, well-known facts. Unfortunately, forgotten facts, but these are facts. But fifth, we have information that United States government during Security Council was seriously considering bombing Rocky Tunnel in order to stop Russian invasion. But this was not materialized, as we know. They didn't use this force, but it was seriously considered. But all these things been known to Russians, and Russians understood the message that the United States is not shy away from defending Georgia with the military means if it's necessary. So United States not refusing using its power to defend Georgia, not to attack Russia, of course, but to repel Russian aggression and to defend Georgia. So these are the facts. I think all of us who are advocating for Ukraine, advocating for stronger support from United States and from European countries, support to Ukraine, can be used as an argument. Even back in 2008, President Saakashvili and President Bush found the way to come to this point. Of course, President Saakashvili was very insistent, as we know that now President Zelensky is, and then administration of the President George Bush did whatever I have already described. These are the facts, and these are very important example of the U.S. policy, which have practically removed or stopped Russian aggression in Georgia in 2008.
Yeah, and I think it's a really important point, because ultimately this war also comes to Putin checking the determination of the West and thinking, if I will signal that I'm in it for long haul, maybe they will get tired. And I think this is the major stake. And I think, yes, Georgia, and you completely right, is a forgotten case study of how the Russian mind and Russian imperial mind works, and that it actually can be deterred if you show enough determination. And I think for all those who think today that a certain type of military equipment is a step too far, because it will mean escalation. Actually, it probably goes the other way around. That actually it shows that you're not like fully in it, right? So
Absolutely.
it is important. Okay, Georgi, if you're willing to take any other questions, if you have to go, you probably have many things to do.
No, I'm okay.
Okay,
If there are questions.
Just let me know. So if anybody has any questions to our guest, please come up or raise your hand. If you are already a speaker, ask for a speaker spot. Axel, I don't know if you have anything.
You know, I had the funny part is, of course, your discussion with Georgie has solved so many of the listener questions which came up in the meantime. Maybe one thing more to add. How do you think, and who should actually argue for and push for the release of President Saakashvili? How should that be done?
Thank you for this question. I appreciate, because really his conditions are so dear that any moment any organ can stop function. So he can really, God forbid, die any moment, any second as we speak. The formula is simple when I'm asked this question. Oligarch Ivanishvili must be afraid collective West more than he afraid Putin. So how it can be done? It's, sanctions, financial sanctions, some other, measures from United States, from European Union and EU member countries. By the way, he's a French citizen. I think collectively together, and there should be, of course, this is humanitarian issue. I have to underline. We are not talking about, let's say, politics here. We are talking about saving life of the man, and of course, always remembering that this is not a simple person, and why he's in jail, and why he's a subject of this practically torture and inhuman treatment. Of course, it has a political background and political implication, of course, but primarily this is humanitarian issue, and Ivanishvili should understand that if President Saakashvili will die, he and his pro-Putinistic government will appear in the court of justice, and they will not escape adequate responsibility both in Georgia and internationally. So therefore, what can be done and who can do it, I think it's more up to our American and European friends to realize. Of course, political pressure is very important. We are thankful to the European Parliament number of times already addressing Georgian government and named Oligarch Ivanishvili as responsible for this Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, member states, Poland, of course, Ukraine, first of all, Poland, of course, French President Emmanuel Macron practically addressed Georgian President and Georgian government without naming President Saakashvili, but saying that those who've been in power should not be tortured in Georgian jail and should not die in Georgian jail. And we are thankful for European and American politicians and public figures, everybody who are now trying to contribute everything they can in order to save the life of the President Saakashvili and let him to go to the third country for the treatment, either it's Poland or Germany or Austria or United States. So doesn't matter, wherever there is the capacity, medical capacity, because as it was mentioned already, that he was poisoned in his body we have the American laboratories and doctors have found heavy metals, and he have developed many neurological diseases. I mentioned anorexia, cachexia, and others, and so he needs special treatment in order to really urgently save his life.
And just let me quickly add, Axel, and I agree fully. It's a humanitarian issue, and nobody should be treated like that. But still, I would just add to that. It's a person who was a hero, and he is still a hero who's still really and I talked to his mother. He told me he is really invested in the Ukrainian case and is watching it as far as he can on television. But just imagine if President Zelensky in 10 years or 15 years would be persecuted because he just opposed Russia like that. So that is the stake, also showing the world that you can oppose Putin and not be punished about it, and you will find solidarity in the world. I think that is really important. Axel, go on if you want.
Yeah, the key aspect is we always thought that as soon as Miss Merkel is gone, Macron would not have so much of an excuse anymore. But it seems really that only with US pressure, Saakashvili can be free.
Well, of course, we all know that all governments have their own influence and power, and of course, I think everybody's involvement will be instrumental and important. Of course, U.S. government, but French, German government, and other European states can be effective. Of course, it will be more effective if there will be collective efforts.
So in practical terms, also, I think we've talked about that, and I think it's important maybe to point it out in this space also. The current government cannot be like overtly pro-Russian, right? They have to show some appearances, like they claim they still want European integration, although they don't do anything about it. So collective international pressure might be a political problem for them too. If that assessment is right, just correct me.
Yes, that's right. But yes, but no, I mean, verbally they are saying that they want European Union, but they are doing everything in order to not let European Commission and then European Council to make this decision to grant Georgian people and Georgian as a country candidate status. For instance, in previous critical moment when before Ukraine and Moldova was given the candidate status, Georgia was also considered. Prior to these days, they have arrested this director general of the major Georgian opposition channel. So to make sure that European Union will not give us the candidate status practically, because I don't think that they are so stupid to know that if they will arrest the director general of the major critical TV channel of Georgia, called them Tawari, that European Commission will issue the recommendation for the granting the candidate status for Georgia. So, and the recent attempt to adopt this Russian law, this law on Russian agents, foreign agents, also demonstrates that they are intentionally doing everything against this in practice, though still cynically continuing saying that they want the goal as Georgian people want, but in fact practically doing the absolutely opposite intentionally. That's the problem.
Domen has joined us a while ago. Domen, do you have any questions?
I've got kind of a silly question, Georgi. Thank you so much for being with us. I just kind of want to hear your personal experience. You know, not as a minister, not as a politician, not as a statesman, but as a human, experiencing it for the second time last year. You know, a full-scale invasion of a country you're in. Yes, I know it's different when it's your country the first time around. But 14 years later, did you have a strong sense of a déjà vu as you were there the second time Russia invades?
Hello, hear you.
So did you hear Domen's question or not?
No.
So just
It's a peer-to-peer. Go ahead, Mike.
yeah, I will rephrase it. Sometimes just the space acts up, and I won't do as good of a job as Domen. So Domen just ask about your personal experience, not as a politician or a minister, a statesman, being second time in a country that's under invasion. Granted, it's not your country, but a country that you're emotionally attached to also. So did you have a strong feeling of deja vu and how you experienced the 24th of February?
Yeah, it was really terrible, you know. Though I thought that this invasion will happen, but still I was shocked when this all started and how it started. We saw these helicopters coming, and this the cruise missiles hitting here and there. So it was really surrealistic, absolutely. And I understood that this invasion will be much bigger scale than it was against Georgia, because Russia was already very experienced, and we knew that they took the lessons from Georgia, because in a number of areas, a number of cases, Georgian units, when they clashed head to head with the Russian, the similar type of units, Georgians always won. And so then Putin decided to reorganize its own army according to the lessons learned in Georgia. And it was really shocking. And those who were in Kiev, I think we've been waiting fight in Kiev streets, and that's how that was happening. Actually, there was so many groups infiltrated in Kiev, and in many different places in Kiev there were sporadic fights against these groups of insurgents, and then the intelligence, probably Russian intelligence, or who've been prepared for this invasion. And it was such a tense atmosphere, such a terrible feeling that in beautiful Kiev you have street fights, but strangely, another way, people were very calm. I went to one of the supermarkets in Khreshchatyk, and I put it in my Facebook, and I saw people so calm, like women, elderly people, young guys, just behaving like if nothing is happening. So everybody was really very cool and calm. So I realized that this is the really nation that not going to be broken, and it's impossible to broke. So I was really proud to be next to them, and I was proud to be in Kiev and with my Ukrainian brothers and sisters. And so we were prepared to fight street fights. Unfortunately, those small groups been eliminated quickly in the few days, and then there was a just standoff during the Ukrainian army and Russian army nearby Kiev, in the outskirts of the Kiev. Like we all know, these terrible atrocities in Bucha, in Gostomel, and Irpen. We all know this. All world knows this. Small towns. What Russians have done, and so that was one of the area where the Russians were trying to come, and they've been trying also to come from the northeast part of the Kiev. But the defense was organized very professionally and in a very brave manner, and everybody was determined to fight. So therefore, I think that was the key for the victory and success in the battle for Kiev.
Great, Domen. Do you have to follow up?
Kind of. Thank you so much, Georgi. Thank you so much. Another kind of question, completely different. Probably have to relay again.
Yeah,
Georgi, what was the
I will have to relay the question to you because you don't hear Domen. Go on, Domen.
What was the Russian preparation ahead of the invasion of Georgia in 2008 like? We've seen a lot about how they prepared to invade Ukraine, these infiltrated groups, cyber attacks, destroying ammo dumps years ahead. What were the signals that you knew that they were preparing to invade Georgia? How did they prepare the ground?
Okay, Georgi. So the question is, how did the Russians prepare to invade Georgia in 2008? What were the signals? Because we knew we seen the infiltration in Ukraine, the cyber warfare,
Yes.
even destroying some of the ammo dumps years in advance. Maybe it was connected to that. So what were the signs in Georgia and how it looked?
Yeah. Well, thank you for this question. It's very important. It was so obvious. I said, first of all, so-called peacekeeping forces that of the CIA, CIS countries, they consisted only with the Russian militaries. They've been openly, without any hesitation, cynically, not only not trying to disperse these separatistic forces, but they've been training these forces and supplying these forces. And even in case of South Ossetia, commander of the so-called peacekeepers forces, together with the separatistic leaders, stood in front of military parade conducted by separatists in Tskhinvali in 2006, 2007, 2008, openly. So it was published, and the separatists were, let's say, showing this to the public. Their tanks, their artillery, which was forbidden according to the agreement of the peacekeeping forces of the CIS, with the mandate of which these forces been using. So they've been openly and supplying these forces, first. Second, they've been building military, let's say, facilities much larger than the separatists have had. When we were telling our European friends, look what they're doing. I mean, for instance, separatists have, let's say, 50 tanks, but Russians and separatists together been building warehouses for 500 tanks, or facilities for the gasoline supply for much larger troops. Separatists even have. We've been saying that, look, they are preparing for something. So it's obvious, but it was, absolutely neglected. Then in spring of 2008, Russians, without any ceremonies, I would say, let their ordinary forces which were not belong to the so-called peacekeeping forces, their engineer forces entered the Georgian territory in Abkhazia, and they started to rebuild railway without any consent of the Georgian government. Can you imagine? Like neighboring country letting their own military forces, one of the units, like engineer units, to start building railway in the foreign territory without any mandate, without any consent of the Georgian government. And of course, we said that this is aggression. This is clear violation of the international law. These forces are not belong to the forces. Have nothing to do with Georgia and the building some infrastructure in Georgia. Of course, this railway they wanted for the military supply. It was clear. They would use it for the military purpose during the invasion. For us, it was clear. We said this to our American and European friends. They put a blind eye on this. Later, Georgian military drone was shot down in the sky, the Georgian sky, the stretch of Abkhazia, by the Russian plane. That was filmed by this military drone, Georgian drone. Everything, all this video was shown to our friends. Everybody, I mean, you can see Russian military plane with the signs, how he's shooting missile for the drone, and then picture disappears. But we received this online, these all materials. We have shown this act of clear aggression. Nobody said anything. Then Russian government, then led by this puppet Medvedev, so-called president, they started to establish so-called direct relationship with the separatistic units, legal relationship. And we said that this is clear violation of this CIS agreements, this peacekeeping mandates, and the role of Russia as a mediator. This violates Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Nobody paid attention. Then later, Russians bombed Georgia's radar installation in the village of Tsitel Ubani, nearby Tskhinvali region. And we had this missile, unfortunately, and fortunately did not explode in the soil next to this radar. And we have shown this to also to OSCE observers, which were minimized. Actually, we've been asking to put more OSCE observers on the ground. And in contrary, Russians have done everything to minimize this observation mission to the, let's say, 3-4 persons. Can you imagine? Just only 3-4 legitimate persons from OSCE were during the invasion. And this was obviously Russia's, the preparation for this war. And also one of the fact, when the Condoleezza Rice was visiting Tbilisi, it was probably June or July of 2008. Like dozens of Russian military planes entered the Georgian airspace. And unlike other cases when Russians would say that we don't know whose military jets are these, when we said that this was Russians said, yes, this was other military planes, so what? This was also neglected by...
So this appearance of Condoleezza Rice was at a point in time when the decision had already been made because the meeting in Bucharest had already passed. So the
Yes,
moment of weakness was being exploited. This was essentially poking and provocation by the Russians at the time.
absolutely. Absolutely, that's correct. So that was already all these things been passed, and it was like a few probably weeks before the invasion. So, but they were so much encouraged and those so cynical that, as I said, unlike to other cases, they've been letting their military jets flying over the physically Condoleezza Rice in the Georgian skies, and they said, yes, this is our planes, our military planes. So what? So that was so cynical. That was so clear, and Putin thought very much emboldened, similar to the large-scale invasion in Ukraine. I think we have to realize that Putin is not crazy. Putin is gangster. Putin is like alligator, but he was assured that nobody will resist him seriously because he before what he tried, everything was like with no adequate reaction from the West side. He thought that he has managed to corrupt entire West, especially Western Europe. He have completely made the dependent Germany and other countries to the Russian gas, and no one will care about what will happen in Ukraine. Ukraine is a weak. He thought he has a unexperienced president, weak militaries. There is no morale, and many people want Russia to come and take over. So therefore, he thought that okay, it will be yet another military victory, and that will be the biggest precondition uh, for the revival of the new type of Soviet Union, because immediately he would start doing kind of new Soviet Union type of some kind of new Russian empire, because Belarus is already in the pocket. Georgian government is his puppets. Armenia was for him, already there in his alliance. Kazakhstan would not resist, so he would then, if he would succeed in Ukraine, he would create a new Soviet Union or new Russian
Now,
empire.
how did that work out
But
for him? Those 3 days didn't quite satisfy everything, right? It took a little bit longer thus far, right?
pardon, I didn't
It's
hear
not a
well.
3-day military operation. It didn't quite work out that way, right?
Absolutely. Thanks God. Thanks God. And thanks God to thanks first of all to the to the Ukrainian people, bravery of the Ukrainian people. Of course, hero, the brave Ukrainian president who have said historic words. I don't need your lift. I need your weapon, and please give me a weapon. I don't need to have a plane to leave the country. And of course, the resistance of the Ukrainian people, and of course, then later, as soon as possible, the aid started to come in Ukraine. But the first days was critical, absolutely, and Ukrainians demonstrated how much they love their country and how much they can contribute to for their sacrifice for their freedom.
Right. So let me just finish with one last question and a bit of a statement. So I think it's important to talk about Georgia today, not only Ukraine, and talk about Poland and all the countries in the region in light of what happened in 2008, what's happening currently in Ukraine, and in light of late President Kaczynski words when he said at the main square in Tbilisi, today Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and then maybe my country Poland. So the last question I have for you, is if you can, for our listeners, paint the stakes not only for Ukraine. What happens if Putin somehow it's improbable that he gets his what he wants from this war, but if he will be able to walk away with somewhat of a victory from Ukraine, what will happen to the region and what is the danger of that situation?
I'm absolutely confident. If God forbids he defeats Ukraine, he will take over entire post-Soviet space, including he will attack Baltic states and then maybe Poland if he will be emboldened. And he, if the West will show him that he can win, he's a like alligator. If you give to alligator hand, he won't be satisfied. He will try to eat you all. Very simple. Simple as that. We all have to understand this, and therefore we have to support Ukrainians with weapon, with adequate weapon, with strong weapon, with everything we have. Ukrainians are not asking to send the boots and to send the soldiers in Ukraine. They are asking just military equipment, as much as modern as possible. Planes and long-range missiles must be delivered immediately. Every day we are holding this back, casualties, and it's a dead Ukrainian soldiers and innocent children and women, Ukrainian children and women, the civilians of Ukraine's cities and villages. So we have to stand with Ukraine if we want all of us have our freedom and free and independent countries.
Right. So, as per tradition, my dogs start to bark at the end of the interview. But Georgi, just thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
It was a great pleasure to talking to you, and I think I speak on behalf of all the hosts and people who are volunteers in the MriyaReport organization that you are more than invited to join us anytime and give us your thoughts on Ukraine, Georgia, and of course we'll be glad to speak to you. And it's a just I think it's a great widening of the scope of our interests, which is absolutely a fantastic thing. So have a nice Kievan evening and hope to speak to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Thank you. And Slava Ukraini. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Heroin Slava.
God bless our Georgian friends. Maciej, this was excellent. Thank you very much. And it's such a great follow-up to the meeting you had with him and Saakashvili's mother. I commend you for it, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much. I thought it was important, and as we said in the beginning, I think it's also important to remember, the first 21st century war of Russia. Well, apart from of course Chechnya, but you know what I mean, and it's extremely important, and the way that it's if you realize what's happening to Saakashvili right now in prison, it's just another phase of inhumane nature of the current Russian regime, and it has to be remembered. And whatever the political um, currents in Georgia, I don't know how the opposition works. I don't know the in and outs of the politics, but it's important also to have a strong ally, and Georgia was always a strong ally, especially during the President Saakashvili presidency. He was the one that took the risk uh, to come to the funeral of late President Lech Kaczynski in 2010. They were great friends, and there was it was a time when something really important was building. And if you look at the leaders that went to Tbilisi in 2008, President Kaczynski died in Smolensk crash, and I don't want to get into it, but many Poles and many Ukrainians actually who are in Poland currently, if you talk to them, believe that Russia was behind it, and I think there's some strong premises to think that, but he died nonetheless. President Yushchenko, of course, was poisoned by Russia, and now President Saakashvili is also in prison, poisoned by Russia, and it has to stop at some point. And let's hope that this barbaric adventure of Imperial Russia that is just shown its most ugly face will stop in Ukraine. And I pray for Ukrainians every day, because they are paying the most steep price for stopping this atrocity.
Well said, Martin. Well said.
All right, am I in a co-host seat for now? And
you are for a few more minutes.
That's fine. I kind of went out of practice. Domen, I'm glad to see your hand up. Go on, whatever.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Maciej. And it's a question because I know what your expertise is, right? So I know that you, as a journalist focusing on civilian things in foreign policy, will be perfect to answer a domestic Polish question about military stuff. You're perfectly placed. So my question is, the Rosomaks that are going to Ukraine, do they have the 30 millimeter Bushmaster and chain gun on them or not? Because there's a bunch of different versions of Rosomaks. Those are the Patria APC wheeled IAV kind of thing, built by license in Poland. And they come in a bunch of different versions. And I want to know if the ones going to Ukraine, at least most of them, have the big 30 millimeter cannon on them. So
yeah,
Maciej?
I think they have. Do they have wheels? I think they will have wheels for sure.
Yeah, they have wheels. I think they come with wheels standard. Batteries might not be included,
Yeah.
but wheels will be.
Sorry, no, I'm not playing down the level of Polish military might, but I have no idea if you can just I can flip a coin for you. I just saw my friend who is actually a journalist that's covering military matters, but I think he's no longer in the space, so I won't help you with that. But did you guys cover the whole brouhaha of the grain transit thing?
Oh, yes, we did. But we did not manage to highlight as to why on earth in domestic policy, at least this didn't last so long. We thought it might take a month to be resolved. Fortunately, it went so quickly.
Yeah, I really don't know. This is so I don't know if it is resolved really, because the brutal thing here is that they said, okay, the basically the train cards will be, how do you call that? Well, will be under supervision of Polish services and authorities, and like you put a lock. I don't know the word for it, but they will be closed, and nobody can interfere with them. So it will be only a transit. The problem with that is that the whole thing started many months ago, and basically they said the same thing back then. So in terms of Polish Ukrainian relationship, I think you might call it resolved, and I think that's great, because I think this whole thing had a huge potential of blowing up in our faces, and especially Poland, because we put huge political capital to build in the relationship with Ukraine. But ultimately, the metric for the resolution of that case will be if the subjective feelings of certain groups, basic Polish farmers, will be assuaged by the change in regulations, which is, I think, to put it bluntly, cosmetic. I don't know if you know what I mean, because the relationship between the prices of the grain and the fact that Ukrainian grain is going through Poland, and maybe some of it is going to Polish markets, is at best, speculative. There are fluctuations of the prices of the grain, but I don't think anybody can pinpoint the fact. So the question now is if the political gesture of having Ukrainians here and renegotiating the whole deal would be enough to appease those who were criticizing the government. That's the basic political question right now, from my point of view. Domen, go on.
So my question for you, Maciej, is how much did the prices actually drop? And did the prices drop relatively to spring 2022, which they should be dropping? Or did they actually drop relatively to like mid 2021 or 2020? Because then you'd be surprised. Then you'd be saying, oh, there's actually like a glut of grain here in this market, but it's expensive to transport, it's inefficient to transport. That's why the prices are way lower than normal. What were the actual numbers? Do we have like a graph of the price numbers?
Yeah, I saw some. I think Timothy Milovanov, who was also a frequent guest on this space, had a graph, and I saw some graphs. The basic thing is that the prices now aren't lower than they were before the war. They are lower than at some points during recent months, but it's not like a astronomical drop. But I don't have the numbers before me. If anybody has them, please bring them up. But the thing is, it's always I think people in other countries can empathize with that. This current government has like a interesting relationship with the farmers, right? There was this whole, and it has actually nothing to do with Ukraine. There was this whole thing when they tried to uh, push through so-called the five legislations for the animals, which were to change some of the regulations on big farms, and especially they were targeted at the fur industry, which is apparently really important in Poland. I mean, it's not big part of the economy, but it has, So, and it was the first wave of conflict. It was kind of blown out of the proportions. However, I don't cover that every day, so the many probably Poles listen to that right now. With I'm making big blunders. But anyway, the thing is that the relationship was really fragile, right? Minister of agriculture was relieved, or he resigned. I don't remember really. Uh, Over that, and this minister of agriculture actually remains as somewhat of a folk hero. Everybody says if he would be a minister of agriculture, we wouldn't have these problems. And all those things actually kind of are superimposed on the question of the Ukraine war and Poland's involvement, because there is some link between those people in the like media groups and influencers who kind of pushed really hard in the farmers circles this thing about the Ukrainian grain, and their stance on Ukraine war is, I wouldn't say pro-Russian, because you cannot be really pro-Russian without being totally on the margins of Polish, debate. But somewhat this kind of maybe it's not a war, and this kind of political muddy thinking like that. So maybe that's a long way of like explaining it. But in an election year, it's a really sensitive topic, and sensitive enough for this government, which really puts its eggs in supporting Ukraine basket, uh, to a point where it's almost been criticized even from his own supporters to do this. I think it's the first in the whole political history from 24th of February 2022 to do something that is so overtly against Ukrainian interests, right? Because I think the image and the message was so. I'm just giving you the context, and whatever you think about it, you can research it, and that's just my view of the whole thing, Domin.
Okay, so Maciej, question for you. What I don't get is lower wheat prices. Okay, let's say that they are. I mean, if they're lower compared to the peaks in sort of spring of 2022, I mean that's a good thing, right? Because those were massively inflated, and that only really benefited Russians anyway, and yada yada yada. We've been through this a million times. They should be lower than that. That was unnaturally high and was basically made by the Russians invading Ukraine. So there's no surprise. I mean, going down from that is just normal. But beyond that, lower wheat prices, yes, they harm farmers. Or lower grain prices, yes, they harm farmers. They don't even harm all the farmers. They harm farmers who have fields. They're good for farmers that breed livestock for
Yeah,
meat, for example, right?
that's one of the
And
paradoxes here, because
yeah,
actually
and then
Poland,
good for everybody else because it's cheaper stuff.
yeah, and
So
how do you how do you the feed for the animals is cheaper, and actually Polish farmers are, I don't know the numbers, I don't cover agriculture every day, but the Polish farmers,
wheat is a hot weather, dry country crop.
yeah, so
Poland is soggy,
yeah,
and Poland isn't that
yeah,
hot.
so for the farmers who, what do you call them, not grow the animals but they breed animal, I don't know, I don't know.
They're really
Breeding
dry,
animals,
Yeah,
yes.
so it's good for them, but again, it's all the matter of perception, and the perception is our government is doing everything for Ukraine, and because of that, Polish farmers are hurting. And the second thing is, they said that won't affect the grain prices, the transit of Ukrainian grain, and it did affect the grain prices. So they're kind of in an election year. They don't want to lose the rural vote, so they're kind of doing this strange dance, song and dance. That
So they're kind of lying.
yeah, yeah. You said
It's okay. That's what Domin was
yeah,
asking.
and
Are they lying? Yes, they are.
yeah, and yeah, I said it even today in my show that if you don't want to criticize something, but you really have to criticize something, you say that it's the problem with communication. And yeah, the problem with communication is that they said in last year, what was it, July, that it won't affect the prices. Then it somewhat affected the prices, and they changed their tune. And I just hope it will, from the point of view of the importance of the whole thing. Probably some of the farmers are hurting. I don't know that, and I empathize with them, but I think the game is much bigger here, and yeah, it's an unfortunate situation.
Is it Maciej, is it fair to say that Kaczynski's party cannot win the war of this election without having the rural vote, because otherwise there will be a farmers' party coming up to take the populist side? People may not even vote for him or anyone. And if the rural vote abstains, he loses the election.
Yeah, that's a great assessment. There was a huge shift in Polish politics, whereas the Law Justice Party kind of grabbed the rural vote, large portions of it, and the traditional, uh, how do you call it? Rural party. It's called PSL. It's like the party of the farmers. Kind of lost its appeal to the farmers, and they're really afraid that it will happen because if you look at the big cities in Poland, the governing party has like 30% of the electorate there, so they have to kind of make that up in the rural areas, and it's really important to them. And I think they really judge the situation as potentially destabilizing for the electoral chances.
See, I don't think they're lying. I think they're just bad at messaging. They should be like, "Hey, yo, people, we got you cheaper food. Don't you like cheaper food? We're trying to fight inflation here. Come
Yeah,
on, we're
so
working for 99.6% of Poles here. Like, come out with that messaging. How do you get stopped by anyway?
but see, Domin, it's just the who, yeah, I agree with you, and actually I did some research today for that, and I found the statement from Morawiecki from July, and he said actually that actually cheaper wheat prices would be great for inflation, but we have to protect our farmers, so nothing will happen to our farmers, right? And so the messaging here was really bad, and that's it. It's the I don't like this type of politics. To be fair, nobody likes it, but you have to understand also that politics in Poland currently are extremely brutal, and it's basically election year, and it's gonna get worse. I hope it won't. The only hope I have, it won't affect Poland's position internationally, because that would be really stupid and really small-minded to basically sacrifice long-term interest for something that's not might not even be there. Because I agree with you. You can argue that you can have just another electoral strategy that would say, well, nothing really bad happens. But there was also this case of which was really blown out. I don't want to say blown out of the proportions. This is a question of perception. So many people, but it was really blown. Many people talked about it. There was this thing of so-called technical grain. So the grain that shouldn't be used for food processing, any sort of, but it's used for, I don't know, even energy or biofuels, something like that. So this technical grain from Ukraine was repurposed in Poland without any controls, and that's another thing that is really frustrating for the people. And ultimately, maybe it didn't come only to messaging. Maybe the controls should have been better, and maybe the supervision should have been better. It probably we'll never know with the way the Polish politics work, but that's it.
Maciek, please explain how Polish politics work.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
No,
I
seriously,
can skip
Maciek.
the first 3 chapters. I think I know enough of that, and then I'll continue with the intermediate course tomorrow.
You mean you
Once
can
he gets
skip
to it.
you can skip the first 3 books?
Listen, there is they work many ways like politics in many countries. I mean, not all the countries, but in many countries. And the ills and diseases of Polish politics, I think, are not specific to Poland and may be found in also the United States. So, you know, polarization and this. Just let me give you one example. When I was talking about Smolensk crash, and I just because I want whenever I'm here in this space, I want it to be as inclusive as possible because we're talking about Ukraine here and not particular Polish.
So then Maciej, then let's be inclusive. Let's talk about the crash of Smolensk and what the Russians did.
So just like piggybacking on the question about Polish politics, even today, uh, the opposition leaders parties, because they were in power then when the crash happens, and to be fair, they are often accused of participation in the death of President Kaczynski and 25 other high members of Polish elites during the so they are still saying, for example, the press secretary of the party today said in a radio interview that because President Zelensky, when he was in Warsaw, he said Russia will pay for Bucha and Irpin, and it will pay for Katyn, the Katyn massacre when during the Second World War, uh, 20,000 Polish officers were killed with a shot in the back of the head by Soviet Union, and they will pay for Katyn, said Zelensky, and they will pay for Smolensk, and which he meant, of course, the Smolensk crash. And the press secretary of the opposition party, the party of Donald Tusk, said, well, President Zelensky goes around the world asking for support and for weapons, so he will say anything, basically saying that, Zelensky probably doesn't believe what he says. And we have this strange discussion. I don't think it's central to Polish politics, and maybe that's for the better. But these people are saying basically, well, Russia was involved in all those cases of subterfuge, of killings, of poisonings. But here it and even the most radical of them will say that it's actually President Kaczynski's fault because he was allegedly pressuring the crew of the plane to land in bad conditions, right? And whatever you think the truth is, the problem is that you cannot have a civil discussion and a, let's say, low temperature consensus based when it comes, for example, to international policy discussion, where you have divisions as deep as that, when one side believes that their president was murdered and was, and not only that, but the subsequent investigation was basically given to hands of the Russian state, in which Vladimir Putin, then he was a prime minister, but he was, the prime mover. And for example, the wreckage of the plane is still in the hands of Russia. It was never returned to Poland. And the other side believes that it's all okay. And, right now they, of course, are, which I'm glad, of course, they're saying Russia is not a part of any international system. But back then they were saying, we have great cooperation with the Russian side and everything is fine. So as again, I try to be as inclusive as possible, but just for the international audience, this is a really important case for some of the Polish people. And even if it's not the central part of the election campaign today, which is not, and that's clear because the inflation, everyday things that people care about are much more important. But that is the root of the division, and that's why every political problem is kind of superimposed in that, and the division is really deep, and that's why you have to wonder what happens when the government in Poland changes, how deep the changes will be, and the like. And that's why every election, not only this one but every previous election, is almost fight for your life and death. And that's the quick recap of Polish politics. And you might say there was a really um, kind of important article in one of the Polish papers saying that everybody is kind of staging somewhat of a political theater, and the stakes are high, but it's kind of non non-important. And you have to say, many times when you look at American politics, when you look at Polish politics, I actually do a show every day about the stupidity of the politicians and their small-mindedness. But at the same time, we live in a time where the stakes are actually high, and you would just hope that whoever actually takes power in Poland is astute enough and smart enough to understand that, and And that's, I think, why we need a discussion where people are actually able to come together, and with the realization that the center must hold, as you often actually say, which is I think super important in these times.
100%. And we're very lucky that, funnily enough, I think Polish society understands this very well, which is why they will block each other yet again in the next election and probably come out with the same kind of discussion thereafter. One thing is clear: the discussion will never stop.
Oh, well, someday it might be actually just resolved by whatever Chat GPT 17.0, and maybe we'll just be all redundant.
Well,
You know, there's
there,
there's
there's this famous saying, the poll can do it.
yeah, there's I think that the most legendary article in Polish media, which is kind of a icon right now. Yeah,
Maciej, is it true that each poll is a monopole?
yeah, that's true. That's true. We like the light.
So, and when two poles come together and have somebody else on the other side of the table, that is an oligopole.
Yep.
No, it can get complicated.
Yeah. So just let me finish with that, because I have an early morning tomorrow. So
we missed you, Maciej. Otherwise, we wouldn't do this.
So just to finish about the nature and the depth of different discussions, there was a famous article in Polish media that said there was a huge party in the center square of the town. That was the title. You know that it's not party; it's actually. Do you say libation in English? You can say that, I think, when people consume large amounts of alcohol, whatever. So that was the
And they piss up.
yeah. So there was a huge party in the center square, or kind of a progress, whatever, something. And so that was the headline of the article, and the content of the article said, when the police arrived at the scene, nobody was there. So that's that's the short. There's a huge brouhaha about this thing, but when everybody checked what it was all about, it turned out it was all about nothing. But yeah.
So when tomorrow do you return, Maciej?
I don't know. I actually have a really important and one of the most stressful appointments in my life. I have to take my dogs to a dog hotel where they will be assessed as to their suitability as hotel guests, and on that depends the rest of my life, whether I will be able to take any vacation, because up to this point those two girl dogs are making that impossible. So I'm really stressed.
Maciej, I know how you can sell them on it. You need to explain that these dogs are international celebrities. They're national celebrities, been for a long time, right? Because they keep appearing in TV interviews, and over the past year or so, they've become international celebrities.
Sure. That's one of the avenues of the approach. I think the way the dogs behave is more important than their overall resume and media appearances. But I will raise that issue if that will help. But they're making progress. The small one just beat my sister during the last Easter holidays just once. So we kind of and not fatally, so we kind of making great progress here. So yeah, I hope it will go well, and yeah, I just every once a year I will be able to get rid of them for a couple of days and relax. But of course I love them, and I'm not a monster, because that's what I keep saying to myself. because I have regrets that I'm taking my dogs to a dog hotel. Oh, and now comes the moment where I have to fill some space with my voice. I want to say I missed that, but I didn't, so I won't do that. So Domen, did you guys call? I'm always interesting because I listen to many things and read many things, and I'm always interested in what's the temperature in the MriyaReport room on many different issues. So did you guys talked about I'm sure you did, but I asked the question anyway. What do you guys think about the famous Discord Snowden, as I call him, the Jack Teixeira leaks, and what will be the consequences of that?
I don't know. I don't particularly care about those. You know what? I keep saying the following, Maciej. I think the bigger problem is that leaks happened than what was in them. Right? It's not about the content; it's about the form. And I'm sure there were some things in there that really shouldn't have come out. I just didn't really bother reading through them because whatever. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I think the greatest harm is coming from the leaks having happened in the first place rather than the specific contents of it. There's nothing that was in there was that surprising. I mean, the US spies on some people in some other countries, whoop-de-doo, like we didn't know that. No, and like all the details about Ukrainian, what's being provided for Ukraine, and yeah, I mean, almost all of that was open source. I mean, I'm sure there were some things that were merely speculated about, but whatever. So that kind of makes me shrug and not care that much. What I think is much more exciting, Maciej, is what's coming out from today about all of these, great details about what Russians are up to in the Baltic Sea and the Kattegat, Skagerrak, North Sea, with all of these civilian and military and sort of in between vessels, mapping the sea floor, walking around full body armor and assault rifles off the coast of Denmark, stuff like that. That's the more really crazy stuff. And I think that's. It wouldn't probably be coming out nearly as much if it weren't for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But I think there's a big reckoning coming with respect to other Russian activities that are very, very Russian. And it's good that this is out in the public consciousness and at least the countries that it most directly affects. There's two more sets of the documentary, two more episodes of the documentary coming out next week and the week after, and I think it will. It's good that it's a big story.
Yeah, and there is great Danish journalist Jens Hofskart who wrote a book about the Nord Stream 1 pipeline and how it was built. And actually, it's just I don't, I'm the last person who will take Germans off the hook, but the influencers, well, for example, in Finland, and when we talk, because you're talking, of course, about the military different types of posturing and provocations, but if you read that, I think the title of the book is "The Spies Who Came from the Warmth" of some a kind of a play on what's the author, John Le Carre, of course, the series, the first one, I think, in the series of George Smiley different adventures. But yeah, it's when it comes to the leaks, I think I agree with you. I have this I may butcher it, but it's Ludwig Wittgenstein said that sometimes it's more important when it comes to particular sentence or a statement, it's more important what it shows than what it says. So it basically tells you that in the case of the leaks, it's more important what the whole phenomenon shows than what actual the leaked materials say. Although it's interesting to me, and this is just an observation about US politics, that we have a certain reversal of roles happening,
in terms of you would have traditionally the radical left lionizing those leakers and people who are basically publishing state secrets because they thought America was evil and it was doing evil things, and this was kind of an act of a civil disobedience. And right now we have the same operation on the radical right, which is bizarre to a large extent, because the Mr. OG, whatever he called himself on the Discord, chat, I don't think had any ideology. I mean, he had some, messy thoughts about the government, but I don't think that was his main motivation. But now, Tucker Carlson says it's a proof that there is a war going on and all that, crazy stuff. And the Mrs. Taylor Greene saying that the Jack Teixeira is persecuted because he's white and he's a Christian. It's it's a strange world we live in, and as a person who identifies with conservative values, I just hope it's not a disease that spreads too widely. But for example, the fact that what's the handle of Donbas Devushka, that she's another type of a person. She's, I think, ex-Navy, right? And I mean, it's the account supposedly was maintained by many people, not only this girl, but she was instrumental in kind of forwarding those leaks. And this is a person who has, like, I mean, there is, I think, in many societies, and you can see that, and you can discuss the causes of that, but there is this group of people who kind of have this warped and completely crazy, but they have that thinking about reality when they associate being pro-Russian with being some type of cyber rebel or or a person who fights the system, right? And I don't know how large of a phenomenon that is, but it's really curious to see that. I don't think Teixeira was really pro-Russian, but many people there were groups in the US that I think have that, and especially in the US where you have that you can have that detachment from reality of Russia's imperialism. Okay, sorry for
very, very simply, Maciej. I think he was the word opposite of clever, enough to be pro-Russian. That's kind of the limit of this. I just say it's really funny because one of our friends tried for months to persuade me that the Donbas Devushka is definitely Serbian, because you can hear how she has Serbian in her accent. It's like, no, that's not Serbian. There's nothing of Serbian in her accent. What are you talking about? And he didn't believe me, and had to. But yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Take it away, Maciej.
Michael joined us. Michael, take it away.
Hi, everyone. As always, it is a distinct honor to be on this space. And I just want to say to everyone, thank you for the contributions, for the host, for the guests. It's amazing. We're over a year into this. I'm still active as far as my background. And I can see from the inside, and I can listen and perceive from the outside on this space. It's amazing the talent that we have joining in, listening, contributing both intellectually, contributing monetarily to Maria.org. And it's just, honestly, I'm 59 years old. This experience is as compelling to me. I was in the first Gulf War. The emotions that this brings up, being a part of the space, is as compelling to me as being involved in the first Gulf War in 91. And I mean that with all sincerity. So thank you all. I just wanted to kind of go back to the previous caller, these leaks, I don't pay much attention because number one, I think we all recognize this. When you hear information, you have to consider who it's coming from and why they want us to believe what it is. I used to be a fan of Tucker Carlson. When I say a fan, I used to not take extra time out of my day, but I would watch his segment, and but he's just gone, in my opinion, completely overboard, and he's become a tool, and he doesn't realize he's become a tool in the toolbox of the Russian propagandists, and I think that is so imperceptive of him. And that makes me look back at my judgment of enjoying his broadcasts earlier on, years ago, but really not applying my filters, right? The filters that we have to apply on, what I call the quality of information, and and that's a whole other stack of things that you use to assess QOI. But about the leaks, there are a few articles out there that are interesting. Yeah, they do damage. They may or may not be absolutely true or not, but they also benefit us. And this was really intriguing, listening to some former Intel community people opining about that. They can damage our intelligence in the short run, but the bottom line is, in the long run, it helps us and our Five Eyes community partners to shore things up, right? It also helps to, there's this policy out there now that's kind of in vogue, and it's growing worldwide, called what we call the zero trust model. Zero trust model was born out of investigations by NSA into Edward Snowden's leaks. It's a tightening down of who has access to what, and it just has not permeated down. It's actually broadly being applied in the government cyberspace, but in the intel community and defense community space, about who's in the office with you, who needs that clearance, who has a need to know, it's taking time. Things move no more slowly than the speed of government. So I think, yes, some of this stuff was damaging. I think also, possibly, very likely, a lot of it is information warfare driven. And I think I agree with these articles, these experts that are assessing that in the long term, it helps us all tighten the screws and prevent things like that in the future. So with that, I'll shut up.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michael. Nick joined us, and among other people. Nick, what do you got?
Yeah, interesting what you said, Michael, about Tucker Carlson, and this is how propagandists work. They tell you stuff that you are probably relatively willing to hear, with some amount of truth in it. They tell you not to listen to the other guys because the other guys are woke lefties or whatever the equivalent is on the other side. And then they hit you with the big message and they hope you will believe that. And in this case, because of the scale of the lie and because you understand what Russia is doing, you're experiencing the problem of, well, this guy who you usually enjoy listening to is telling you something that you can't stomach, and now begins the process of reconstructing what you think about everything else he's told you. Because I think you said he's been naive or something. I don't think he's been naive at all. I think he knows exactly what he is doing. He knows exactly what he is doing. He knows, as we say in Britain, which side his bread is buttered. He is in no doubt as to what is going on actually in Ukraine, just as the transcripts show that they were all at Fox News were in no doubt what was happening on election night in November 2020. So it's just part of this ongoing psyop called Fox News, which I don't think Rupert Murdoch is in the pay of Putin. He's just Putin's useful idiot who imagines himself to be some kind of global master strategist. But yeah, this is how these things work. This is how these things work, and this is why hopefully finally more than just a few people are catching up to quite astonishing position that this guy holds, and I think he's probably regarded with a degree of derision even by many of the other presenters at Fox News. But he's gone full Putin. Never go full Putin.
No, I quite agree, and it's amazing to me now, coming from the community where when you're inside an operations center, an intelligence operations center, defense operations center, it's like being inside a massive room of big screens. You've got your intelligence picture, your common operational picture, or whatever, showing operations on the ground, in the air, what have you. And then you're also bombarded with every news feed from every major news organization, basically in the English speaking world. And these are fusion centers. So you're trying to catch things that, here's a bomb just went off in Tel Aviv. Let's see if we have indications over here. So you use your tactical maps. It's an amazing thing to me that for years, this guy, Tucker Carlson in Fox News, who I preferred for a little while, let's say between 2014 to until Trump made a mess of things, I was a CNN guy. I mean, those of us that have been in the military or in other services that have been deployed to various regions of the world, one of our touchstones was getting in that hotel or getting into that base where you were sent or getting on board that ship and being able to catch up on the news with CNN International or the BBC. To me, the BBC is the hallmark of news. But the point I'm getting to is that CNN got out of favor with me and many others because they kind of went hard one direction as far as the pendulum swinging. Fox News suddenly became the Trump channel, and Tucker Carlson seemed to be for a while to speak some common sense. But what I'm amazed at is these people aren't idiots. They have degrees from universities. They have background, education, training. They're exposed to all kinds of information, and how they choose, they don't choose. Well, I guess ultimately they do choose, but how they are bent into delivering a certain message. It is so disappointing. To me, it's so anti-American. It's so Western, anti-Western. And if I could get there today, I'd love to give him a swift kick in the ass. But that's part of being in the United States
Right,
of America.
gentlemen, it's just a hot and spicy topic always, talking about so-called legacy media and Fox News especially, always here. But just let's remember, we're in the new media and we're doing our best to kind of fill the void. And props and congrats to everybody. And speaking of new media, I just wanted to give a shout out to Colonel John Spencer. I really enjoyed, sir, your podcast, latest rendition of your podcast, the lecture about the Battle of Kiev. It was excellent, and anybody who hadn't chance to listen to it, I highly recommend that to you. And with that, I give the floor to one of the favorites of the space, Craig. Craig.
Hey, Maciej, good to hear from you again, and I would gladly take a back seat to Colonel Spencer any day of the week, and twice on Sunday. But I do want to just remind folks, remember, warfare is multiple things, right? It's political, it's economic, but it's also cultural, right? And so in some of these news feeds and some of these things on Fox News, people may not agree with Putin invading Ukraine, right? I think 99% of people are like, yeah, that's a bad idea. You need to get out of Ukraine now. But remember that when Tucker's communicating, and I don't support his message at all, right? I'm not saying that he's right, but what I'm saying is that there's, in those facets of war, of political, economic, and cultural things, people are identifying more with Russia based on cultural grounds than they are on political authoritarianism or on economic cartelism in terms of, oil and gas, right? It's more of identifying with their set of cultural beliefs. And I think that if you look at it that way through through the traditional liberal versus conservative lens, you can see why he's saying these things and what he's saying these things for. you just have to go back to Tucker Carlson and his deal with Viktor Orban, the guy who's trying to take over Hungary and reestablish some sort of pseudo authoritarianism, religious right type of atmosphere in Hungary. But they're speaking to cultural nodes in people. They're not speaking to a political sense of, oh yes, we want to do away with all elections in the United States. We want to have an authoritarian system like Russia, or we want to do away with the free market and do the rest of this, right? There's specific audiences that people like that talk to, that no matter what is going on, no matter what is happening, Putin could invade the moon, right? And they will say yes, because they're stopping my cultural enemies. They're stopping what I believe to be the march of cultural progress, or lack thereof, I should say, right? And so it's kind of, when you think about it that way, or when you try to observe it that way, yes, he's a liar. Yes, he's full of crap. Yes, this guy has been completely distorted. But I would argue it's not based on this pseudo authoritarian desire to want to, overthrow the government of the United States. It's more based on, hey, here's a guy who doesn't believe in gay rights, or doesn't believe in the right of people to marry whom they want, when they want, in whatever church they want to do it, or no church at all, right? That's the audience that he's speaking to. And those people, while it might be disappointing, and you might be sad and be like, geez, who listens to this guy? There are people who hold those cultural things very, very close to their heart. And even if they agree with Tucker 25% of what he says, or 5% of what he says, that cultural pull will make them be like, well, I can be with this guy that supports my cultural beliefs in terms of what I think the culture should be, liberal, conservative, right, to use simple terms. Or if I side against him because of the war, then I'm going to be siding with those that are my cultural enemies. And for some people, it's not a very easy decision. For those, like the gentleman just said, that are college educated, have a lot of experience in the world traveled, that's easy. But that's not everybody. And I think having some appreciation that is not everybody in the world, I think would go a long way to try to, I don't want to say heal the divide. I'm not trying, this isn't kumbaya here, but I think it helps understand the lens by which they see him just a little bit better.
There used to be a joke of people saying, say what you like about Mussolini, but at least he made the trains run on time. And I think there is an element of, indeed, say what you like about Putin, but he's very solid on the game. Well, even so, say what you like about Putin, but he's very solid on the game.
At the same time, there is, I think, from all of the statements, from saying that NATO surrounded Russia, and that's from all the talking points from the realist pro-Russian crowd in the West, the one that Putin is somehow a champion of conservative values. Well, if you view conservative values as persecution of, I don't know, whoever you see fit, that's it. But if you look at the abortion rates, about the rates of alcoholism and young men's plight and early death, I don't think that's just a false statement. And I completely get Craig's argument, but I think you have to counter it with facts. And especially always when I talk to American conservatives, I say, well, there wasn't much liberal thinking in the Taliban, or among the Salafis, but they weren't actually your idols either, right? So I think Putin is Domen. Sorry, let's go to Domen and continue.
No, but what Macho was saying, that's exactly where I wanted to go. Now I'll just go one step further, right? So what Craig said is right. I'll just add that all of those people who think that Russia is a bastion of conservative values have no clue what they're saying, because they're saying that the country with some of the highest rates of domestic abuse, some of the highest rates of all of the bad things that definitely don't fall under anything like conservative values, the country that has an army of, I apologize for anybody, close your ears now if you don't want to hear this, but of genocidal baby raping maniacs
that are raped in the barracks
bastion,
often by their superiors and other.
Well, and this is the other thing, the bastion of what is I don't even know what to call it, man on man rape, I guess, where their entire army and their entire military culture is predicated on that. That is a bastion of conservative values. And for someone to go and use that to get ratings and proclaim it on television, being watched by millions, not to mention that in this very specific recent case, they were using the casualty numbers that everybody's for like 3 days already been reporting that had been photoshopped, and putting those on must have been knowingly, is just ridiculous. And I will happily ridicule him just as any other Tanky and Vatnik who goes and proclaims utter and complete nonsense, because that's all they deserve. And I'll leave it at that. But to anybody who considers Russia a bastion of conservative values is an idiot, is misinformed, or should get the head out of the bucket that they have it stuck in, because they have fallen hook, line, and sinker for mainline Russian propaganda.
Yeah, so I just want to say, like, I hope I didn't trigger.
Oh no, Craig,
anything. I wasn't trying to say. Yeah, I wasn't trying to imply that. I'm just simply saying that the lens that if you understand,
that's the perception. You're right,
on how
of
people
course.
see the world. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Colonel Spencer, thank you for joining us. If I may just skip a few hands here, it's always nice to see you. I see that you posted something to the Nest, and I'm really curious about that, because I remember one of the first conversations we have here in with Chef Zenia, and I remember you were kind of promising to help him with some, calories calculations for the soldiers. So that's an interesting relationship, and an example of how those things develop also through this space. So hello.
Hey, it's so good to hear from you and to hear Craig without a train symbol. Like, it's almost like a flashback to the past. But exactly, I can't believe you remember that. I do remember that. He was, he also wanted some field manuals. And the only way I got to meet him on my last trip was just sitting with Verlaine, who's been on the space a lot because of the great fundraising she's trying to do for her unit. And I said, you know Chef Shanker, right? Like, yeah, I'd love to meet him and talk about how he was, in the Battle of Kyiv and what his role was. And what I just posted was the article I wrote about the amazing. I mean, it was such a. I meet a lot of people and I interview a lot of people, but that interview was just inspiring. Not just what he had done during the Battle of Kyiv, and it's intense, but his work right now to just completely reform the Ukrainian military's way they approach feeding themselves in the front line. And I just had to put it on paper, and had some great help in doing that. So I want to hopefully spread the message about how much Chef Jenga is doing besides just the cooking every day, all day for people. I mean, he's really, and for my research, when you think about whether it was the Battle of Kyiv and how do you keep the 2 million people left in the city fed, to not understanding myself that the Ukrainian military is a reflection of Ukrainian society and what the Soviet Union did to society and the traditions of cooking and how that bleeds it. It's just, I was just in awe, and I honored to put it on paper, and that article is doing really well today. And spreading the word that we know in the space. But yeah, that connection on MriyaReport, it's a gift that keeps on giving, and all the great work that everybody's doing, to include all you guys, all the hosts and all the behind the scenes, keep this space running every day. I know how much I have a little idea of how much it is. And I'm pretty sure that Axel is not a real person, he's just a robot.
Hey, Colonel Spencer, you got dangerously close to saying the word logistics. Just as a heads up for future reference.
you gotta read the space. I actually forwarded to a couple 4-star generals of mine, friends. I would call friends, old bosses that are now 4-star generals in the Army, and like, sir, some stuff that people don't talk about as much as they should. And I put like field sanitation, class 5, class 1. I didn't say logistics though.
Yeah, so just
Craig, this is for you.
Axel, are you running a toy train in your basement right now?
If Craig can tell me what model of train that was, then he gets a whole case of beer delivered to his porch tomorrow morning.
So yeah, so Craig, you work on solving that riddle, and just let me ask another question to Colin Spencer. The thing the thing that is most interesting for me is I remember, I think the first time where Chef Zenia actually came to the space, and I remember he was saying things about the insufficient operations of feeding the soldiers in the Ukrainian army and how it's not taken as a priority. And I remember we being, eager Ukrainian supporters kind of took him with some mistrust that he's some, naysayer who kind of, subverts the overall effort, which I think is funny from this perspective, if you look at what he has done up to this point. But I think it's a great testament to a person, because we're not talking about, and not to put down any cafeteria chef, but he's not a cafeteria cook. He's a renowned chef who has many restaurants, but he really put his efforts to try to change that. And I think observing for that, you must have been amazing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes I do an interview, I mess it all up. Like I had the honor of interviewing the mayor of Kyiv, Klitschko, recently, and sometimes after the interview, I didn't ask this, I didn't ask that. When I met with Chef Zango in this crazy bar, which he can tell you about, it's just got a really old history. I just the questions were just right to pull out that, and then it's kind of like when I go walk a battlefield. I'm not relying on my training, my experience. You go to places, you talk to people. So he just whips out his phone and shows me videos of frontline troops in Bakhmut and Kherson and Dnieper, chopping at their frozen icicle meat that was delivered to them, or video. He didn't want to tell me stuff; he wanted to show me stuff, which exactly what you're saying. It's really hard to get to that level of tacit knowledge on the problems, and that's why of course the article I wrote was much longer, and then editors get a hold of it, and but a lot more about just these, which is a little bit in my mini manual about field sanitation, dogs in the cooking area, or just leaving meat out, or just stuff that I know a little bit about, but he would just. It's almost like when you're talking to a master of whatever field they're in. It isn't what they're telling you; it's just how they're telling you. That I really, this is why that interview really inspired me as much. And to be frank, my other interview with the mayor recently, I'll probably write something again of that, just about the fighting spirit of a person's character and how that gets exposed. But 100%, if you don't ask the chef the right questions, he'll take you down. You kind of get taken down that road about cooking and things like that. But he's a master of the culinary arts, but also is spending time on the front line. And like you said, he owns a lot of restaurants. And if you follow his Twitter feed and his videos and he's on the front line, embedded with the soldiers, trying to help building kitchens. He's trying to work with other armies around the world to bring mobile kitchens. He's testing his own body with different variations of the meals ready to eat to make sure. And he keeps coming back to the French ones, unfortunately, not the American ones, but the French ones are the best because they have the sterno cooking devices and things like that. But man, it was just such a special individual, and we've had him in the space, and like you said, the first meeting, and it's a couple times I've caught him before. Sometimes you got to have the right question, or just be the right moment. And I had that hour or so with him, and the information was, especially from my field, of what can you, outside of the human story, what can be taken from this amazing work to help Ukraine that can also be taken to help other NATO, or soon to be other NATO once Ukraine is in NATO, but other militaries around the world. And we take for granted some of these things that can bring a military to its knees, let alone the civilian population, which will always be there. And that's kind of my my urban spiel.
Yeah, I was just recently reading the great book from David Hackworth about FACE, and here as a commander,
was always trying to do something extra for his troops. Well, he was trying to bring mobile kitchens so the troops can have warm food and not something that is standard. And I think, like, if you thinking about reimagining the way you're feeding your soldiers, you have that the somebody that understands not only the nutritious side of food, but also that it has a moral boosting thing to it, like Chef Zenia, who's giving food to people as something of an art. I think it's an ideal person if he has the determination enough.
Absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, there's a part of my article which is just about people understanding that nutrition is tied to mental and emotional resilience, not just physical performance. Chef Zenga knows that, but also, back to we talk about a lot about the will to fight, both the motivation and morale, and food has always been tied to morale and this lifter from ancient times till now to lift the morale of the soldiers. So there's so many facets of what Chef Zenga brings to the table that we just don't talk about as much. But yeah, that morale aspect is, you want to improve troops' morale, you bring them good food. But he was out there on the front line, and his people just not even eating because they're so scared of having to spend the rest of their time at the bathroom. It's just fascinating. And sorry, I actually have to go picking up my mini me, taking them to work out because we're building the next generation. I'll try to jump on later. It's great to see you guys.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Colin. Thank you so much for that. And anybody that will have the chance to read the article, please do. And it's an interesting read. And again, listen to the Urban Warfare podcast wherever you get your podcast, because that's just a great thing. Nick, you had your hand up recently. What you have?
No, moment has gone.
So you just leave me hanging here. That's
the moment has gone. It's never mind.
Maciej, we have never left you hanging. If I'm not quite mistaken, you and I were here early March last year. Very early. Actually, we also were here very long on a regular basis. So, no, we don't leave you hanging. You can stay here for the next 10 hours. Don't worry.
See, I'm like a you guys are in the trenches all the time, and I'm not comparing. That's just a silly metaphor I'm using, but I'm somebody that got his medal early on, and then left the space and just.
And then what was it in June last year? You went on a bicycle tour.
Yeah, and I'm reaping the benefits and accolades from that point on. It's just great. Everybody's here for me. I see. It's just great to see you and everybody. Hello, Frank.
Marcus is coming to rescue.
Do you hear us?
I do. Good evening, everyone. I just joined to say welcome, Maciej. It's good to see you back.
Yeah, thank you so much.
He has never really left. He was just on this bicycle tour extended.
Yeah, it's just amazing where a bicycle can take you if you have enough stamina. Miss Ockers,
Mockers,
you go, please.
Hello, Maciej. I just came to tell you that as a chief admin of the calendar, Alan is here to replace you if you would like to rest and get up early in the morning.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Alan. You can take my spot, and it's great to back.
I'm nice to Maciej.
When have I ever not been nice to Maciej? I just wanted to tease him a little bit further. Maciej, dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo. I will just stay for some time and listen, and have a nice evening or whatever time it is for you guys. And yeah, keep up the good work.
It's a sincere pleasure. And don't dare to go on a bicycle ride tomorrow.
As I said, I'm having an important exam for my dogs, so
That's very good. What are you going to do with the dogs?
yeah, as I said, I have a, how do we call it, an appointment in a dog hotel where they will be assessed whether they're sufficiently civilized to be, well, patrons of a dog hotel in near future. So
Incredibile.
yeah, I think they will have like a full physical and mental capacity test, and it's I hear it's pretty hard.
Times are changing, are they not? Alrighty. I will go to M, and then Alan will cycle up.
Yeah, do we have any further information on the Big Bang in the sky over Kiev?
Yes, probably it was a satellite who was coming to Earth. NASA stated that. And
There's going to be some terrific conspiracy theories about that, aren't there?
yeah.
So NASA just happened to have their satellite come down over Kiev. I wonder what it was delivering to Zelensky. Probably Fabergé eggs.
We joke too much about space lasers, and now we have space lasers. So, oops.
I don't know over how big a radius it would have been visible. Maybe it covered a substantial chunk of the northern hemisphere sky. Maybe it was visible from Moscow or something. But if it burned up, within just like a 50-kilometer radius around Kiev, it would be. I mean, people are like, oh, it's a sign. Jesus wants us to end the war. It's going to be, yeah, and pretty good.
It's a sign. It's a sign. Follow the sandal. Nick, when you conferred earlier today with the Popular Front of Judea, what did they say about the laser?
Are you referring to an actual conversation, Axel, or is this the cue for some humor?
No, this was the key for the full conversation of humor.
Oh, right. I know. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Yes. Is it the Jewish space laser, or is it perhaps the Iranian space laser, or the Middle East space laser? Who would know? Who would know? And then, yes, is it the Likud or the Labour or the Netanyahu space laser?
Are you trying to tell us that there's a Mesopotamian book club with lasers?
Oh, I'm sure the Illuminati are working on it right now. Prince Charles is telepathically communicating with them using his ears as antennas.
Did you already? By the way, did you hear that we had yet again another spike of bots occupying Twitter Spaces earlier today?
Was that at about 2 a.m. Kiev time for about 10 minutes?
It definitely was right 3 minutes before we were about to start interviewing the former acting Prime Minister of Georgia.
Oh no, okay. So this evening European time. No, I wasn't aware of that particular one. And what was it? The same thing of the follow account going through the roof?
Yeah, we went all the way up to I think it was about 890 or something, and then we just had to pull the plug because seemingly they only paid for so and so many incognito members to join us and spam us. So there you go.
No, I wasn't. I was picking up my wife at the airport when that interview was on. I regret missing it.
Axel, can you explain to me how these bot attacks work? I know this isn't the first time. Previously, there were something like 4,000 plus listeners here before the space crashed. How did the bots crash the space?
11,000.
11,000. Oh my God.
It's probably someone is exploiting a bug in the Spaces code. Looks like it needs a lot of computing power. It looks like a lot of people who are abusing it or leveraging this vulnerability are using virtual machines and bot networks to do that, to quote unquote nuke the space or bury a space. I believe it's distributed denial of service, DDoS kind of attack. I'm actually quite amazed that, given the fact that Mr. Musk is sleeping at Twitter headquarters, that he and his engineers don't know what's going on.
Alan, I think if an analogy might be, if you have a road or a highway that can take that currently carries 500 cars an hour, and it can handle up to 1,000 or 2,000 cars an hour, and you would have put 10,000 cars on it, you can imagine what the consequences would be. Because these things are, well, as far as Twitter's concerned, even our physical phones don't matter. All that counts is that there is an entry in the server that says that represents your phone, wherever you're sitting, and so it's not difficult with a not particularly large amount of computing power to create those imaginary cars. If you imagine some kind of Jewish space laser that could draw 10,000 cars on the freeway, and the 400 or 500 real Teslas, which were all on autopilot, decided that those drawn cars were actually real and started slamming on their brakes. So it's a standard problem in the real world. It's just that we don't normally have the ability, or the bad actors don't have the ability to make 10,000 physical automobiles appear. Whereas in the software world, providing you can find the right little place and the right little glitch, you can make those 10,000 cars appear on that freeway. The system, the Twitter server, cannot distinguish between the ones that have a real phone behind them and the ones that don't. And so it's as if 10,000 real people joined and started trying to talk, trying to put on the microphone button or whatever else it is. And then the capacity of what's behind there collapses, much as a road collapses. In the Spanish, collapsar is a fantastic Spanish verb. It doesn't mean to physically collapse. It means to just sort of stop working under pressure. And so that would be my best analogy. A road that can handle a certain amount of traffic, it's currently handling maybe a quarter of that. But if you put in 10 or 20 times as many cars, the chaos is just going to ensue. And you don't even really have to worry about exactly how it's failing. It's just completely overloaded.
Well, that makes sense to me. There was a question about the mysterious flash over Kyiv earlier, and I don't believe that is where the NASA satellite was scheduled to come down. I looked at a lot of the video, and it looks like it looks like a bolide to me, which is a certain kind of meteor, which I've seen up over the North Woods. I don't think it's the NASA satellite, but it sure is surprising. That's a given. So Axel, John M, Nick, Mr. M, Mockers, Amache, have we spoken about the new military drawdown from the United States heading to Ukraine here just a couple of days in advance of Ramstein? Well, there's nothing like coming up as co-host and stopping the conversation. And so I appear to have accomplished that much in the first few seconds of co-hosting. So there was a new drawdown announced. I believe this is a presidential drawdown, $325 million from existing U.S. military stocks, $325 million worth of military munitions and weapons, etc. It includes, but this is not an exhaustive list, it includes HIMARS ammunition, precision aerial munitions, 155 millimeter and 105 millimeter shells, TOW anti-tank missiles, AT-4 anti-armor rockets, 4 logistics support vehicles, port and harbor security equipment, and one other thing, 9 million small arms ammunition. Not a bad day before opening Ramstein. Marcus.
Paul?
Oh, Nick, go ahead.
No, Marcus first.
Markers, then Nick.
I actually just had that list in front of me, and I was going to go through it with you, but you've told me everything that was on it. However, I am getting more information that the flash in the sky does appear to have been a meteor or a satellite. However, after a lot of soul searching, the consensus of opinion is a meteor. There you go.
Yeah, it sure looked like a meteor to me. It's amazing to be able to see such a thing. And I would say it's a once in a lifetime, maybe twice in a lifetime.
Yes, and it's a sign. It's a sign. The end is nigh. The meteor has hit the sky over Kiev. Kiev will now engage in absolute warfare. Tomorrow morning, the big counteroffensive starts, and we will not stop before Vladivostok. Please, yes. And on the 7th day, all shall burn. Anything else?
I think you covered it pretty much. But I was just going to add that maybe this is a shining light above Kiev to, bless them.
Oh, you were raised Catholic, right?
Go Catholic of me, yeah.
No, it's nice. I like that. That's a good interpretation. I like that.
I think it's definitely a sign. Mr. M, what do you think? A sign?
You can call it a sign if you want to. What I wanted to say is that we will see more of meteorites coming in the atmosphere of the Earth. It's 65 million years of cycles. The Earth is traveling through the Milky Way. It's also going up and down through the Milky Way, and it's now coming back to the point that it's traveling through meteorite clouds. So, and this is from scientifics who explained this.
Well, I take it as a sign, much like the comet that appeared in the sky over Rome after Julius Caesar's funeral, indicating that he had become a god. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we need to be a little bit careful here. With what was in the sky there is clear. Well, okay, so in British English, we tend to use the term meteorite to mean something pretty big and will cause a big flash in the sky, and something will fall to Earth, something will remain and fall to Earth, and we use the term meteor to refer to a grain of sand that burns up with a very brief flash. And you go out when the Pleiades when the Earth is passing through the Pleiades in about 12th of August, and you go and find a dark field somewhere, and you look up for about an hour and 3/4, and you maybe see one streak, and then you go home and you tell your kids how great it was when it really wasn't. So, I mean, the Earth is always passing through various bits of dust. But what was on that video certainly is not what one normally sees when the Earth goes through a field of meteors. So it could have been a meteorite, it could have been space debris, but it wasn't that. It would be ironic, would it not, if Ukraine were planning the sort of big smash offensive at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, and they're going, "Oh no, thank you God." Thank you, God, for putting up this great big flare announcing it. What I put my hand up for, Alan, was you said something like among the presidential equipment was, all the usual good stuff, and then there was something like harbor security equipment. What was the phrase exactly?
Yes. Let me get that back up for you, Nick. It is referred to in this list that I have in front of me, port and harbor security equipment. I don't know what that means. And we don't actually need to know what equipment is going to Ukraine, and we don't need to know when it arrives. But yes, port and harbor security equipment.
I'm wondering what ports Ukraine either has or is thinking of reopening that currently doesn't have security equipment and that might be needing it. You see what I mean?
Well, Odessa, I believe, remains the primary Ukrainian port that's open, and that's where a lot of the grain shipments are coming out from. But what does Odessa need? I don't know.
I thought that was, as I say, that caught my ear because it's kind of it is non-specific, but more to the point, it's like okay, to be used, making a port or harbor more secure. Presumably, unless it can also be like conveniently turned into anti-aircraft guns or something. So I just thought that was an interesting, new development.
No, I agree, Nick. I haven't seen that on the list before. So it is a kind of a new development. God only knows what it is. Todestag, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Well, thanks. We had a lot of new topics today, and I'm still a little bit lingering on the Georgian politician you've organized to get here, which is really amazing because it looked like he was like prime minister, defense minister, minister of the interior. So really a high-profile Georgian guest here. And of course, many questions I would love to ask him, and maybe most of you have an idea. I was thinking about Georgia, the situation now. He said it's like pro-Russian, and we have seen like protests against this government. Is this like from on the scale from like Hungary to Russia? Like Hungary is 5 and Russia is 11. Where would you see this government now? Is it like really arresting people that are pro-Georgian, or is it still kind of contained by the public opinion? Yeah.
Axel, I wonder if you caught that question, because I think you would be the best to answer
the question, but I have to do some chores here. I can revert to this in about 5 minutes, and yes, I can address it.
Todestag, please be patient. It's a good question.
Perfect.
And Axel will be back to answer it much more expertly than I can.
Perfectly fine.
But it was very, very good. Thank you. It was a great interview with Georgie, whose last name begins with a B, but I cannot remember the rest of it. And we were also fortunate to have a Polish journalist with us as co-host, Maciej, and he and Axel conducted a great interview. I am certain it will eventually find its way to Spotify, where you can find so many exclusive interviews conducted here at MriyaReport. Just go to Spotify, search for MriyaReport. You can listen to Thomas Tyner. You can listen to John Spencer. You can listen to any number of people. The former head of the Ukrainian railway, Alexander Commission, and many Ukrainian voices. Our friend Roman, who is a fire chief in Kharkiv, runs one of the fire stations there, a first responder. And of course, all Ukrainian first responders have done such a great job throughout these, I think it's 460 or 461 days of of Russia's genocidal invasion now, but they have restored the electrical infrastructure to the point where Ukraine is now exporting electricity once again into the European Union. In other news of the day, I have seen that Poland and Hungary have made agreements to transport Ukrainian grain through their countries, but Ukrainian grain will not stop in Poland or Hungary for sale. Polish farmers in particular had complained that Ukrainian grain coming into the Polish markets were depressing prices. But there's no stopping the export of Ukrainian grain to feed the world. It will continue to make progress through the countries of the European Union. Now, of course, the primary way to export Ukrainian grain is through the Black Sea. And there is a Black Sea grain agreement. Russia has slowed it down or opposed it. And just a couple of days ago, there were 50 ships backed up because Russia was not carrying out its part of the agreement. I'll check on that again later tonight to see if this impasse has been resolved and if the ships have been freed to go. Peter, welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Alan and everyone. Just a question on the grain. Is that transported by rail? And am I correct in thinking, I might not be because I don't know much about railways, but am I correct in thinking that the gauge of the railway lines in Ukraine mean that when they get out of Ukraine, everything has to be transported onto a different train with a different gauge? Am I correct on that, or am I talking?
Well, I do know, Peter, there is a difference in railway gauges between Ukraine and the EU, and that actually is something that Ukraine is working on right now to bring its gauge into alignment with the EU gauge. But Nick may have more information about that.
I think it will be many decades, and if at all, before Ukraine were to replace its railways with European gauge. What they will be doing is first of all ensuring that they have sensible places to change. There is a line. I'm just trying to look it up at the moment. There is a line that goes a fair way into Poland, which is what I call Soviet gauge. The other thing that Ukraine will be doing is when it connects to the European high-speed network, that always runs on standard Western European gauge, and the precedent for that is Spain. So Spain also has a wider gauge than most of the rest of Europe, but when it built its high-speed network, it built complete parallel tracks. Unlike France, for example, in about 3 weeks' time, we were going to Paris, and my wife's going to get the TGV up to Strasbourg, and that weekend they are working on the station in Paris where the high-speed train arrives. So the train will instead leave from another Parisian station and wander around some very obscure lines for about an hour until it gets to the high-speed line. But it can do that because they are the same. Gauge. Now, let me have a look. So there is a European gauge line that goes from Ukraine most of the way to, and let's have a look, most of the way to, unfortunately, the train, I think it's not too far from Katowice. It goes a good couple of 100 kilometers into Poland, this 1435 millimeter line. And presumably it goes into a hub, and they have some way to transship from whatever the hoppers are or whatever the containers are. You can also get dual gauge trucks. They probably have limited speed, but that's probably not a big problem for a goods train. But by and large, yes, at some point, if you ship it by Ukrainian rail, it's going to have to get onto the European, onto the standard Western European gauge of 1435 millimeters. But so there are possibilities, but maybe as I say, maybe they just unload it once it's in Poland. So it doesn't have to stop like literally at the border. You don't have to sort of be standing next to the customs post and have it unloaded with shovels or thrown over the line or something. There is a way to take Russian Soviet gauge into Poland.
It must be a hell of a job to, to take a carriage full of or a truck full of grain and put it onto another one. And I know in the USA when I've been there, which I've been there many times, some of their goods railways, they just carry on forever. One truck after another truck after another truck, and you can sit there for half an hour as they go through. It's quite amazing, actually.
Maybe there's some way to like lift the container part off the bogie and then sort of open a tap or something and have all of the at some point these things have to be emptied when they get to their destination, do they not? So there has to be some way to and presumably emptied into trucks. So there must be some facility to have it raised a certain amount above the ground and let gravity do the job. They're not going to put a man in there with a shovel or use some big scooping thing. So I suspect there'll be a YouTube video of how do you unload a grain truck on a train.
I suppose you put a lorry container on there, and then you could just lift it straight off onto a lorry.
Peter, Nick, two things. There are already YouTube videos out there. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you. But it's very easy to unload either a grain lorry, a grain truck, or a grain railway car. And indeed, gravity does all the work, and all the grain pours out at once into the next transportation vehicle.
But presumably that has to be lower.
Well, it's a 2-level operation, Nick. You're exactly right. The full carrier goes to the top level. The new transportation vehicle is below it, and it's either it can actually be it's either the floor of the carrier is opened, or it is actually flipped around. And our good friend Daryl spoke here a few weeks ago about actually how easy it is to align railway gauges. And so it's not a very big job for Ukraine to align its railway gauge with the EU gauge. And as I said, this is something that they are doing.
I just looked. Well, two things. First of all, just on the satellite, I'm told the satellite is still up there. So whatever went off in the sky above Kiev is not the satellite. I looked at the map, and the Soviet gauge line that goes into Poland, rather than the other way, it's a Soviet gauge line, so 15, 20 millimeters, that goes into Poland, goes as far as Krakow. And I imagine it may well have been constructed in the Warsaw Pact time. It'd be interesting to know. So it goes just past Krakow, just to the west. And I imagine that it may well have been built by the fraternal socialist armies. And so it wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't end at really quite a large goods terminal station, etc. So that might well be quite a good way to work. I don't know offhand how far Krakow is from the Ukrainian border. I'm guessing 200 kilometers. And I've just tweeted the link to the site where I get all this good stuff, which is openrailwaymap.org. And On there, one of the options on the left is to show the gauges, and it will show you all the railway lines of the world and their gauge in millimeters. It's very interesting to see all the various historical constructions that have been done. Here in Mallorca, for example, we have some 915 and 1000 millimeter narrow gauge, even though the standard for the rest of Spain is even wider than the 1435, which is used in much of Western Europe and the United States, because they didn't need to be able to take trains from this island to the mainland, or vice versa. Krakow is about 200 kilometers west of the Ukrainian border. So, and I thought it might be Katowice because a lot of the towns on the map end in WICE. So between Krakow and Katowice, Poland, there is a Soviet gauge line that the Ukrainians can load up a grain truck anywhere in Ukraine, send it over the border, and get it safe and sound into Poland, far behind, far away from the danger zone, and then Poland will do the necessary to unload it. And the future of the Ukrainian railways, I think, is still wide gauge, but with standard European gauge for the high speed lines. It simply isn't going to be economically viable to acquire new tracks and trains for a country that size and for an amount of railways that they've got. But plenty of countries, as I said, Spain, for example, very successfully runs a multi-gauge system, and they just live with the occasional inconvenience of it.
Well, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, just do they know? Because there was something about some of the fields in Ukraine have been mined by the Russians to stop them, to try and cause problems with them, with the farmers there. And do they know which areas or which parts of Ukraine are mined or not mined? I suppose they will be just purely on the east, and
they will be wherever the Russians have been, although I don't think they had a lot of time to mine the fields around Kiev in the first 6 weeks. Presumably the Ukrainians and the farmers will be taking a view on that and seeing what they can find. But basically, it's everywhere. Everywhere east of the Dnieper, and much of that is still in Russian control. The amount of Ukraine that the Russians have occupied and then it's been liberated from them really isn't all that much. So the amount that Ukraine has lost to that cause, as opposed to what's been taken off them, is not particularly big. And I don't know. My impression is that the eastern end, the Donetsk and Luhansk area, is more of an industrial area, and perhaps other agriculture than wheat. But someone will have to correct me on that. Where are the major wheat fields of Ukraine, please?
I'll have to check that out, Nick. My guess is they're in Zaporizhia, but I do know that the fields are well marked now, Peter, where there are mines, and there was substantial mining in Sumy Oblast. So this is around Kharkiv, and in and around Kherson, and in Zaporizhia. 780 Ukrainian civilians have suffered injuries as a result of stepping on Russian mines, and it has been reported that as many as 20 years might be needed to demine Ukraine. And Japan, South Korea, and Cambodia are key countries supplying demining equipment and expert deminers. So it's a big problem that Ukraine is working on and solving. Obviously, what Russia wanted to do was to deny farmers the opportunity for spring planting. They haven't done.
It'd be interesting to know what the ratio is between explicit sowing of mines and the other problem of unexploded ordnance. The French still remove 100 tons of World War I ammunition from the fields of the north of France.
Artillery ordnance.
That's right.
Artillery ordnance.
Yeah.
That's different from mines.
It's different from mines, but if your tractor runs into one, you probably, as a minimum, going to have a bit of a dent in your radiator or something. So, but when we talk about this, I think it's going to be important to separate out the two. So there is. How long will it take to clear the mines where we know, okay, mines were laid in that field, versus how long is it going to take to clear the unexploded ordnance? Perhaps, for example, perhaps even Russian 1970s shells are a bit more likely to actually explode than French and German First World War ones. Who knows? And I don't think we'll yet be at the sheer volume of shells that were fired in World War One. But nonetheless, it's going to be a big cleanup of that as well.
Nick, I will say, this being an agricultural topic in a way, you can be granular. About 30% of Russian artillery shells apparently do not explode. That is a statistic I saw just based on counting exploded and unexploded artillery marks in a field in Ukraine. In other words, there are black holes and there are white holes. The white holes are unexploded shells. The black holes are exploded shells. And
Now, sorry, it's interesting, isn't it? I wonder if that's same percentage applies when a HIMARS hits the ammo dump, or whether 100% of those go up.
100%.
100%, as a friend of mine likes to say, especially when talking about HIMARS. 100%.
Yeah, back in the 80s, because I've scuba dived most of my life, we dived off near Fort Bobbisand on the south of the UK, and we found a mine stuffed in the seabed from World War II. And the Navy came out, we marked it, and then the Navy came out and blew it up. So, I mean, there's still stuff about nowadays in different places.
Axel, are you with us again for a few minutes to answer Toda's
Yeah, I
thoughts?
was just trying to figure something else out because I have the statistics on the allocation of agriculture here somewhere, because we went through it last year in quite some detail with a friend of mine, and then also a professor, a Canadian-German professor, who's joined us here from Göttingen. But I have no time to dig this out now at the moment, doesn't seem. Anyway, so yeah, Georgia. The long and the short of it is that the Georgian government in recent years, especially since the last election, and since they fudged the last election by means of changing the laws and you couldn't call it gerrymandering per se, but they changed the laws, and then they actually rescinded other parts of the law by creating their coalition, still led by the funky, wonderful, I'd say Russian oligarch, despite the fact that he's ethnic Georgian, but it doesn't really matter in that regard. And don't forget that at that point in time, they said that they would actually uphold the election law as was the case before. They didn't, and as a consequence, they ended up in that coalition as now. They have been suppressing people, and they started by what was important in Georgia. They started by allocating state jobs solely to their own cronies. And you could now say, but this is typical. No, it's not. It's actually not. Typically, state jobs should be allocated according to recruitment criteria, which are set in a non-partisan, non-biased fashion, and there should be tests in that regard. They simply derogated all these test criteria. They stopped hiring you if and when you were, and Georgia is still a relatively poor country. They stopped allocating money to you, give you any opportunity to be part and parcel within government or any kind of government function or government sponsored job, be it in hospitals, be it as a teacher, be it as a civil servant generally, or you could be a firefighter if you so like, if you were not on the party line of theirs. So this is how this started, and then they started suppressing the students. They removed student organizations and they started going against them. They changed the allocation of funding, reimbursement of expenses, all the little small things, and did this very, very quickly. This is the classic Soviet approach. This is what communist authoritarians on the left have always been doing. In this regard, they do it well. But fascists, such as in Argentina, don't forget, when they came to power, the junta did the very same thing. So it's not limited to one side, but this is very typical Russian. And they've learned it during Soviet communism as to how to perfect it, and this is how they imported it back into Georgia. And what have they done since then? They have incarcerated by means of relatively ludicrous lawsuits. They've driven people out of the country. They've pushed them out of the country. Those who stayed have been derogated into either abject poverty because they couldn't pay their lawyers, or they've been incarcerated. And the way they torture, literally by means of neglect, as well as seemingly evident poisoning, given the fact that American doctors who visited Saakashvili have found they poison political prisoners. Muggings have increased, crime has increased, and it continues throughout society. When the students went against that current government last time around, 2019, there were already deaths on the street. The same thing occurred just now. Students were, and general protesters, advocates of liberty, were taken into custody. They were left there for days without water, food, and the like. Some of them were, released days after. Some of them early in the morning when the pressure was too much, but some of them still remain in prison. So I wouldn't give it a scale. I don't think that a linear scale is applicable at all. This government has taken each and every step to what the Germans would call, and you understand what I mean, aushöhlen, meaning carve out the body politics institutional setup. Both its laws make them meaningless, as well as the institutions of government. And they have completely forgone investing in their defense capacity. The US Army, last time when it actually had, together with the Marines, exercises in Georgia, was willing to relinquish and provide, against literally a nominal fee rather than anything, equipment which was rejected by the then Georgian government. I'm just highlighting. Further trainings were curtailed. Investment in the armed forces was slow. And they have taken every single measure to make Georgia defenseless. They have bombarded the Georgian countryside and its media networks with Russian propaganda. And now they've allowed, in the last year, Russian infiltration by so-called refugees, a large part of whom are, shall we say, those who skirt becoming Morbigs, but at the same time bring influence into the country. Many of them are agent provocateurs. Many of them are Russian agents. Many of them are very adept young IT professionals who founded companies, which now, funnily enough, have a lot of equity capital being brought into the country. It is insane what we are allowing them doing. But there you go. That's the long and the short of it.
Todestag, do you have a follow-up for Axel? If you do, please go ahead.
Yeah, G-Man, forgive me. Just one more question. So that really means, what you're saying really means that, for example, elections, if Georgia holds elections for the next government, is there any trust in it, or is it already like so corrupt that elections are kind of like just a show?
It's difficult. It's very difficult. There's a high likelihood that next time around the participation in the election by the Georgian population will be extremely high. And the Georgians are fighting back against this government, but it seems highly likely that they're trying to follow the route of Russian money. It can only work if and when the opposition unites, and that it hasn't done quite yet. There is currently no sensible trustworthy leadership in the opposition. That's at least what those remaining in the opposition. And we had actually, by the way, Alan and I had the pleasure, I think, here one evening during the protest, we had one of the Georgian student representatives here right during the protests when they occurred. And he was highlighting that they felt that somehow, so to say, what the Germans call Mittelbau, so the people in the age bracket between 40 and 60 have seemingly absconded. They're either abroad and not doing anything, or they have given up, or they have corrupted themselves. The youth, so to say, in Georgia is complaining that they don't have any people to work with in terms of leadership. That is very depressing. But then again, as always, humans, like grass growing through tarmac, humans find a way. Life finds a way. There will be someone coming. And if it's one or two, it doesn't really matter. They just need to find a way to organize and give voice to the concerns of those people who are depraved of democracy and free expression and freedom.
It was very interesting, Axel, that you pointed out during Georgie's interview this afternoon, that in the recent demonstrations in Georgia, in Tbilisi, that the demonstrators waved both Georgian flags and EU flags. Like Ukraine, Georgia is looking towards the EU. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening. Just on the train, the freight train questions, noticed that there's quite a good, well, it looks like quite a good site talking about the different links from Ukraine and into Poland, Romania, and so forth.
You mean the stuff which Craig and I have been talking about throughout the whole of last summer? Okay.
Yeah, so just was a question and a sort of observation. In the novel Red Rabbit by Tom Clancy, there's a part of the storyline. There's basically about a defector.
Why did I know that you would come up with Clancy again?
Yeah, well,
and especially the Red Rabbit, of course.
So the train is passenger train from Moscow to Hungary, and it's at the border with Hungary, I think it is. It's basically the train. The passengers dismount at the station. The train is lifted off the bogies and put onto new bogies on a different line, which is how they handled the gauge change. Now, with a passenger train, I'm sure that's possible. With a freight train, not so much. But I noticed on this site, there's some that does happen still, or did happen still, on some of the lines out of Ukraine.
Yeah. Okay. There is also reloading facilities for exactly that, and those have been built out. For example, on Romanian territory. So if you go to Galatz, and I think Dorman was the kind of. So on one day we had the people here from. What was it? It was the Port of Constanza and a company which is based in Constanza doing a lot of work. And we have the head, what's his name? Not Trofimov. Oh, Jesus, Axel. Okay, it'll come to me in a second. The head of the Moldavian railway company.
Yeah.
And he's a very, very charming man, very professional. And it's not. And this is not a joke. The guy has studied with exceptional degrees in the United States at Ivy League universities, and actually took the engineering side, so to say. He was not reading English and not philosophy or psychology. No, he did some real shit. And science, hardcore STEM. The guy is excellent. He was brought into his job. Jesus. Anyway, so he explained as to what the plans were of the Moldavian railways with their limited amount of investment capacity, but that they would now follow through on the, say, in coordination with Ukrsaliznytsia, the Ukrainian railways, to take both the northern corridor, where Ukrsaliznytsia has traditionally already been operating even on Moldavian territory, some of the rail tracks. This has to do with the fact that that part of the Carpathian Mountains run through this, and Ukrzaliznytsia has always been actually running the track there, but that they would work very closely with them in order to bring, cut down the gaps and increase the throughput capacity of the rail tracks, electrify them better in the north to get into Romania, but also in the south in order to open the corridor to Galați and build a grain terminal together with a number of private investors. And that exactly has worked. Now, the grain hoppers, so to say, with, in this case, Ukrainian gauge or the Soviet gauge, the white gauge, go there, unload into the silos and respective facilities there, and then, if need be, further on transport from Galați, by the way, is a barge, respectively ship, and then or by train onwards to Constanza. And this is how it has worked, and this is how it was done. So there is unloading and reloading requirements. There are, however, certain areas, and you're completely correct, where the gauge is being changed. So as Daryl, our colleague here, who's a rail expert, will have told many people already, there's a number of those, even cargo trains, which can be changed in terms of their rail gauge. What Poland has done in addition is that they built out, despite being unhappy about it, multi-gauge or variable gauge tracks along certain areas where this is feasible. It doesn't work as easily in curves. You have to make, you have to be concerned about railway and road crossings. You have to be concerned about distance to signaling and the likes, but there are certain areas where this is doable, and they did that, exactly that, to create the wide gauge corridor so that they could connect, for example, to Lithuania for that matter. And they've done this in very short order, which increased the throughput through the Baltic ports, which is why and how Ukraine actually managed to get all that grain out into the world markets. I hope that answers the question. In the meantime, I'll try to find those dang graphs for Nick.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's answering my question. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you, G-Man, and thank you for your expertise, Axel. I want to remind folks as we approach the top of the hour here in the eastern United States, I want to remind you all to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport. You can also visit our website, MriyaReport.org. You can find interviews archived on Spotify. Simply go to Spotify and search for Mariya Report. The wealth of information in these archived interviews is amazing. Just listen to a few of them, but prepare yourself. Some are hours in length, especially those with Thomas Tyner. But do go to Spotify, check out the archives available. In fact, I think there's a new Thomas Tyner interview available as of today or yesterday, right, Axel?
Yeah, yesterday we, thanks to our good audio crew and a reset of our audio processing capabilities after some people came back from COVID and other illnesses and fairness, we have now started working through the backlog of the last month, and the Tynerton has been uploaded from the 19th of March. And it is an exceptional piece. I can only highlight that it's really worth listening to. So if you have a long trip, or if you have, say, a long plane, say, ride ahead of you, download this on Spotify, go through it. It is, A, it's fun, B, it's really topical, and C, you will find out that many of these pieces of analysis and projections and discussions and ideas Thomas and people have floated and discussed during the Tynerton actually have a lot of merit still today. If not, they're even more relevant today than they seem to be then. And earlier today, we also floated the last appearance of our colleague and friend, former and retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, who was with us on the 27th of March and spoke about strategy, logistics, and the likes. And that was a very memorable segment because he was joined on that day for a number of the questions towards the end of the segment by both friend Jeff Fisher and John Spencer, who then stayed on afterwards for a debriefing, which was quite exceptional and absolutely worthwhile listening to from my point of view. It was a beautiful interview, and it was, as always with Ben, great fun too, and enlightening. So I can only highly recommend this. You will find this on Spotify just as well. So if you have some time to listen to it, skip through it. It's a very good piece of audio.
And as you listen and learn along with MriyaReport, there's an opportunity for you right now to make a donation to support the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. We're raising money for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade right through the end of April. And I'll get a tweet up into the nest so you can see the wish list, urgently needed equipment that will make a difference to this unit as Ukraine prepares a counteroffensive. Coming soon, coming very soon, just as soon as the weather changes, as everything they need is in place. And of course, they will launch this counteroffensive with the forces they have, the newly trained soldiers, all of the newly arrived Western munitions, the main battle tanks, etc. Is it enough? No. Is it what they will win with? It's what they will begin to win with. I feel very, very certain of that. So please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. In other news today, President Zelensky, who earlier this week visited Ukrainian troops in Avdiivka, which is right on the front lines, as you well know. Today, he visited the defensive lines just where Ukraine, Poland, and Belarus have borders that intersect. And it was a working trip. All of President Zelensky's trips are working trips when you come right down to it. How that man gets through every single day, given the amount of work he has to do and the inspiration he brings to his country is just miraculous. Just like the flash in the Kiev skies tonight of a bolide meteor exploding high in the atmosphere. What President Zelensky does is miraculous. I see M has come up. I wonder, what do you have for us?
No updates, but probably I will be your co-host for the rest of the night, Alan. It's probably past midnight in Estonia, and Axel probably needs some sleep, so I'm here for the next 4 hours to help.
Swappity doo. Thank you, M.
Well, that sounds great, M. I welcome the opportunity to co-host with you. Again, I'm not an expert in anything. I just ask questions, and sometimes really rather stupid questions, but I can get away with it because the number of questions I ask, those stupid questions disappear into the millions of questions I ask on this space. M, go ahead.
Well, like they say, there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. And co-hosts are supposed to run the conversation and make the debate going. So they don't need to be experts on everything. I'm not an expert on anything. I'm just a kid with a smartphone.
Oh, you're not a kid, M. You might have a smartphone, but you're not a kid.
I like to think of myself as one. Never lose the inner child inside of you.
I agree with that. I think of myself as a kid, but I also look at old photographs, and that child is long gone. Although I'd welcome him back any day with a sense of wonder and imagination and a lot of questions. Kids have questions; you have to answer them all. So, Em, what are your thoughts about the new drawdown that's headed for Ukraine from the United States? It's $325 million worth of equipment, ammunition. I have the list in front of me, but you've probably seen it as well.
I saw it earlier today, and all points indicate towards future action. So It is very obvious at this point that the Ukrainian High Command is planning an offensive against Russian positions and Russian lines, and they are economizing on munitions, and they are receiving more munitions in order to ensure that they have enough to support their operations in the future. So hold on to your knickers, everyone.
Well, one thing I've noted over the past, I'm going to say 7 odd days, is that those Russian casualties, which a few weeks ago were north of 1,000 or approaching 1,000 casualties almost every single day, have declined by about half. So there are 500 or fewer Russian casualties every day. To my way of thinking, this might indicate that the Russian forces are already preparing to go on the defensive, that their offensive operations have been ramped down and their defensive preparations are probably underway. Do you think that's a reasonable way to look at those casualty figures, Em?
It is, and also of notice and of interest is the deployment of VDV, Russian VDV troops to near Zaporizhia, and I think another front. I'm not quite sure, but there is an uptick in activities of VDV forces. I would say that that's an indicator of the Russians expecting an offensive and trying to plan defensive measures against it.
Well, I did note that Wagner forces in Bakhmut have been withdrawn and replaced with VDV forces. And I've seen some video today, really intense video from Bakhmut of street-to-street fighting. It is it's a horrible situation in Bakhmut. Every single day is intense street-to-street fighting, continuous sounds of bombardment and gunfire. But the Ukrainians continue to inflict pretty heavy losses in Bakhmut. So this mission that Ukrainian defenders were assigned in Bakhmut to wear down Russian forces and to pin them there continues and seems to be succeeding.
I still stand by that assessment. Bakhmut has been a strategic victory. It is a fixing operation primarily, and an attrition operation secondary. They succeeded in fixing Russian troops on that line of contact for a month and attrited them, inflicting heavy losses and damages on personnel and equipment. The question right now, or the interesting observation, is that I'm noticing a bit of whitewashing happening, saying that, oh, well, the Russian armed forces are not really Wagner, and Wagner are not really the Russian armed forces. So whatever criminal acts and whatever brutal acts committed by Wagner on specifically the Bakhmut front line and other areas of operation are not necessarily indicative of the behavior and the professionalism of Russian troops. I'm seeing that talking point kind of building slowly. And the response to it, or the deconstruction of it, is that Wagner was not in Irpin. Wagner was not in Bucha. Wagner was not in Mariupol. And another response to that as well is the Russian armed forces, the regimented troops, are not really conducting themselves as professional soldiers. That's number one. And number two, the political leadership of the Russian Federation had no problem whatsoever with using Wagner and using Chechen fighters to advance their military goals and assist in advancing their political goals, which means that the current leadership of the Russian Federation, or the political leadership of the Russian Federation, namely President Putin or Vladimir Putin. I don't know. I can't really get myself to call him president. So Vladimir Putin had no problem whatsoever using Wagner as a PMC, again, quote unquote, and using the Chechens and using the borders of Belarus, as well as its logistical capabilities of providing training to some of the troops he ordered stood up to achieve his military goals and therefore achieve his political goals in a fashion that only rivals how the Nazis operated with the Waffen SS. We're seeing in 2023 a country led by a war criminal basically using unregimented troops to advance its military goals and advance its political goals. The same applies to the so-called people's republics in the Donbass. It is hybrid warfare, yes, but also it is very comparable to what Nazi Germany did when they stood up the Waffen SS forces across several countries to fight against European countries and fight against the Allies. It is a war crime happening in real time, being watched by everyone on social media, on the internet, on several websites, several platforms. This separation between the regimented Russian troops and other factions they use militarily should never be tolerated, blurring the lines once again. To say that Wagner is not the Russian military and the Russian military is not Wagner is not going to fly, or at least I hope so.
Well, I think you make a very good point, Em, that this whitewashing that's taking place, in other words, pinning war crimes on Wagner. And as you point out, Wagner was not in Irpin. Wagner was not in Bucha. War crimes have been committed by regular Russian soldiers as well as Wagner troops, whatever you want to call them, soldiers or troops or just criminals and combatants, war criminals. They are hardly professional, and yet they fight. They inflict Ukrainian casualties, and we will wait and see the justice on the battlefield that the Ukrainian counteroffensive brings this spring. The other thing that I saw earlier today, Em, is it's an odd statement by one of the assistant ministers of defense in Ukraine that the spring counteroffensive has already begun with complex measures in the east. Not exactly what she meant by that, but I did see earlier today that the general staff of Ukraine announced that it had hit 2 Russian ammunition warehouses, doesn't specify where, and it had struck 9 concentrations of Russian troops and equipment over the last 24 hours. And this was stated by the general staff in its April 19 evening update. Exactly the kind of thing that you would expect to see in preparation for a counteroffensive, because this is just what Ukraine needs to take out on the Russian side to have a higher guarantee of success when they finally do launch the counteroffensive.
Yes, absolutely. We discussed this 2 Thursdays ago with Nuno when we discussed the upcoming Ukrainian offensive, and we arrived at the conclusion that shaping operations will involve long and medium range fires, artillery strikes, and rocket strikes against Russian logistical nodes, command and control, munition depots, and anything that presents itself as a high value target within the range of the current platforms deployed by the Ukrainian armed forces. So I would say that shaping operations had definitely started.
And I believe Nuno, in fact, will be back tomorrow, as a matter of fact, at 1800 UTC. This is at 2 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States. I highly recommend folks to tune in and listen to Nuno Felix. While Chuck is traveling between undisclosed locations, Nuno will come to us from an undisclosed location and walk the battlefield just as expertly as Chuck does. And I think he will have a lot to talk about tomorrow, just in terms of how to prepare for a counteroffensive, what the Ukrainians are doing, how they are going to use the Western equipment that has come into the country, and it is in the country now, and the 40,000 newly trained Ukrainian troops, not only on some of this new equipment, but also in tactics of combined arms maneuver. So I really encourage folks to listen to Nuno tomorrow, 1800 UTC. That's 2:00 Eastern time. I'm going to be here. I wouldn't miss Nuno. I do miss Chuck because Chuck, as I say, is traveling between undisclosed locations. He's not going to be with us tomorrow night. He's probably not going to be with us next week, but will be returning in May. M?
Yes, definitely looking forward to Nuno's section tomorrow. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us last week, but hopefully he will be joining us tomorrow. And on the agenda, an upcoming Ukrainian offensive will definitely be at the very top.
Yeah, Nuno will have a lot to talk about tomorrow. No question about that. Let's see. We have talked a little bit about the grain deal and whether or not it will continue and how it's continuing. Just a few days ago, 50 odd ships were backed up in the Black Sea, 50 Ukrainian ships exporting grain. And this is because the Russians are not carrying out their end of the bargain, that is to conduct inspections of ships. And whether or not they have stepped down from that delay, I haven't seen any reports about that, but it is absolutely essential that grain export from Ukraine continues and continues unobstructed because Ukrainian grain feeds the world. I'm going to continue to look for a little bit of news here, M. Briefly, we could take a look at any developments in Sudan. I know that the United States is considering sanctioning both warring factions in Sudan. Is there one faction or another that should get U.S. support, or is it the best thing to do to sanction both factions?
The Sudan situation is actually getting quite complicated at this point. The two warring factions in Sudan are the Sudanese armed forces led by General al-Burhan, who's the commander of the armed forces and the de facto president of Sudan, in the capacity of being the president of the Transitional Council. His deputy, Hamidati, or Hamad Hamdan Daglo, is the commander of the Rapid Support Forces, which is a paramilitary organization that was added to the security and military structure of Sudan back in 2017 in the form of assimilating them. The RSF forces were basically an ethnic militia, the Janjaweed militia, and they fought for the central government in Khartoum against the rebels in Darfur, committing genocide and war crimes after the independence of South Sudan. President al-Bashir, then president of Sudan, assimilated the Janjaweed militias into the security and military apparatus or structure of Sudan in the form of a paramilitary force named the Rapid Support Forces. Hamidati is supported by the United Arab Emirates government, and according to articles published by the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, as well as the Washington Post, he apparently received support also from Field Marshal Khalifa Haftar, who is the commander of the Libyan army, or the Libyan National Army in Benghazi and Tobruk in Libya, in eastern Libya. As people know, there is also a similar situation in Libya where there is a government in Tripoli, Trablus, internationally recognized, and there is another government in Benghazi, led by Khalifa Haftar, that controls the eastern parts of Libya as well as the oil crescent, where most of the oil production and export infrastructure is. Khalifa Haftar sent one cargo plane to Sudan carrying munitions and supplies for the RSF. The RSF on Saturday attacked several Sudanese armed forces, or SAF in short, going forward, across the country, and took over Merowe's air base, which had a forward deployment of Egyptian troops. Egyptian troops deployed to Merowe Air Base comprised several MiG-29 fighter jets, as well as a rapid deployment regiment that includes air defense officers, intelligence officers, ground infantry, a special operation force, Tier 2, the Thunderbolt force. The most recent development is there was an attempt at a ceasefire yesterday at 6 p.m. local time that collapsed within the first hour. Another development is the Egyptian armed forces managed to evacuate part of the Egyptian troops in Sudan today. An Egyptian Air Force's C-130 managed to land in Khartoum and evacuate part of the troops. The situation and the condition of the remaining troops remains unknown. Negotiations are still ongoing between both parties to reach a ceasefire and end hostilities. Conflicting reports coming from the Wall Street Journal and New York Times hint at leaks by US government officials saying that the Egyptian armed forces deployed combat sorties to Sudan in support of the Sudanese armed forces, essentially bombing rapid support forces positions to ease pressure on the Sudanese armed forces. It seems that international partners reached out to Cairo and advised against the military intervention in Sudan in any possible form. And that's about it. The United Arab Emirates is supporting the RSF and Hamidati mainly because Hamidati controls all the gold mines in Sudan. He received support and training from Wagner. He received support and training from Russia. The stolen gold or the smuggled gold is being secured out of Sudan and then basically washed in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and sold on the international markets. The United Arab Emirates government also supports the main government in Ethiopia and provided them with financial support as well as military support to fight a rebellion against the Tigray Popular Liberation Front, or People's Liberation Front. Ethiopia went through a civil conflict for almost 2 years that was eventually won by the central government due to the military support lent to it by the United Arab Emirates in the form of drones. Turkey also supplied drones to the central government in Ethiopia to fight this conflict. There is also a report that emerged today that Ethiopian troops tried to attack the southern borders of Sudan and that the Sudanese armed forces stopped that attack and stopped the advance. The situation is very murky. The fog of war is pretty much in place. The warring parties are claiming to communicate with anyone and everyone, but between one another, several parties are trying to broker a ceasefire, mainly the United States government. Noteworthy as well is that Germany was trying to send a rescue mission today to evacuate German nationals in Sudan, and they aborted it. Probably the German armed forces and the German Air Force decided that it was too risky to approach Khartoum airport and land there, and then send out special forces to reach German nationals where they are currently in hiding or taking shelter, to evacuate them back to Khartoum airport and then fly them out of the country. Not trying to boast here or anything, but the Egyptian Armed Forces or the Egyptian Air Force was the only air force that managed to land the C-130 in Khartoum today. Apparently, 25% of the runway in Khartoum, the longest runway, is destroyed. At least that's the news coming out. Satellite imagery also show that at least one Egyptian Air Force MiG-29 was totally destroyed on the tarmac at Merowe's Air Base. Other two MiGs appear to be heavily damaged, and a hangar where another two MiGs are supposed to be parked was showing columns of black smoke billowing out of it in yesterday's satellite imagery, and also this afternoon's satellite imagery. So we're looking at losing at least 5 Egyptian MiG-29s so far, as well as an unknown number and types of equipment forward deployed with the Egyptian contingency there.
Is this what Egypt usually allows itself to be pushed into a position to? I mean, is this normal that Egypt likes to be, polished over by Sudan?
There's nothing normal here. So the timeline is that Mohammed bin Zayed arrived in Cairo 24 hours before hostilities began. We don't know exactly what he discussed with Sisi. 48 hours later, hostilities began, and one of the primary targets of the Rapid Support Forces was Merowe's Air Base. The forward deployment there is probably 5 MiG-29s and 1 C-130, as well as an entire battalion of Thunderbolt forces, which is a Tier 1, Tier 2 special operation forces regiment. And the thing is, it seems that either Abu Dhabi requested something from Cairo and Cairo rejected, so Abu Dhabi decided to launch this operation in order to hoodwink Cairo or punish it for something. I really don't know. The situation is absolutely terrible. I consider this myself, this is my personal opinion here. So this is a catastrophic policy failure of the current administration of the government of Egypt. This is not the first time that GOE has been hoodwinked by Abu Dhabi, which positions itself and announces itself and considers itself an ally of Cairo, right? And Cairo is also acting in the same way. This is the first time in a few years that you actually see conflicting statements coming out of both capitals. The second point here is that the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Egyptian Air Forces were deployed in combat sorties to support the Sudanese armed forces against the RSF. And then you have Haftar in Libya sending a heavy transport plane to resupply Hamidati. And we know that Haftar is basically, what's the right word to use here? A prop by Abu Dhabi. He was basically propped up by Abu Dhabi to try to export the ruling model of a strong army man and a national army that unites a country and then controls it, to make sure that whatever financial interests are secured, and to hell with anything else. Decency, international law, legal framework.
They don't, come on, decency, international law. You wouldn't hit this past these guys for a half a meter. You know this. I mean, it's Abu Dhabi, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what I'm trying to say here is that we have frameworks, and those frameworks are as good as the men who rule us, right? So granted, if you have cynical men they will find their ways around international law and around conventions and around optics. It's the age of social media. It's the age of disinformation. It's the age of the narrative and the counter narrative and changing positions.
Yeah, but
Look,
still, sorry, now you're diverging. I love you to bits, but can we focus on why on earth this is hard power destroying MiG-29s on the ground in what seemingly two hardened hangars? That is quite something. It's not something which
there's
you
a
do with
very
social media.
there's a very simple, straightforward answer here, which is the Gulf Cooperation Council countries propped up Sisi, and now they are unhappy with him. So they are taking away the last fig leaf he's covering himself with, which is the main platform he ran on: security, strong military, reigniting the Egyptian potential, reigniting the Egyptian role in its near abroad, reigniting the Egyptian role internationally, and so on and so forth. So, what do you do when you have an election coming up next year? You take that away from him. You destroy the last bit that he has, that he is not the strong intelligence man he seems to be, or he tries to project himself to be. And we need to make sure that this message reaches most of the Egyptian population so that next year, if he runs, anyone who runs against him will have a much higher possibility of winning, because the man is an utter and a complete failure on every single file he handled, including the file where there was one measure of success, which is controlling and destroying and putting an end to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. So the straightforward answer is that the Gulf countries are fed up with him. He was hoodwinked. That was a trap. He walked right into it. This is a major policy failure that led to a catastrophic force protection failure, and there are no way to beautify it. You had forward deployed troops in a destabilized country, and you delegated perimeter security to the Sudanese armed forces and a highly trained, highly mobile light infantry force that is basically a bunch of war criminals who are battle hardened because they operated in Libya and they operated in Yemen, attacked those forces, and you were left in a situation where you cannot be seen as someone firing a single bullet in Sudan because you're not party to that civil unrest. It is a complete and an utter policy failure, catastrophic force protection failure, designed to make sure that he has no options other than to negotiate the release of any troops in Sudan and just write off all the scuttled and destroyed and lost equipment. It's a shame.
What was the purpose of Egypt's forward deployment in Sudan? To support the government there and to prevent what we are seeing happening over the last few days?
So there's the official version and there's the assessment. The official version is that Egyptian troops were deployed to Sudan to participate in training exercises with the Sudanese armed forces after signing a protocol with the government of Sudan, the transition council, as well as the Sudanese armed forces. The posture of those deployed troops, they were deployed back in 2020 under the banner of conducting an exercise called Nile Falcons 1 and then Nile Falcons 2. And then the posture of the exercise changed to Nile Protectors. Now, domestically, the talking points that were fed to the people were that Egypt will pursue all available options to stop Ethiopia from completing and operating the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam without signing a new treaty or a new legal framework, legally binding framework with the governments of Egypt and the government of Sudan. So domestically, the idea and the image of the far-reaching hand of the Egyptian armed forces that will ensure the protection of Egyptian interests was used to peddle a delusional sense of grandeur. And I say that without, what can I say? Again, it's a policy failure. Now, if you consider this an actual situation, or if you consider this an actual policy, it means that someone in Cairo thought that forward deployment to Merowe's airbase will provide both a training opportunity for Egyptian Air Force's pilots to train over the terrain that they could fly over to reach the dam and blow it up, or to provide support for the Sudanese armed forces against a possible uprising by the RSF, or to support an intelligence collection mission, again, against Ethiopia. Now, if you examine the amount of money that the Gulf Cooperation Council countries have been investing in Ethiopia over the last decade, you would realize that they want to secure their interests there as well. And they don't care about the fact that Egypt is worried about the flow of the Nile and worried about receiving its share of the Nile water. This could have been averted completely and entirely had Cairo pursued this matter diplomatically in the right manner. President Sisi gave away Egypt's rights in the Nile water by signing a new framework with the Nile Basin countries that overlooked the governing treaties in a clear capitulation to the Ethiopian talking point that those treaties were signed or drafted or created during colonial times, and therefore the current government of Ethiopia find them unbinding. This is problematic in several ways, because when you operate outside of that framework, you're basically giving away your argument rights in the future. And whoever in Cairo accepted that policy built his scenario without any contingencies on the goodwill of the Abiy Ahmed government. And that's, again, an utter and a complete policy failure. So here we are.
Em, what is your hope for North Africa? We could say from Morocco to Egypt. I know Morocco is a monarchy and stable, I guess, as long as its king is living. But what is your hope for North Africa? Are we going to face these civil conflicts for decades?
Morocco is pretty much out of the equation right now. It's Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Sudan. Sudan is gone. And the main problem in every single country I have just mentioned started back in Egypt, back in 1928, when the Muslim Brotherhood was founded. If people go to the history of Sudan and track every single event that led us to where we are today, they will find that the destabilization of the Sudanese society by the Sudanese Muslim Brotherhood and the Sudanese Islamists is what caused the brain drain that led Sudan to where it is today. The Sudanese in diaspora are very, very, very intelligent people, very well educated, very peaceful. I've never seen any more beautiful people than them. Same thing happened in Algeria. That the Islamic Salvation Front there is what created the Algerian intelligence state. Mind you, there was another policy failure pursued by President Nasser, where he thought that he could export the 1952 revolution model to Algeria and supported certain factions in Algeria until the French troops were evacuated out of Algeria. But then again, the side he propped up there was eventually defeated by other Algerian nationalists who have been pursuing a very negative hardline against Cairo ever since. Libya, it's a failed state. Gaddafi was a fucking criminal. Sorry, excuse my French. And he had to go, but he didn't go in the best of ways. And now we're dealing with a tribal society that descended into civil war and chaos. Without boots on the ground, without a UN mission there, without sanctions on governments supporting either sides and providing them with weapons and munitions and training and logistics and even advanced spying equipment, the situation will not change. Egypt is relatively stable, and if we are to self-correct, it will happen from within. Sudan right now is a mess. The only way going forward is to leverage all possible political pressure to force both parties to stop hostilities and return to the negotiation table. Will it happen? I don't know, because it seems that the regional investors in that conflict right now are hell-bent on achieving their political goals from the military hostilities, and they will not stop until one of them wins over the other. I think this is the first time the government of the United Arab Emirates is going, full Monty against both the government of Egypt and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in proxy warfare. It's amazing to watch unfold in 2023.
Em, 20 years ago when I taught English as a volunteer, as a second language, I had Sudanese students, and they were my most impressive students. Very kind people, beautiful people, as you say. I have a question about Egypt specifically for you, then we'll go to lexicon. My question is this: will Egypt remain stable? We're a year away, a little bit more than a year away from elections in Egypt, I believe. Will Egypt remain stable?
That's a funny question. Is the last time I looked, an American administration ignited the fire to make it unstable and laughed about it.
Here's the deal. The official exchange rate of the US dollar against the Egyptian pound is almost 31 pounds per dollar right now. All future contracts being executed against the Egyptian pound are being executed at 42.5 pound per dollar. If another devaluation comes, and if it's this severe, economic instability will lead to political instability. People surfed 3 major devaluations, but I don't think that they will surf a 4th. So postponing the inevitable is, in my opinion, impossible. We have an $18 billion funding gap. The IMF did not conclude its March review of the bailout deal it signed with the government of Egypt, basically extending a $3 billion credit line to repay some of its international creditors. And the quote unquote World Bank, IMF regional partners are not playing ball, because the $18 billion funding gap was supposed to be closed by a $3 billion IMF loan, and then further funding coming in from regional partners buying into a state asset sale program. So they are basically squeezing GUE right now in order to force its hand to greenlight another devaluation to buy state assets on the cheap. Will people take to the streets? No. Will we see clashes with the police forces and the armed forces? No, no one wants that. No one hopes for that. No one even could tolerate that, because the people have been inoculated against it after more than 12 years of misinformation and disinformation campaigns waged by state bodies themselves against the people. Will Egypt remain stable for the foreseeable future? Yeah. Can it continue going on like this? Absolutely not. By May 2024, if there is no solution for the funding gap, that's it. It's just game over. It's state bankruptcy at this point.
Lexicon, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi. Yeah, I wanted to ask about Sudan, not Egypt. So people probably remember, I want to ask about the street or the Maidan, because like in Maidan in Ukraine, we had the government, we had the opposition, we had the Americans and the EU and so on, talking with the opposition and the government. But we had the Maidan, we had what some sociologists call the street. And I wondered what you know about, as you know, through the thick and thin of COVID, the students and allies and huge numbers of people were really pushing this government, of course, to hold new elections, to make some kind of transition, what we call it, organization. And of course, what they pushed for was that the military not have a part in that commission, I guess it was called. And of course, the military continued to refuse. So now, if I listen to BBC or something, we just got the government, the opposition, or the army and the RSF. But what happened to the street? So I just wondered how, I guess they're just battening down the hatches. But anyway, what do you know, Em, about that movement and where it might be lurking now? Thanks.
Yeah, it's called the تجمع المهن النقابية or something like that, which translates to the coalition of the professional syndicates, engineers, doctors, all professional syndicates, and student movements as well. The movement took off, and it pressured the army into forcing al-Bashir to step down. And steps were taken, and a transitional civilian government came into place. Now, there were two roads. The first road was for the civilian transitional government to assume power and start a reform process that would lead to a peaceful transition of power and a peaceful democratic transition. General al-Burhan, the commander of the Sudanese armed forces, was part of that process, but at some point he realized that if he delivers al-Bashir to the international court, criminal court, he will be next. Al-Burhan and Hamidati, both of them fought in Darfur, and both of them at least oversaw war crimes. So he knew that he was next. So he wanted to secure his own neck. And therefore, he actually built a very fragile alliance with Hamidati, saying that we should stick together and push over the civilian government and push them out of the equation, take matters into our own hand, and then take time to build a parallel structure that will bring in civilians who more or less were part of Hizb al-Mu'tamar al-Sha'bi, or the National Conference Party that was led by al-Bashir, to make sure that nothing happens to us. The Americans knew that, everyone knew that, and they didn't accept it. But eventually, al-Burhan and Hamidati, both of them, conducted a coup against the civilian transitional government and arrested Prime Minister Hamdouk and kept him under house arrest. And then their regional supporters right now are fighting over something else. So it seems that the United Arab Emirates is fighting over the control of the gold mines, whereas the government of Saudi Arabia is fighting over the actual control of the entire country, focused on the reconstruction contracts. So this is a very short summary of why we are here today and where we are. And now Hamidati himself is claiming that he is fighting against the Sudanese armed forces because al-Burhan is trying to bring back officials from the former regime of al-Bashir in control or in power. So the thing that he agreed to initially, and the thing that he was working towards initially in an alliance with al-Burhan, is now what he is using against al-Burhan and claiming to be fighting against. Hamidati in the very beginning was part of that coup against Hamdouk, was part of that coup against the Sudanese civil factions and was part of the agreement of propping up second echelon or third echelon civilians from the Hizb al-Mu'tamar al-Shabi, or the National Public Council Party, blah blah blah, to make sure that he also save his head. So he's going all in now, and he has support. But the reasons for it and the messaging that he's been communicating to the world, that I am doing this because I want to see a democratic transition. I'm doing this because Al-Burhan wants to bring back al-Bashir officials into power. I'm doing this because I want to give Sudan back to the Sudanese people and ensure a civilian-led government and a democratic transition. I don't know. He was party to that coup initially, and now he is claiming to be fighting that. So that's all I can say about it.
Yeah.
Lexicon, you have a follow-up.
Well, just thinking, when you compare it with Maidan, the street in that case clearly had to face a far less vicious, armed. I mean, it's bad enough that what were the Berkut, that the snipers and so on. It was bad enough the killing that went on, but I mean, it looks like in Sudan for the civil society, well, they never had a chance in a sense. I mean, I thought that the world was just staggered looking at their amazing movement and how they insisted, no, the military does not belong on this new constitutional commission and arrangements and so on. And they insisted, but clearly you had to, one is in civil society, I imagine there have to be decisions taken about how much one allies with one or other organized force to prevent being slaughtered. And anyway, it just requires extremely sophisticated strategic opposition to win out when you're faced with this kind of armed state and groups. And it makes us realize that it's been really tough in Ukraine and it's not over yet, but the street in Ukraine, which did it over years, but had a far, let's say, more hopeful or positive setting in which to work and to overthrow the government. Thanks a lot.
Well, the comment on that is simple. So Sudan is primarily a tribal society, and you don't change a tribal society overnight. The Sudanese civil movement there faced a lot of repression, and a lot of people died. And the army and the police used force to disperse demonstrations, and they fired upon civilian protesters, unarmed civilian protesters. But the pressure by the international community was enough to convince the army to let go of al-Bashir, because the economic situation in Sudan was worsening. And the carrot that was dangled was removing Sudan from the state sponsors of terrorism list, which would open the way for international funding to alleviate the economic crisis there. However, part of the equation is that the Sudanese police and the Sudanese armed forces could not continue firing upon the civilians because most of them come from prominent families and prominent tribes. So it's not really the rule of law that was governing their actions there. If you go to Sudan, Sudan is basically Cairo 1940. It's calm, it's quiet. It looks exactly like Cairo 1940 under, King Farouk first. They know that if you kill someone from that family, that family is going to go after your family. And they and we have that here also in Upper Egypt. If you kill someone from a prominent family, the other family is going to go after your, seventh father, seventh grandfather, seventh uncle, seventh son, seventh niece, seventh cousin. No, not the nieces, cousin's nephew. You kill one man, we kill 7 men of every generation of yours. So they knew that they couldn't continue going on doing that, and therefore they had to let al-Bashir go. So as much as I like to say that we have a lot in common as human beings and we share the same dreams and the same aspirations, the reality of every single country is different due to history, sociology, anthropology, religion, culture, and so on and so forth.
You don't need to justify it. Let's just say it.
Well, absolutely. But
They
I'm
have
not.
failed. They have failed to arrive at the 21st century.
They did, but you know what? But because they're just very, very laid back. One of my meditation techniques when everything gets too overwhelming is that I switch on Sudanese television and watch their programming. It's beautiful. It's like you're back in 1940.
But it's also fair to say that, for example, the Marxists amongst them were radically more vile than even the tribesmen from certain areas. And they instituted industrialized genocide, which is why we had this little conflict for a little while, right?
Yes, and every single approach failed with Sudan after the rise of al-Bashir and his arch nemesis and his ally Hassan al-Turabi. I could go on and on and on and on about the history of Sudan and explain exactly why it got here, but there is no point. Going forward, however, is a completely different story. But since you don't have tools on the ground to affect change, therefore you don't have tools on the ground to affect the security that you need in order to ensure a proper civilian-led democratic transition. Not that I don't want a proper civilian-led democratic transition. I'm just saying that the reality of things deny that. How do you change them? You change the reality of things. And it seems that one Gulf country is now hell-bent on doing so under the banner of defending democracy. So it's all beyond reason and
How
politics.
democratic is that friend of Russia, that Gulf country?
Buying Chinese spying technology, buying Israeli spying technology. People there, they don't have a parliament, they don't have anything. They have oil. That's all.
That sounds awfully democratic, doesn't it?
That is
Sorry.
what is.
No, let me fix this for you. That sounds awful. Period. Undemocratic.
Funnily enough, United States government officials know that all of Hamidati's money goes through Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and they're not doing anything. They are sanctioning people related to Hezbollah. Good. They're sanctioning people related to Iran. Good. No one is talking to the Emiratis about their behavior with the Russians. No one is talking to the Emiratis about their behavior in Sudan. No one is talking to the Emiratis about their behavior in Libya. No one is talking to the Emiratis about supplying drones to the Ethiopians, which they used to bomb, supposedly a freedom fighter movement that wanted, certain political concessions for the ethnic minorities it represents. It's all cynical at this point. It's all cynical. Everyone's like playing Twitter diplomacy. What can I say?
Is Sudan an entry point in Africa for Russian influence? I know Wagner is already there, but is it an entry point for more than Wagner, for Russian influence?
Of course. The Russians have their eyes on Port Sudan. They want a naval port there, and they want a military presence in Port Sudan.
World peace. Go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, gentlemen, wherever you are. I appreciate these every single day spaces. We've been having these great conversations for almost a year now. And I do appreciate each and every one of you. As you all know, I live in San Francisco. I noticed there's a lot of attention on Ukraine and Russia and how people are dying there and all that. I agree we need to get the Russians out of Ukraine. I agree we should send Ukraine some money. Maybe not as much as we did, but definitely we need to send them some money to help cover the cost of defending their homeland from Russian invaders. I'd like to take a second to talk about the other.
You do understand that Ukraine has not been sent much money, right?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Do
Actually,
you understand this?
Thank you,
Okay,
Axel. Thank you.
inshallah.
So, I'd like to, maybe take 2 seconds
So
to
if it has been
acknowledge
very
the
little, it has been only
genocide.
some money. Sorry, if this
Thank
has
you,
only been
Axel. I
some money.
apologize. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. Thank you,
Yes, you're
Axel.
wrong. I'm just
I
trying
would
to
like
help you
to
there.
take a
Do you
second to
understand?
acknowledge
Before you
the.
take a second,
Please stop
can you just
interrupting,
acknowledge
Axel.
the fact?
Honestly, your English is horrible. You need to stop interrupting people. Thank you.
My
I would like
what?
to say that
That is
there
delightful.
are thousands.
Shall we do this in British English, mate? Because you're evidently neither qualified to speak any.
He suffered some audio difficulties here, Axel.
We're so sorry for him. I was just
Well,
trying to highlight. This is the 4th time we had him on where he was doing this. It's so special, is it not?
well, MriyaReport is a civil space, and when there's incivility, we take action.
Alan Axel, with all due respect, I want to deconstruct this, so I'll have one go at him. Thank you.
Okay, we'll give you one go, Em.
World, please go ahead.
I apologize. Let me finish really quick. Axel's probably right. Axel's probably right. But let me finish because I don't interrupt anybody.
Hang on. Don't address Axel. Don't address anyone. You're talking to me now. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All the other stuff, water under the bridge. I care about what's happening in Ukraine and in Russia because women and children are dying, and women and children should not be dying. They should be safe. So what is happening is an absolute humanitarian crisis. I just want to bring, because you guys are the experts, you have more information than me. I'm currently dealing with a genocide in my own country right now. In San Francisco, 3,000 people have died from fentanyl, and it's a form of chemical warfare. And I want to pass the talking stick, but I just want to say every day I'm tripping over dead bodies. There's so many people dying right now, and I feel like I've been, MriyaReport is one of the few places I can actually get some intelligence on the situation. I'm a young guy, Axel. I didn't mean anything, but you guys have a great day.
Yeah. So your problem right now is the fentanyl crisis in the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. You can take that with your elected officials. That's number one. Number two, you can discuss it on a space that discusses American domestic issues. This space is dedicated to discussing Ukraine. And when global politics or geopolitics or developments are discussed, they're usually discussed in relation to the Russian illegal invasion in Ukraine. It's not really a humanitarian crisis per se, because a humanitarian crisis happens when you get a tornado, when you get an earthquake, some force majeure event. But when a criminal country illegally invades a sovereign nation after it has unleashed or after it had unleashed proxy warfare and hybrid warfare against it for 8 years, to force it to continue to be a satellite in its orbit, that's a crime. It's not really a humanitarian crisis per se, because it's a manufactured crisis, and you're not sending Ukraine a lot of money. If you're worried about fentanyl, then you have to be worried about the People's Republic of China, and you have to be worried about the global and international drug smuggling networks that operate in the shadows and operate supported by some rogue governments and non-state actors and so on and so forth. So while I appreciate your concern, and I have never heard of someone walking over dead bodies in San Francisco, I know that there's a problem there, and I know that you get feces and you get injection, like you can see needles on the and homeless people and what have you. That's amazing. It has nothing to do with Ukraine, and the amount of money being sent to Ukraine is not really that large.
Well, thanks for having me, and I didn't mean to distract, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak. And you
You're
guys have
more
a
than
blessed
welcome.
day, and I will
You're
continue to
more than welcome.
listen. And Axel,
Please
you have a
do.
good day too. I have no hard feelings against any of you. Thank you.
Our pleasure. All right. So Back to you, Alan, and thank you, Axel.
Thank you, Em. And on to Duke.
Good evening to you all. Thank you to Em to explaining a little bit about the situation in Sudan. It's difficult to get a grasp on, and man, with a lot of actors involved. It's so difficult to who is who and why is everybody fighting to each other. That remind me, by the way, of a conversation I had in 1975. I was talking to a guy from Saudi Arabia and a guy from Khartoum, sorry, and they were staying at one floor in a house because they were studying for Philips in the Netherlands, Hilversum. They endured each other during that time, but they say as soon as the moment they were back home, they will be enemies again. And yeah, that battled my mind being 15, 16, and it still does. But what I also want to say about hypocrisy, I'm thinking about FIFA. I like soccer, nice game, and but if I see everything that's going about, and I'm thinking about the next game that is also under the umbrella of FIFA, it must be a hit, I think. And about update on the news, I heard some rumors also of two ammunition depots in Russia on fire. I saw some little videos. Don't ask me about the town, but something with Novo. But yeah, it's Russian, it's probably. But all of the news in Holland is the spy activity of Russia, especially around our new solar and wind parks at sea. They spotted also by Norwegian
Did Duke lose audio, or did I lose audio? I can't hear him.
I can hear you loud and clear, Alan, and Duke dropped for me.
Yeah, he probably received a phone call. Well, regarding the enemies of today, allies of tomorrow, allies of today, enemies of tomorrow, one more point to add about what's happening in Sudan is that Al Burhan is considered of a different ethnicity than Hamidati. Hamidati is a nomad, he's a tribesman. They roam the deserts, whereas Al Burhan comes from a family that settled around the Nile in Sudan, immigrating from the Arabian Peninsula. That's probably why he has the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whereas Hamidati has the support of the government of the United Arab Emirates, since he is more or less reflective of their Bedouin culture. As for Poland, I haven't been keeping up with that. So if Alan, Axel, if anyone knows anything about Poland, then they can comment. Please go ahead.
I just returned to my desk. What is the question about Poland?
Russian spying activities in Poland.
Yes, the Poles detected a variety of SIGINT and HUBINT, and they actually got rid of a number of spies yet again.
But Duke, I'm trying to add you. I can see you requesting, but it wouldn't let me add you. So if you can leave the space and close the Twitter app and then relaunch it and join us again and request again, we'll be more than happy to have you back.
I may have just added him. Meanwhile, we can go to Armadillo Fellow.
Hey guys,
Let me just start out and say, let's see, Axel, I have no hard feelings against you, man. That was just one of the funniest exchanges. Well, funny in a sad way, though. I mean, that was pitiful on his half. Love the space. Oh, and I mean, your English is better than many Americans' English. So, I mean, I'm sure you know that. I don't need to tell you that, but hey, I'm saying it anyway. So, love the space. And I have not been able to check in for a few days because I've just been really busy here. But I would like to hear about Rubige unit. Okay, and I'll just pop on the mute here.
Well, the best person to learn about the Rubige Rapid Response Unit, the best person to learn about this unit from is Verlaine. She's not with us right now, but you can make a generous contribution to the Rubige unit just by going up into the nest and following the very first tweet. They are especially looking for drones and reconnaissance drones and for radio communications. And any generous contribution would be much appreciated, especially now, because we don't know exactly when the Ukrainian counteroffensive is coming. It's an urgent moment on the battlefield. As Chuck Farrow likes to say, Act 3 is about to unfold. And he thinks it's a 4-act war, could be a 5-act war. But Act 3 is about to unfold, and therefore all your contributions are urgently needed to help the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. They have a lot of drone operators who are real specialists. Verlaine has promised to bring some of those operators to us, and I'm sure she will this week or this month if time allows, if assignments allow. Because we're raising money for the Rubige unit from now until April 30th. I can't tell you much more about them. They're 1,000 strong. They need everything. I can only tell you that the name of the unit, Rubige, comes from their 70-day defense of Rubizhnya earlier in the war. And that's where they take their name from. It's where they take their pride from. But they are also proud defenders, obviously, of Ukrainian freedom. Axel, did I kind of cover that?
Very nice. And the cool thing about the Rubige unit is that, as such, the unit has been in existence since the beginning of 2015, and they've been fighting since the most recent and full-scale invasion in every single battle in the East you can imagine in recent months. So if you look back at, by the way, Rubizhne, which is where they got their most recent name, most recent because the long form name of the Rapid Response Unit, what's it, number 4? It's just too bloody long. But they were called Rubizhne or Rubige Unit because they were defending Rubizhne in those days. Were fighting in Severodonetsk, they were in Lysychansk, they were in Kremina, they went to Popasna right at the beginning when the fighting withdrawal was ordered. First, the Ukraine troops had to make a stand. And as a rapid response unit goes, they are always being sent where things are happening. And that's their task. So they're now reconstituting, as in expanding their coverage, their allied battalions. And those have to be equipped with every single piece of kit you can imagine. Whilst the lethal components are obviously covered, there's a lot of additional kit, which is extremely helpful and very worthy to them. And this is what we're trying to help. There you go.
We have a. Sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say thank you, Axel, and go back to you, M, and then on to Aaron. M.
Yeah, we have a quick update regarding the meteor slash satellite. So, according to the last calculations, this is done by the Egyptian National Astronomical and Geophysical Sciences Research Center. So, according to that, it seems that the satellite will be falling in 1 hour and 36 minutes at longitude 126, latitude 26, which will be the East China Sea. So it seems that the video from Kiev is basically a meteor, not the satellite.
A meteor and a sign. Aaron, go ahead, please.
And the rest falls into the South China Sea.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
I was just wondering how long till the next Ramstein meeting. It seems to me that anyone who has an idea about airframes and air forces realise that, you know, from talking to Doman at night, the main thing is they need a long-range missile for a plane to keep the Russian Air Force just at bay. Not air superiority, but just to keep them back. And it seems like whether it be F-16 or Eurofighter with the Meteor, everyone acknowledges this, but nothing's really happening. One theory that I've got is that America wants Europe to lead, and they're happy to support, but they don't want to really be the one saying, we're giving F-16s. My question is, Axel said, I think it was Denmark or Finland had F-16s to give.
Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands.
Yeah. So do you think at the next Ramstein meeting we may get, because that, even if it's all supported by the Americans,
I can help.
At least you've got,
Aaron,
you've got leading from the,
Okay.
yes, please.
Yes, we spoke to Jakob Karsborg, the former deputy head of military intelligence in Denmark, and he highlighted yet again that after the speech, there's a visit of the then defense minister of Denmark in Odessa most recently, where he made that speech, and he's a very serious man. He's been serving in very serious environments beforehand, also in government, and where he made a very, very specific statement that Denmark expects to have a solution, as they call it, have a solution for the F-16s before summer. Before summer is connotational in Denmark before the summer break, which happens before what we have in Northern Europe, the summer solstice. That would mean in most of Northern Europe before the middle, or in this case 23rd in Estonia, but I think it's 22nd in Denmark. Sorry, 24th in Denmark. The summer solstice. Therefore, before people, focus on matters which are more pertaining to how they believe they should spend their summer.
What month? Sorry, 23rd, 24th.
June.
Thanks.
June. So what this coincides with is that the rhythm of the Ramstein meetings will lead us to have another one in late May. So you should expect to see the decision being communicated around that time, because otherwise they can't be implemented. And if the Danish defense minister says that something is being planned for that time frame, I'd say this is as close to taking it to the bank.
That sounds very promising. Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, Aaron, and thank you for your question. M, go ahead.
Right. So I would like to thank our listeners who interacted after Mr. World Peace very lovely appearance. Just a kind reminder, please do not post anything to the nest without requesting the approval of the co-hosts. Again, our beloved Mr. World Listener was basically fundraising for some cause, so that's a big no-no. So I guess he's done for tonight, and he might be done for good after the way he spoke to Axel and after trying to make it sound as if the United States is sending a lot to Ukraine that's preventing it from tackling domestic issues, which is a complete fallacy. And with that said, I would like to bid you all good night. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Axel, Nick, Peter, Lexicon, Armadillo, Aaron, all our listeners. Heather will be up shortly and she will be co hosting next to Alan. So good night, everyone, and see you again soon.
Good night, Em, and thank you for helping us understand what's happening in Sudan. And thank you, as always, for your excellent co-hosting. Really appreciate it. Just one reminder, when we swear on this space, we no longer say, pardon my French. We say, pardon my Frisian.
I'll take that into consideration the next time. Hopefully, I've been trying to stop swearing, but here we are. Here we are.
No,
you can always do this in either proper Coptic, old school, or Arabic. How about it?
No, I wouldn't do that. Cussing in Arabic sounds more vile than cussing in English or French. So no, I'll refrain from doing that.
Swear all you want. Just say, pardon my Frisian. And thanks to Axel, I am a better English speaker than ever before. Honestly.
Yeah, I'm sure he's just jealous of his of his English accent. So, yeah. Well, all right. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you, Axel. Good night.
But with this, I also shall all bid you good night because it's absolutely high time. If my friend close to the pyramids does this, that's good advice.
Good night, Axel. Thank you for all of your time today. A spectacular interview this afternoon. And just a Dutch guy. Just a Dutch guy. Go ahead, please.
Well, just a little joke. So as half a Frisian, I take offense of that. Just saying. And yeah, thanks for hosting and goeie jong.
Are you speaking Frisian? You're speaking Dutch, right?
No, I was literally saying good evening in Frisian.
Unfortunately, Axel, perhaps our only other Frisian speaker, has dropped down.
Does anyone have a weather report for Ukraine?
Mr. M is also a speaker, or a speaker of Frisian. I think he was certainly writing it quite.
My bad, sorry.
Was I saying Mr. M is our regular contributor and occasional co-host, Mr. M, who is Dutch, but he certainly, spreekt een aardig mondje Fries, as they say.
So weather in Ukraine, we'll bring you a weather report within minutes. And Prince, that is a heck of a way to introduce yourself as co-host, to mute everyone.
Are we waiting on hands, or should I just go ahead and speak?
Well, let's see.
I didn't see any hands up, and I didn't hear anyone speaking. So I'm just curious. Do we have a weather report on Ukraine, current, and maybe what the forecast is for the next 10 days?
Yeah, Armadillo, can you hear me?
Armadillo, can you hear Alan?
I couldn't hear anyone. No, sorry. Maybe I need to recycle.
Yeah,
okay.
Alan was talking.
I'll recycle.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry, guys.
That's okay. You know what I've learned from Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I have learned better English from Axel also. And I truly appreciate it because he says appreciate instead of appreciate. He says it totally different than I do, but I always appreciate hearing him say it. And I just, a way to start out the day. How are you today, Alan?
I'm doing well, Prince, and thank you for asking. We'll wait on the weather report from Ukraine until Armadillo comes back up. But weather, obviously, is important because it can very well determine what the step-off day for a spring counteroffensive might be. Nick, go ahead.
I thought I'd go and look up the weather forecast, and I looked up Donetsk, and it's sufficiently generic that I suspect it will probably. The weather itself is sufficiently generic that I suspect that there won't be anything spectacularly different across the front, although obviously they'll be looking at the local weather hour by hour as things move on. But basically, for the next week, daily highs between 10 and 18 Celsius, so 50 to 64 Fahrenheit. Nighttime lows 4 or 5 degrees above freezing, so low 40s in Fahrenheit, and a sort of lots of cloud, hourly precipitation chance about 60%, so probably, I guess, drizzly. So kind of nothing weather really. Sort of, yeah, spring weather north of the 45th parallel in Europe. Wet, not particularly warm, some precipitation, kind of miserable really. Not beach weather, but not cold and crisp either. So yeah, meh weather, it looks like. Again, I'm sure at an operational level they will be looking at much, when's there going to be perhaps a cloud burst, but it looks like kind of standard Northern European April weather really.
Yeah, moist, somewhat wet. It's springtime. Not a lot of sun or wind to dry out the countryside. But everyone's watching the weather in Ukraine. Not just us. Obviously, the war planners in Ukraine are watching the weather too, and it's a big country. I mean, the weather in Kherson is not the weather in Kharkiv.
True, but the fighting area is not all that big. I will go and look up Kherson. I think between Kherson and Donetsk, that would cover most of it. Certainly in terms of the forecast looking a week ahead, which obviously on the day all kinds of things can happen over a 300-kilometer area. I'm just looking now. Light rain showers and light winds, light rain showers and a gentle breeze. So pretty much the same. Light rain showers and a gentle breeze. And the first day that doesn't have a rain percentage of above 10 is Tuesday in Kherson and Wednesday in Donetsk. But even then, that's not a sustained dry period. So, and yeah, we're getting 4 and 5 and 6 days out, at which point you start to discount quite heavily you don't start making particularly strategic decisions. So yeah, normal Northern European spring weather, nothing very exciting. Certainly not certainly not a week without rain and a few winds, and maybe the ground will dry out.
Yeah, I don't think clear weather is really on the way until May. It looks like rain, more or less, or rain and cloudy skies, drizzle throughout most of the remaining days of April. I think that's what it looks like to me, Nick. So April showers will bring. Let's see. How would I change that? That old poem. April showers bring May flowers. April showers bring May Ukrainian power. Something like that, maybe, Prince.
Peonies. I don't know. I don't know. Because don't they say it's peonies when it's some kind of flower when the artillery bursts out and it creates this pattern that's actually beautiful. I can't remember what they call that. So
I don't know, but it is beautiful. Peonies, however, don't bloom until June or July, where I live. But I do want to welcome you up, Prince, as co-host. We'll be here for a few hours tonight, here in North American time. It's about 7:30 on the East Coast in the United States, and so it's about 4:30 on the West Coast.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I am giggling at Igor Smeletsky. Sorry, Victoria, I see you there. I know I just butchered the pronunciation of that name, but he is the head of Ukroposhta. And with this meteorite or piece of satellite, which it sounds more and more like it was a meteorite that went flying by and has caused this stir, we have seen all kinds of wonderful memes. And there's a wonderful new piece of art that has emerged in the short period of time since that happened. That is a spaceship with imagine the postage stamp with the Russian warship, go yourself. Well, this is the same soldier standing there with his finger saluting the spaceship. And it is absolutely hilarious. And what he said about it is, we're preparing stamps for a counteroffensive, but we have to make a new unplanned one. So I don't know if he's serious, but if they make a stamp with the alien ship and the Ukrainian soldier, I am just going to laugh hysterically. They are doing such a good job with these stamps. They're always coming up with something new and always coming out with something new, and it's just amazing. It's just amazing. The humor of the Ukrainians through some of the darkest days, is just amazing. And we'll talk in a little while. I looked at I heard about some pretty dark stuff today, but we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, Ukraine Poshta could make me a stamp collector again. I love some of their stamps. But the stamp I want the most is the Malcolm Nance stamp. Honestly, after the Moskva stamp and the Snake Island stamp, that's the stamp I want the most. True. Go ahead, please.
Hi guys, Alan, check your direct messages. I've sent you the weather from our local weather provider. It's the weather in Bakhmut. Till the end of May, there will be rain. So no dry weather. And those meme with the spaceship, you have it too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, True, for the weather report. Really appreciate it. And someone sent me the way to complete my poem. April showers bring May HIMARS. Not a perfect rhyme, doesn't have to be, but I like it.
Well, Alan, I did just actually put up in the nest a screenshot that I took of his Telegram message, giving him total credit in my tweet. But just so everybody else can maybe enjoy the giggle that I just got there. So I just wanted to say I threw that up in the nest. We won't leave it up for very long, I'm sure, but it's a good giggle. And I see M popped up. M, I appreciate you and popping up to fill in a little bit of time today, which ended up to be a little bit longer, which is fine. I think the conversation was very good. So I appreciate you very much. What do you have for us now?
Thank you, Heather. I was just going to tell Alan it doesn't need to rhyme. You can just call it a haiku.
Exactly right. Or just call it free verse. Because we are all about more freedom, whether we're writing poetry or defending Ukraine. Free verse. Justa, and I can't see the rest of your name, Justa, but you probably know who you are. Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry, I was juggling with my Bluetooth device. It's just a Dutch guy. So another very important thing that you have to take a look at for the weather this season is, according to the KNMI, and my family and I, we sail. So we take. I mean, it's a bit of a gamble with long weather predictions, but something very important is going on, and that is that the possibility that there is a very strong El Nino this year. So I think it would be prudent, if this is the fact, that you check the history of 2016 and 1998 for the weather patterns in Ukraine, and maybe get another couple of El Nino years, particularly strong El Nino years, and take an average from that. I think that that's what I would like to add.
Thank you, just a Dutch guy. Yeah, El Nino and La Nina are weather patterns that occur off the South American coast in the Pacific, as I recall, and they affect weather patterns worldwide. They can bring more rain and snow to North America. What they do in Ukraine, I don't know. It seems far, far away from those weather patterns. Nick, do you know about La Nina and El Nino?
Only because I, just for people who didn't quite catch what just the Dutch guy said, where he got the information from, KNMI is the Dutch National Meteorological Institute. We don't talk about those phenomena much on European weather forecasts. I only know what they are because for a year in the early 90s, I didn't have any British television. And the main source of news, TV news I had was Dan Rather's CBS News show. And it became, I discovered that it was obligatory for either El Nino or less often La Nina to be mentioned at least 9 times in every half-hour national news broadcast. So clearly it's a big deal for Americans, but I don't think that it's regarded as a huge influence or having a huge effect on continental European weather. And certainly it's not something that figures in news, in weather forecast discussions very much. I mean, I don't even know. One of them makes it a bit colder, and one of them makes it a bit warmer, and one of them makes it rain a bit more, and one of them makes it rain a bit less. But I don't think in any case that it might be of interest, for example, for the harvest, but I don't think that the effect of weather on military strategy, I think, is rather more of a tactical thing. So I would be surprised if El Nino in the Pacific is going to be figuring too much into the calculations of Ukrainian commanders as to whether they're going to be starting the offensive next week or the week after. But I'm sure if you're at sea, I'm sure it's a big deal. But it's just not something that, I mean, I'm sure the professional weather forecasters work on it, and it helps them refine their sort of thoughts about how much precipitation there'll be in 2 weeks, but I just don't have the impression that that knowledge by itself is something that's going to be affecting any particular command decision.
Well, for just to answer that, it does have a lot of influence, even in Europe. I remember, for instance, 1998, we had a summer full of rain. It was a particular strong El Nino year back then, and I remember I had a terrible summer on my bicycle route, on my bicycle trip to Paris, and it was nothing but rain. And only late in the late summer it cleared up in 2016. I was out during those El Nino years, and let me tell you, it brought way more wet weather in northwestern Europe, to be fair. But I am convinced it will have an effect. But let's hope it dries up.
Well, yeah, except last year we had, for the last 2 or 3 years, we've had major droughts up to and including the Rhine practically becoming not navigable. So actually, I mean, apart from anything else, I don't particularly see that a slightly wetter summer by summer standards is that much of a problem, unless we're saying that the kind of traditional early April mud, whose name I have forgotten in Ukraine, unless we're saying that that's going to suddenly appear in July. I think the effect size of El Nino in terms of total precipitation across the whole of a summer season is not likely to affect military calculations. That's all I'm saying. Maybe there will be some wet summer days, but it really, I just don't see it being a kind of factor. And in any case, what are they going to do about it? Are they going to not are they going to not launch an initiative? The weather is just part of the background of the situation. You look to choose the best day out of the coming week, but you can't put it off for 6 months because you think you're going to have a wet summer. So you just have to choose it and have a look and trust the forecasters. And I imagine they'll be getting the very best information from KNME. And actually, that's interesting. Does anyone know? Would NATO or the US military have their own completely parallel forecasting capability, or would they go with civilian forecasts, or would they have people posted within those organizations? How does
Lost your audio there, Nick. I do know that before D-Day, the U.S. military had its own weather forecasters, and they still do today.
It's just that these are very big and expensive computers. I pressed for some reason I pressed my mute button 3 seconds before I finished speaking. I was going to say maybe Raven knows.
So I know the military has its own meteorologist. I'm pretty sure, though, that they're probably getting their global weather data from the NOAA satellites. It just seems stupid to have a parallel set of satellites, weather balloons and everything, even if the military forecasters are looking at slightly different parameters when they're forecasting their operations. For the El Nino, La Nina, I think it's La Nina where the deep, very cold water wells up off the coast of Chile and then affects global weather patterns. But I don't know how much of an effect it'll have in Ukraine, because I think that Great Eurasian Black Sea would probably have more of a local impact, than the Pacific thousands of miles away.
Yeah, I just don't know how it could possibly affect Ukraine. Armadillo, go ahead.
So I was just trying to catch up on some of the news, and while I was just breezing through here, I saw that Zelensky made a visit to the border, and the way the story, the way a few news outlets present the story, they're like, oh, he's inspecting his troops in preparation for, some invasion from Belarus now. Is there? Are we seeing any other signals that would indicate that there's any reality to that, because I think when, this has been looked at before, it was just like, well, Belarus doesn't really have the capability to do this themselves. And, Russia's already been slapped, punched, kicked back pretty viciously from Kiev, rather. So I don't know. Does anyone have any thoughts or opinions or perspectives on that?
Yeah, Armadillo. There's no indication that that any invasion is coming in from Belarus. Zelensky met with Polish military officers where the Polish, Belarusian, and Ukrainian borders meet. It was a working trip, and Ukraine actually has adequately strengthened its border defense, pointing into Belarus. Of course, it's manned; it has to be, because there is that threat. But this was simply another working trip of President Zelensky. The more important trip he took was to the front lines in Avdiivka yesterday, where he met with Ukrainian defenders. And that tells you something, that the situation in Avdiivka has been controlled by Ukrainian defenders. And it also tells you about President Zelensky's courage and commitment to Ukrainian soldiers. He meets them on the battlefield. He meets them just a few kilometers from where they fight and from where they kill Russians. This is a courageous wartime leader, the like of which we have not seen in, you tell me. I mean, maybe since Churchill, maybe since FDR, so 70 years, maybe since Abraham Lincoln. I don't know. Raver, and then Nick. Raver.
Yeah, so, Ukraine's got to keep a few brigades on the border with Belarus because Belarus exists and it has an army. But I think we need to give Lukashenko some credit for being rather deft in keeping Putin from completely co-opting him and forcing Belarus to fight. It's been some pretty neat maneuvering on Lukashenko's part to stay out of the war as much as he has. As for wartime leaders, was it King Hussein of Jordan? I think is the last living warrior king. Churchill famously visited the front. His personal courage was never in doubt. War, whatnot. So yeah, Zelensky's a rare bird. We're glad the world has him and Ukraine has him, and it's our need.
Yeah, I totally agree, Raver. Nick.
It seems like maybe Belarus will attack Ukraine, or maybe there'll be an attack from Belarus into Ukraine, is a kind of monthly thing that comes up when news is a bit slow. The border, the Belarus-Ukraine border, is 500, 600 kilometers long, and the western half of it is basically marshes as it gets over to the Polish border. So this sort of breathless idea that Belarus are going to send a few armored divisions to go as far as Lviv and cut off the road and rail links in from Zhusov and the west is just a complete non-starter. The US and NATO intelligence will pick up any troop movements, and you just can't drive through there. There just aren't the roads or the capability to have any sort of advanced warfare. They would just get their asses kicked, and Lukashenko, I think, has enough problems to deal with among his own population. I agree with Raver. I think Lukashenko has actually, within the context, has actually done a pretty good job of staying in power, with, on the one hand, the West, on the other hand, Putin, constantly trying to get him to do stuff. I won't go as far as saying I admire him, but you've got to hand it to the guy. He's kept himself there. He's kept himself there. He's not lost, as far as I know, a single soldier, and he's still in power. So on his own terms, he's doing pretty well.
You know, there are Belarusians fighting as volunteers for Ukraine in Ukraine. You know, Lukashenko, I don't think has quite the expertise of dictators during the Second World War. I'm thinking of Salazar in Portugal and Franco in Spain. They kept their out of the Second World War. I think Lukashenko knows if he were to take an active or a more active part in this war, he's already taken an active part. But if he were to take a more active part and commit Belarusian soldiers to an attack against Ukraine, some of those soldiers would turn against him. Most of them would refuse to fight. And those who did attempt to cross the border would be entering kill zones that Ukrainians have prepared for, you know, the last 400 days. And secondly, the Russian forces inside Belarus who were training there, they've all been taken out of Belarus and swung around to Luhansk and Donetsk. They're not there anymore. I don't think there are any significant Russian forces training inside Belarus anymore, and no nuclear weapons, by the way, have arrived in Belarus. This is something that Putin said a few weeks ago he was intending to do. Raver, go ahead.
So can I change the topic just a little bit?
Go for it.
So how many of you have seen the picture of the Challenger 2 in Ukrainian digital camouflage? It looks gorgeous, but it begs a math question. If anybody here wants to talk tanks for a wee bit while I drive home, why is 3 better than 4?
I don't know. Why?
Man hours. Your T-72 has a 3-man crew, so they have 72 hours in a day to get everything done. Maintaining the tank, arming the tank, fueling the tank, driving the tank, fighting the tank, and then also finding some time to, you know, eat, relieve themselves, get some sleep, pull watches, stuff like that. A 4-man tank has 96 hours. And so they can maintain that level of crew efficiency much, much longer over a much longer time frame and harsher conditions because the workload is so much lighter individually. I think we're going to see this become a major factor in the ability of Ukraine to sustain the offensive with its Western supplied tanks. They'll be able to fight harder and longer than the Russians opposite them. Plus, the Russians have tanks that don't really reverse. So if they want to get out of Dodge, they literally have to unass and hoof it. So, yeah, seeing the picture of the Challenger tank in digital camouflage, and then there was the picture of the Bradley in digital camouflage. This is all stuff that Ukraine is releasing to build the excitement amongst us and the dread amongst the Russians.
So actually, Raver, it's 4 is better than 3. A 4-man tank crew is better than a 3-man tank crew, right?
Yeah, if I was backwards, I blame my dyslexia. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Most Western main battle tanks, I think all Western main battle tanks, have 4-man crews. Soviet, Russian tanks have 3-man crews. Daryl explained to us just the difference that makes, and it's the difference Raver is speaking to as well. Just before going to additional hands, I want to welcome up John Spencer. John, is there something you have for us? I also would love to talk to you a little bit about Bakhmut. John.
I don't see John on the speaker panel.
Okay, I see John on the speaker panel, but John just indicated he's not on the speaker panel. He's just a listener.
Yeah.
So to me, he's a ghost. Sorry about that. Sorry, John. You're not really a ghost. You're a great guy, and if you want to come up, come on up. But we'll go to Nick and then to Bearded Brit. Nick.
Yeah, no, Rainbow, I'm trying to find this photo. I'm trying to find this photo. When I put Challenger Ukraine into the Twitter search, I find a photo that apparently is actually from 2012. So it says yes, Ukraine, but it isn't what I would call digital camouflage. And then when I look for digital camouflage, I can't find anything less than a year old. So I'm wondering where this photo is to be found.
So when I have a chance, because I'm driving, I will download the photo and send it to you. And
Was
then
it
the
on
other
Twitter?
thing, yeah, it's on Twitter. That's where I found it. You might be able to find it in my likes because I wrote drool because it's absolutely gorgeous. If a camo scheme works from a visual aesthetic, Challenger 2 and Ukrainian digital camouflage definitely does that. And then Alan, the other thing I was going to say about 4 being better than 3 is the Ukrainians use a 4-tank platoon, the Russians use a 3. And so the Ukrainians also have more tactical flexibility in that they can divide up into buddy pairs, 2 sets of 2, and thus provide overwatch fire to each other. So one element can move while another element provides security, and then they can advance across terrain that way where they're never moving out from under the cover of their own guns. And then also if they happen to take a loss, well, now they're only as strong as a Russian tank platoon. So it's not as big of an impact on their ability to maintain the pace and the tempo of operations.
Yeah, very, very good point, Raver. Nick, do you want to add to the conversation, or do you just want to go with your hot mic and keyboard? Bearded Brit, you raised your hand. You've put it down, but do you have a question?
Hello, everybody. Raver, drool, I would be more moist after looking at that photo. Very, very tasty. And a couple of points. I've worked on both armored vehicles with 4-man crews and 3-man crews. Admittedly, the 3-man crew is a close reconnaissance vehicle, so the workload was a lot higher with dismounted work, but the fatigue does hit you in comparison to being within a 4-man crew. I've also worked in a 3-tank troop and a 4-tank troop, and the ability to pepper pot as a pair, almost if you're a fire team or a buddy pair in infantry, does give you more flexibility, but the 3-toed dinosaur approach does have its place as well.
Well, we're going to see how all of this unfolds sometime over the next 2, 3, 4, 6 weeks, and we all think it will unfold in the favor of Ukraine. So, Prince, you mentioned in the news you've been looking at today, you saw some dark news. Do you want to tell me about that? I'm not sure I've seen too much dark news today, but I need to know.
It wouldn't surprise me if it passed under everybody's radar. It was actually brought to my attention by our dear friend Nancy. She said, I don't have time to look at this today, but I think you would, not that I would have time, but that it would be something worth taking some time to look at. And I'll be straight up with you. I did not have a chance to watch all 4 hours and 6 minutes, but I did watch some. And what I watched was a committee meeting of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And the prosecutor general of Ukraine was there. And with him were 2 witnesses who shared their stories. The first one was a 57-year-old woman who had been kept for 5 days in a torture chamber in Kherson. She's a 57-year-old accountant, and her dream was, as she got older, to be able to moved Kherson, where more of her family was, and sort of settle down. And she ended up doing that. She opened, it sounded like sort of like a bed and breakfast. So she was sort of fulfilling her dream, living in Kherson. Of course, we know the Russians occupied Kherson, and she was under occupation for almost a year. She stayed until January. Well, she stayed until after January. But in January, the occupation, the Russians came to her house, and I'm going to switch between sources here because I have more details in another place too, because my notes aren't all that great. They came to her house in January, and they forced their way into her house, claiming that they were looking for weapons. They confiscated a map of Ukraine, the Ukrainian flag, souvenirs, magnets, images with Ukraine, a token with a yellow and blue ribbon symbolizing victims of World War II. They said those were evidence against her. She was then taken to a torture chamber and held for 5 days. During that time, they beat her. They made her strip naked. They cut her with a knife. They threatened to rape her and kill her. They took her out to a field and they beat her again. And they kept putting a handgun next to her head and shooting it as if they were executing her. They forced her to dig her own grave. After they let her loose to leave the torture chamber, she went back to her house, and her house had been completely looted. And things, including her father's medals, were gone. She was able to flee to unoccupied areas. She had a daughter she has a daughter in the United States, and she was able to, through the program the United States has, come to the United States to be with her daughter. So that is one of the stories that was heard in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee today. I think I'll stop with this one I'll stop here for right now. I will say that she is living with her daughter here in the United States, and she's very thankful for that. But she really wants to go back to Ukraine and really wants to be able to rebuild her life. But she is sure her house is gone. She is still, she's from the area that is still occupied in Kherson. So going back now wouldn't be an option. There were more stories from witnesses, but I think I'll pause here and see if anybody has any questions or wants to say anything.
Well, I was just going to say, Prince, that that all Ukrainians who are refugees in Europe or in the United States or elsewhere in the world, they all want to go back to Ukraine and rebuild their nation. And this is an important hearing and at the House Foreign Affairs Committee held today. But it's also important to note that the U.S. Department of Justice, under direction of Attorney General Merrick Garland, has assigned war crimes investigators to Ukraine to help Ukraine investigate more than 65,000 individual reports of war crimes.
Excuse me, Alan. I can edit that number for you. It's over 80,000.
Over 80,000.
Sorry.
No, Thank you. It's important to be up to date. Raver, go ahead, please.
So that hearing, I didn't even know about it until Heather started talking about it. But that's a massive shot across the bow to Russia, because any hope that Russia had the GOP-controlled House was going to lead to things drying up for Ukraine just got shot down, because the Republicans control the agenda in the House, and if they're holding hearings on Ukraine at that level, bipartisan support for Ukraine remains strong.
That's a
Very much so.
very
Sorry.
good comment, Raver. Prince, Raver is absolutely right. Bipartisan support of Ukraine is strong in Congress. It's especially strong in the Senate, but it remains very strong in the House. And that's thanks for saying that, Raver. A really good point. So, Prince.
Yeah, I wonder if MGT was gnawing and gnashing her teeth and pulling her hair out. Oh, I can't stand her. She's a traitor.
Oh, I can't disagree with you there. You know, Representative McCall, who is the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee right now, he called it genocide repeatedly. And I think that's part of what this meeting was about, was to try to help other members understand that this is a genocide, and to be able to work towards the Congress encouraging or doing what they need to do to be able to call this a genocide. It's I've debated whether I should tell this story or not, and I'm not going to go into quite as much detail. But there was a story that Representative McCall told. He was in Ukraine in February, shortly before the anniversary of the war, and while he was there, the prosecutor general of Ukraine took him around to places such as Bucha, and so that he can see firsthand. He saw firsthand where the first mass grave that they found was, and you could see that he was very impacted by it. Representative McCall of Texas, Republican of Texas, relayed a story that he heard from a mother who watched her child be raped repeatedly until she had died by Wagner, and then was just thrown by the side of the road. That's not quite as much detail as he gave, but I think just that amount of detail is enough probably to make people extremely sad and extremely angry all at the same time. Because as a mother, can you imagine what kind of torture is that, to have to witness that happen to your own child? That in and of itself, I mean, what happened to the child is a war crime, and is torture, and is murder, and is a million other things. It is genocide. It is horrid. That, what happened to the child alone is horrid. But as a parent, having to watch that happen to your child is a whole different, it's a level of torture that I can't imagine. I don't have kids, but I can't imagine. I even not being a parent, I can't imagine. I know how painful and crazy that would be. It is horrid. But it's hard to see hope from something like that. But where I do find the hope is that story was relayed by a Republican congressman in the Foreign Affairs Committee today in the United States of America and was broadcast on the web so that people could see it if they watched the committee hearing. So people can't deny it. You know, people can't deny that he shared this information. And yeah, I actually have a couple more stories, but just start off with those two.
Well, we should review the number of members of Congress from the United States who have visited Ukraine and met with Zelensky and gone to Bucha and Irpin. It's growing all the time. I think most important are members of the U.S. Senate, but many members of the House have also visited Ukraine, and what they see informs them. You cannot go to Ukraine. You cannot go to Bucha or Irpin or any place on the battlefield, the former battlefield in Ukraine, and not come back to the United States and know what the right thing to do is. It's to send everything Ukraine asks for and needs. As Zelensky has quoted Churchill, give us the tools, we will finish the job. Nancy, did you sit through all 4 hours of this hearing?
No, Alan, unfortunately, I have not had the opportunity to sit today through the first hour of the hearing. And I want to thank Prince for her diligence in reviewing it. And I apologize for the background noise. And also for the details that she shared. I'll be reviewing it later tonight. But if I can get my husband to stop trying to call me on the other line, I do want to share the House resolution numbers and the Senate resolution numbers that these hearings are associated with. Because I think that's important. I think that, last year we saw many countries who have already passed resolutions formally declaring that what Russia is doing is genocide against Ukrainians. The United States has not yet done that, but they are now in hearings to do so. And I think that's important for us all to take note on. I apologize again. And the House resolution is 154, and the Senate resolution is 72. So I just want to share that information with the group as well. So Raver, I think you might want to have something to talk about in your rave for tomorrow as well. I think it's very timely.
Nancy, I maybe missed the beginning. What hearings are these that we're talking about?
Prince, can you pick it up again?
Absolutely. These are House Foreign Affairs Committee's meetings in the United States. The title of them is Exposing Putin's Crimes, Evidence of Russian War Crimes and Other Atrocities. I will put a link to a tweet into the nest that has the link to the YouTube video that I'm going to mute myself. Alan, could you go ahead and take hands while I do this?
Sure, absolutely. So it's really important for U.S. listeners to note the resolutions that are current in the House and the Senate. In the House of Representatives, it's House Resolution 154. In the Senate, it's Senate Resolution 72. Nancy, if you're still with us, can you just give us the title of these two resolutions? These are about. Tell me what they're about.
I've still got to look up the formal titles, and I'll do that now and get that for you. And I apologize. I have a family member who is going to get food for both our dogs and our cat, and had to know exactly what he was buying for the cat because, well, that's how cats are. But the House resolution number is 154, and the Senate resolution number is 72. Both of those would declare the invasion as genocide. And I'll get you the titles of those as soon as I can here.
Yeah, Nancy, I can also look them up. The important thing is that these resolutions in the House and in the Senate are about genocide. And it is important that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is identified as a genocidal invasion. So these resolutions are important. They will influence the State Department. They'll influence the administration. If they are passed, it does not mean that the United States is declaring Russia as a criminal of genocide. It does not mean that the United States is declaring this war as a genocidal war. It does mean that the United States Congress, which has some power, is declaring this war as a genocidal war. So it's highly important. Prince, are you back with me?
Yeah, I am. I put up in the nest the message that Nancy sent me this morning that has the link in it to, well, not the message, the tweet Nancy sent me this morning that has the link in it to the video where you can watch the House hearing. So then I'm going to continue a little bit. Oh, go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, and I would just note that that link is very helpful. And Razom for Ukraine, we've had them on our space before when they weren't able to open one of theirs, and they've also been very closely involved with the Helsinki Commission here in the United States and those hearings that were held last December. And I would encourage people to listen and hear what Prince is describing from having listened to and watched those hearings. I would encourage you to listen and watch as well. But if you can't, either due to their intensity or due to their length of time, listen and hear so that you understand at the heart, and then read the tweet that Razom for Ukraine has compiled. It's a very, very effective thread with a lot of excellent detail, including the letter that they have gotten 50 signatures from genocide experts that has been sent to Congress describing why this legislation is so, or why this resolution is so important, as well as a lot of other detail. I think it's very important for us to listen as witness and then read as action. Thanks, Heather.
Oh, thank you, Nancy, for bringing it to my attention. The second story of the witness who was there but wasn't there, I know that sounds really weird, was about a 16-year-old boy named Roman. And he was in the room next door and not at all exposed visibly to anybody who was there, not even the committee members, for his safety and for his privacy. His attorney relayed the story. And in some ways, actually, I'm glad she did. I think it would have been good to hear it from him. But at 16 years old, he's already been through enough. And I'll explain in a little while why I thought it was good that she relayed it. even more than that. So he was a 16-year-old orphan who was at a vocational school in Donetsk, and he saw what was happening as the Russian invaders were in the area and coming to the school and pressuring them and giving them inspections and really harassing them there. And at one point, he and his friends were sort of in the door of the school, and the Russians were outside pointing a artillery weapon or an artillery gun right at the door where they were standing. And at that point, he decided it was time to figure out something else to do. And so he decided to walk home to his village. It did mention that he was born in Mariupol, but it did not mention specifically what village they were talking about at that point. But his brother and sister were in that village, and they were his older brother and sister who would have been able to help him and take care of him. So he decided to walk 60 kilometers, about 37 miles. Along the way, Russian soldiers stopped and interrogated them and inspected them and repeatedly. Occasionally, they would shoot guns by their heads, near their heads, just missing them. And after he reached his village in Donetsk, Russians occupied that village as well. And despite what Roman and his brother and sister wanted at that point, Roman was put into a local hospital. Now, why he was put into a hospital wasn't clear. But at that point, he was notified that he was going to be given a different family, although he wanted to stay with his brother and sister. Yeah, he's going to be given a different family. The occupation authorities there went on to send him to another hospital, again in Donetsk. They issued him a new birth certificate on behalf of the self-declared Donetsk People's Republic. And then he was sent to Russia for a quote unquote vacation. He got to this other hospital, or he got to Russia for this vacation. And he was visited by Maria Lvova-Belova. And they were told by her that they would be adopted. The kids protested about that. And so they were sent to a boarding school quite a ways away. Eventually, they found a family for Roman. They tried to brainwash him, basically. He was exposed to a lot of propaganda on TV. He was also forced to be involved in propaganda programs to say how happy he was to be there, to say that he loved his new family, when that is not at all where he was or what he was feeling. They limited any interaction that he may have had with people around his age. His movements were tracked through his cell phone. And eventually, they forced him to take a new passport, a Russian passport. Immediately, they took that away from him, though, so that they could complete the adoption process and adopt him. Somehow, this gentleman, this young man, with the help of volunteers, was able to make it back to Ukraine over 1,000 miles by himself. And with the help of the attorney that was there representing him, he managed to get back and is now with his brother and sister in Ukraine, where he wanted to be the entire time. Now, this is why I'm glad the attorney told his story, because the attorney shared another story that I don't think anybody was planning on her sharing. And she started it out with, just last night, I was contacted by a teenager in Russia named Bob Den. He was born in MriyaReport. He was friends with Roman. He too went through a process like Roman did, and they took his papers, and he's under constant psychological pressure. He has tried to leave. He got to the border, but he didn't have any paperwork. So they put him back in the boarding house, and he was again featured on TV and cut his hair and made to be part of propaganda. And she said that the attorney said that she saw him featured on TV, and he looked bad. His eyes were very dark. He had circles around his eyes. They cut his hair like he was going off to war. And if you think that this was a friend of Roman's, 16 years old, and how they have cut this guy's hair, this other young man's hair, she said it looked like they were getting him ready to go to war. So she actually went to the border to try to help to get him released to go over the border. We brought papers for him from Ukraine. And at that point, she was detained and made to go through an interrogation. Bob Den is still in captivity. He's still stuck in Russia. And I just hope that she could eventually get him out. And then there's another message that she received about another boy who witnessed so many deaths. He said he felt like he'd seen nothing but death. His best friend covered his body and sacrificed his life for his friend. And he saw a little girl that had died. And he said he dreams of nothing but death. And she's hoping to help him get out of Russia also. So these are stories of maybe some older children in their teens, late teens maybe, who have been deported, that are just a few of thousands. One who has made it back to Ukraine and is safe with his brother and sister, but is still undergoing some treatment from some of the damage that was caused by being deported. and being re-educated, as they called it. And then 2 other boys who are still there, 2 of 16,000 or more. That number's got to be more than 16,000 who are still there. So there are things that we talk about on a regular basis in this space. Today was a little intense for me. And I sent Alan a message earlier. It's like I haven't gotten a whole lot of updates on what has happened today with the news because I've been focused on this other stuff. And still, I didn't get all the way through what I wanted to get through. But just to go back again, sort of where I started, was what I saw. I did not sit down and take notes as I watched the hearing, and I still have an hour and 20 minutes to watch, to just listen to the hearing. But I started just listening to the hearing instead of watching the hearing and taking notes. But my general feel for the majority of the questions I was hearing from the representatives were very positive and very supportive, and asking things like, what kind of money do you need to be able to do this? What are the barriers that you have in your technology to be able to accomplish this? What kind of funding can we give you? What more could we do to help? With the exception of a couple of rare, I'm sorry, I'm just having a day, I'm going to say it, a couple of rare assholes that really sort of pissed me off. But you know what? I have to tell you one thing. Prosecutor General Costin, that guy was fabulous, because when somebody asked him a question that had more to do with corruption than it had to do with war crimes, what he basically told the guy was, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about war crimes. He said a little bit, he said more than that. He gave an example of like their current program, a very short synopsis, but basically told the guy, we're working on corruption. We're much better than we were, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So let's get back to talking about what we're talking about, because that's why we're here and that's what matters.
So
So
I,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think at least one of the Ukrainian witnesses who testified before the House Foreign Relations Committee today is there as a member of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation delegation that is in Washington. And it's MriyaReport who helped them travel there. And this is a soldier, it's a Ukrainian soldier who was able to testify about war crimes on the battlefield. And in fact, Ted Lieu, who is a Democratic member of the committee, asked him to sign a Ukrainian flag at the close of the hearing. And so this is important. It's, MriyaReport is helping to bring Ukrainian witnesses to Washington to testify. And why is this important? Because it's Ukrainians themselves, like the young man you were talking about, Prince, and like this soldier, they are the ones who have seen what Russians have done in Ukraine. We haven't seen everything Russia has done in Ukraine. We won't see it until Ukraine liberates all of its country. I tremble at what we're going to find out in Luhansk and Donetsk and occupied Kherson and occupied Zaporizhia and occupied Crimea. The evidence of genocide the evidence of war crimes will simply grow. And every single case must be investigated, evidence must be presented. Individuals, if they can be identified, will be prosecuted and brought to justice, maybe in Ukraine, maybe in The Hague. But this will happen. And this is an important hearing that did take place today. It's in the Republican controlled House of Representatives. So therefore, they have the majority on every committee. They're the chairman or chairs of these committees are all Republicans, but they're paying attention. And as Raver said, this indicates that support for Ukraine in the House and in the Senate is just as strong as it's always been. If people need to find a way to watch this hearing, I recommend C-SPAN. You can either watch the entire hearing, it's been recorded, you can watch it from beginning to end, or you can watch significant clips from the hearing so you get the gist of what took place. You will see the key questions, the key answers, the key interactions. You can watch all of that on C-SPAN. C-SPAN happens to be my favorite TV channel. Prince?
You know, I did not see a soldier testify. So I'm not sure if that was perhaps another hearing other than this one. I would love to know about that though. I actually almost messaged Yehuda to ask him, but these were both the woman who testified was a civilian. She was retired and living her dream. And beyond that, it was the young boy whose testimony was given by an attorney. So I would like to know what hearing the soldier testified at. If you have that, I'd appreciate knowing.
I'll see what I can find for you and forward it to you. So I guess we've talked a little bit about this previously tonight, Prince Heather, but it's probably the biggest news of the day, and this is the $325 million drawdown from existing U.S. military supplies, and it's getting to Ukraine, we hope, quickly. But I'll just run down the list one more time. We've done it earlier today, but it's important. It's more HIMARS ammunition, precision aerial munitions, 155 millimeter and 105 millimeter shells, TOW anti-tank missiles, AT-4 anti-armor rockets, 4 logistics support vehicles, port and harbor security equipment, we don't know exactly what that is, and 9 million small arms ammunition. This is just part of the $325 million drawdown, presidential drawdown from existing U.S. military supplies. And it needs to get to Ukraine just as quickly as possible. But that is probably the key news of the day, the key military news of the day, I think.
Well, you know, meteors or satellites were falling in the Kiev area. There was a drone attack towards the east, and there were 10 drones downed in that attack. And We know, of course, that Russia is standing firm in Bakhmut. And we also know that last night, let's find it. I want to say it was also 10. Yes. And last night, in the Odessa region, 10 out of 12 kamikaze drones were shot down. One of them hit a recreational infrastructure facility, but nobody was hurt. So those are some good little pieces of news. And to have shot down those 10 drones in the east today is great. And 10 out of 11 is always a really, really good number. And, you know, as I was looking through information last night before I went to bed after all the drones, it just totally concentrated in Odessa last night. Some of what I read was that drones were taken down with guns. Not that they were taken down with air defense, but they were taken down with guns. And that's something that we've seen is the provision, what the country's providing and they found that these are rather effective in taking down those drones. And so, an effective option than some of the air defense missiles that are available to them to be able to shoot these things down. Oh, I see a William. I see a William coming up. I bet you he's going to have something to say about those kinds of things too. So, go ahead, Alan.
Well, you know, the great thing about having Bill Attig here with us tonight is he's in Washington with a Ukrainian delegation. Bill, can you give us an update about what this Ukrainian delegation is doing in Washington and on the Hill?
Alan, first of all, thanks as always to be up here, and Will Attic has been up here for a little while, so it's always great to be here with some of my good friends. And it's been a long day, long couple of days, but it's the first hot day of lobby season in DC, and that's the day that when you start walking from one Senate building to the House building, you realize that you're gonna walk into the next meeting looking like a drenched, soaking wet, pretty much. But I'm really excited about this week, and not because what I get to do. I'm very lucky to be able to be part. I do on a regular basis, but this week is incredibly important that there's a delegation of Ukrainian veterans and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, came into town this week with a lot of help actually from MriyaReport, Maria Aid. This space has had a long time relationship with them. And you know, for a lot of us folks here, we wear two kind of pins. We wear a normal work pin, but there's that 10-15 extra % that we try and use of either our free time or at the end of the meetings that we've been using to try and support Ukraine. And I've been lucky to lead in my space and group of making sure that groups that I'm aligned with understand the need to advocate for Ukraine. And the most important part of this meeting is for gain support for the basic needs for Ukraine, but also for the needs of the veterans, which I think is so incredibly important. Is that one, this war has been going on for a while. This is a country that doesn't have a long history of veterans. Their Veterans Affairs is very new. My passion is supporting veterans in America since for the 9/11, post 9/11 veterans and all veterans that are union members, but I work on. So my goal was the minute we were able to get in contact, and since we started to work with the Embassy of Ukraine, was to ensure that we're doing all we can to connect the Veterans Affairs programs of Ukraine with either veteran organizations, members of Congress who are veterans that work on these kind of issues, and just use our ability to open doors, knock on doors, to help them out. And luckily, I've been able to do a few things with them today, Alan. And one, was able to see him here on Capitol Hill today. But I'll shut up for a second.
Well, you know, Bill.
Actually,
Oh, go ahead, Prince.
yeah, I was just going to ask Bill. I watched part of the House Foreign Affairs Committee today, evidence on Russian war crimes and other atrocities in Ukraine, and that was I did not watch the entire hearing. I had started to have other stuff that I really needed to do about the time when the question and answers started going back and forth between the members and Prosecutor General Costin. But I watched the first over hour and I listened to another like almost 2 hours, I guess. And I only saw the 57-year-old woman testify, and then I heard about the 15-year-old boy who was there but not in the room. He was in a room next door, and his representative attorney told his story. But were there any other people that testified at that? Do you know? I haven't.
I'm not 100% sure, and I apologize. I was doing a meeting, so I'll kind of round out what we did this week, and what we are doing in the future. So what really luckily, I was able to help put together a really important roundtable last night, and it wasn't just me. It was a lot of folks worked on it. I'm lucky. I love coalition building, bringing people to the table. But what was really interesting about the meeting that we had yesterday with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Veterans Fund, including two of the heroes of Ukraine who are veterans who are over here supporting their cause, was to we brought 7 different veteran organizations, U.S. veterans organizations. We created a very unique group of folks, whether it was kind of folks that raise money privately, traditional VSOs, VSOs that focus on family loss, and also VSOs that focus simply on traumatic injuries, whether it's the Disabled Veterans of America or Paralyzed Veterans of America. And the goal was it was a very intense, and when you put veteran folks who care about veterans in a room together, it's a very positive, a powerful place, an emotional place. But what I was going to say is we were able to learn of all the things that the Ukrainian Ministry of Veterans Affairs and the Veterans Fund is doing. We got to hear straight from some of the folks who had fought for their country and now are veterans. Some of them are now veterans. One of them, is a veteran entrepreneur now. And we listened to all the things that they're trying to do as they build out their new Veterans Affairs program. And we were able to share a lot of good ideas. But for me, meetings are only meetings. And what we did, we put a pathway together for our groups to continue to work together to help build out what lessons we've learned from veterans, from 20 years of wars and the older wars that we've had, so that we can help together, build out their Veterans Affairs program. And it's something that we're going to be doing for a long time because once we want to make sure these folks all get to become veterans, but when they win this war, and they'll do it soon, and they'll need to have this in place for a very long time. And I guarantee you, in a few years, we'll be learning from them. I just like a lot of things. But the one thing that we did make clear, we found one of the things, action items that I really want to make sure we do a really good job of making phone calls for F-16s and jet fighters and ammunition, but we really need to make sure that our members understand that we also want to support their veterans community. So if you're a member of a veteran organization in America, or you want to call your members of Congress, this is another thing to add to the list, is funding for Ukrainian Ministry of Veterans Affairs. It is incredibly important. That money will be used to start to create the whole network of Veterans Affairs programs for the Ukrainian veterans across the country. And when this war ends, these veterans will be the leaders in their country. They will be leading their space. They will be workers and entrepreneurs and all of that kind of stuff. And we just need to make sure that they have the support to help them out a lot. And again, it was great to run into them in Congress, on the hills of Congress. We had met last night, and I was hoping to run him into today, but I just got done with a meeting with a member of Congress staff, Jared Golden, and we were running to another meeting to meet about Ukraine and some other things. And it was just a really good time. And I got to hear from them about their experience, these veterans on Capitol Hill, the positive feedback. And again, this is something that we're going to continue to do. This is, for me, I've already got a whiteboard halfway filled up of what the next steps are. And I will be coming up to the space more officially here to talk about advocacy in the upcoming weeks, because what I have found is there's a need to advocate and really continue to grow support in the American people, vocal support, I would say, in the American people for supporting Ukraine. And that's what I'm planning to help with. But really, it's not about me. It's about these folks. They were walking around in uniform. I just posted a picture a second ago, which I'm really proud of. And the fact that they're over here, one of the things that was hard for them is for the soldiers. They want to be on the front line. They want to be out there defending their country. But they understand now that this is another important part. This is the ammunition that they're going to need. So I recommend anybody tomorrow, if you have a chance, make a phone call to your member of Congress, to your senators, and ask for whatever you want to ask for, but add supporting Veterans Affairs into that list. But we do need to start making our calls and making them more often.
Bill, there are more and more U.S. military veterans serving in Congress, both in the Senate and in the House. But one individual I want to highlight is Jared Golden, who you met with today. He's a veteran. He's a Marine. What's it like for a U.S. military veteran to meet a Ukrainian veteran? What's the greeting like between these two individuals?
When two combat veterans meet, and you're a combat veteran, and the other person's a combat veteran, it's a very unique meeting. Usually, usually you don't really need to talk much. Usually you just have to look at each other, look in each other's eyes, and you realize maybe you fought in two different wars, many different years apart, but you went through the same thing. I always joke. I work with a lot of veterans in America, and many of them are Vietnam veterans. Some of them are World War II veterans, and I'll use this as an example. Is that we have certain medals. I have a CIB, a Combat Infantry Badge. I have a really good friend who's a Vietnam veteran who has a CIB, and I have a good friend who is a World War II veteran who has a CIB. And every time you talk to an older veteran, and the minute you meet, you can connect. And the older ones are always saying, well, I did it so long ago. It was so different. But then I always ask them, how old were you when you got that medal? And that's when usually the wall comes down, because they were usually 18, 19, 20 years old, the exact same age as you were. And so those connections happen instantly. And yesterday during the meeting, we had a table full of, veterans from Iraq, Afghanistan, from the veteran organizations who now we're lucky enough now to get to represent veterans across the country. And when we get to meet members of Congress who are veterans, it's always good too. But what was very important was the unspoken silence after Ukrainian veterans spoke to a U.S. veteran, and the understanding of just the seriousness of this action. I really can't explain it into words, because it's much more of an emotional thing. In my opinion, when combat veterans truly meet and you understand it. And there is a lot more there's not a lot more veterans coming into Congress, but there's a lot more vocal veterans coming into Congress. One of my passions is to make sure that more veterans get to Congress. I've been working on that for a long time, starting between 16 and 18. And we've been able to every year add, really good centered, smart veterans to Congress to make change. And most of these veterans are the ones that are leading the charge. When you look at the sign-on letter for Jared Golden for F-16s, and there's going to be a new letter coming up pretty soon. We don't need to get more sign-ons for that letter. We've got something in the works, and we'll be talking about it later. But most of that 17 names are very much either veterans, veteran members of Congress, or people who have a very close affinity to the veterans community in America. And these are the folks who are leading the charge for Ukraine on Capitol Hill for the most part. And I got to say that for the most part. And I'm very happy to see that. But when we talk, they had just got done meeting with another veteran named Ted Lieu, who's another person that we work and support. And they were talking directly about making sure that there's a line item for veterans in any future support. So I know it makes an impact, and I know those folks walking around, the halls of Congress, walking around, the halls of democracy, is making an impact and a difference. So the support that Maria Aid and MriyaReport has been able to give to these folks, and I think this one, I think MriyaReport, I know the executive director is doing some work to support this. I'm very happy about that. But we all have to just continue it. But I hope that answered your question. I really went way down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it really did answer my question, Bill. Thank you. I saw that photograph of a Ukrainian soldier signing a Ukrainian flag for Ted Lieu. So, Bill, what does the rest of your week look like? And I remember well at almost any time of year in Washington, D.C., if you had to walk between buildings, you didn't take a tunnel from the office building to the Capitol, you would be drenched in sweat. So it's already getting hot in Washington. But what are the meetings that are most important taking place tomorrow, Friday, for you on Capitol Hill?
Well, unfortunately, I wish I could say my entire day gets to be dedicated to supporting Ukraine, but unfortunately, I do have a normal job that I do, and I try and fit as many minutes as possible for Ukraine in there as possible. But one is we're going to be meeting with another a veteran lawmaker, Jason Crow, who is a phenomenal guy. I don't know if the fund will be able to meet with him, but I will be, and we're working on talking about some strategy and getting people involved. And then tomorrow night, we're actually going to be going to a fundraiser for the Ukrainian Veterans Fund and their administration at the Ukrainian House in Washington, D.C. And again, this will be to do a major show of support. And then instead of taking a nice leisurely Saturday, I'm going to be sitting down with the folks from the Ukrainian Fund and helping sit down and mapping out the pathway forward to work together and how we can put our little advocacy team together to support them in future trips and in future legislation, etc. But there's only so many minutes in the day, but when you put a meeting together, a work meeting together on a Saturday, it's for a good cause.
Yeah, and I know you spend all of your minutes every day extremely well. Most of them in support of Ukraine, most of them in support of U.S. veterans and their needs as well. Do we have a moment to talk just a little bit more about Jared Golden, who is the representative in the House who has led the effort to get F-16s to Ukraine? What's he up to? What's his strategy? How is that letter doing inside the House? This is a colleague letter, so that it's Bill, you can explain.
Yeah, first and foremost, Jared Golden is to me, he is somebody who exemplifies American values and military values. I remember talking to him before his first election, and uh, uh, some people in DC are kind of like very trying uppity or whatever that is. I'm an infantry staff sergeant. I was a construction worker. I fight for people, and when I talk to people, I that's the one thing that I put my pants on the same way everybody else does, and that's what a democracy is. So I had a really amazing time getting to know him back then, and our organization has worked together with him on numerous projects and operations throughout the last few years. And I cannot speak for explain how much I respect Jared Golden, and he is someone who he's willing to stand up to anybody. He's willing to push back on bad policy wherever it comes from, but he's also made a fierce attempt to lead some real common sense actions in Congress. He's a chair of the with honor with the For Country Caucus. These are problem solvers. I apologize. There's a couple I'm missing. I wanted to make sure I might have said the wrong one, but there are very few groups in Washington, D.C. where people actually try to come together and solve problems. It sounds kind of counterintuitive, but there's very few places, and he's helped lead the charge on that, of finding places where, you know what, we may disagree on a lot of stuff, but let's come together and find out good policy, good things to work on together. And again, that's why he led this letter. Now, the letter has already been sent in. It's kind of closed out. It was something they were trying to do to do exactly what I was talking about, and I realized that we need to push a little bit more, and that's what the meeting was today about to expand that letter and put a new one together, probably a bicameral one, both in the bringing together both Kelly's letter, Senator Kelly's letter, and that. So that's what he's kind of up to. He's trying to figure out what we have heard. This is what I heard over and over again this week, is that there is a lot of energy, but there's not a lot of focused energy when it comes to advocacy. We have got to there's some place somewhere or another, whether we're staying too much on Twitter as a overall advocacy group community for Ukraine, or we're not doing enough direct action. These members of Congress need cover, and they need fire support. And that letter, what that letter was to give fire. It was not an aggressive letter to the administration. The goal to those Dear Colleagues letters, those sign-on letters, is to be able to show that there's support for issues to whether the leadership of the House and the Senate or the administration. So what those letters do is allow people like Joe Biden or the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, who has a hard time sometimes with some of his members, to have the coverage that, we're going to make those hard decisions. We're going to go out on the limb. We're gonna approve ATACMS. We're gonna approve F-16s, right? But the thing is, we have to be able to build that political will, and we have to focus it. We still have to remember that we are only 1 year into this big strategic campaign of advocating for support for Ukraine. We went from almost nothing to a massive amount. And it's not enough, and it's not fast enough. I'll always say that. But understanding how politics work, understanding how policy works, I'm amazed at what we've been able to move already. But what we have to do is build that political will from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the north of America to the southern states, in a unified manner. And if there's anybody who can do it, it's people like Jared Golden, Brian Fitzpatrick, he's Republican, Don Bacon, Aliska Schlotkin. These folks are real sensible folks who are willing to come together to solve problems. Ted Lieu's. So I think what we'll see from Jared Golden is him continue to lead on this effort, and probably do it in a little more robust way. But I think we have one mission. Our mission is to give our politicians, the people who represent us, the backing. We need to, when they're getting phone calls from the other side, the folks who are anti-supporting Ukraine know how to use the phones. They know how to use advocacy. The far left and the far right are good at grassroots organizing, and they're doing it, and their members are hearing from them. So what we have to do is counteract that bullshit. We have got to do that. and that takes, tracking phone calls, making sure we've got sign-on letters, making sure that we are making those calls. We're not just clapping hands right when we say that. And that's for America, but every country that's a democracy, if you're listening, you can engage with your government in one way or the other. As I said, in my opinion, Jared is gonna continue to lead, and I have a feeling that that we're going to be able to put a team, where there's going to be a lot of volunteers that come from places like MriyaReport and the NAFO fellows, that we're going to be able to turn into an extremely good grassroots organizing campaign, to both put pressure, give support, and then put some long-term advocacy plans together for Ukraine.
Thanks, Bill. So Jared is a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus in the House of Representatives, and we're going to be looking for the next colleague's letter that Jared sends out to get signatures. So, Bill, you have, and I'll find it, or you might have it available right away. But you have a tweet that shows people how to contact their member of Congress by email, by phone, etc. If you want to throw that up into the nest,
I have it.
you have it, Prince? Okay.
Yes, it's one Ryan did months ago, and I have it bookmarked. I'll put it up in the nest.
Great. Thank you very much. Because just as Bill is saying, our members of Congress really need to hear from us. They need to hear that we care about Ukraine. They need to hear that we support sending Ukraine everything they ask for. They need to hear we support F-16s going to Ukraine. And that's something each and every one of us can do. It's not a contribution of money. It's a contribution of just time, a few minutes, really. And it's a contribution of our courage to stand up for Ukraine and to ask our members of Congress to stand up for Ukraine as well. It's something we can do actually every single day. And the funny thing is, you have to do it every single day. One call, one letter, one email is never enough. Your members of Congress have to hear from you almost every single day about the issue you care about. They have to hear from you every single day that if they are not taking the lead to support Ukraine, they are failing Ukraine and they are failing you, one of that member's constituents. They are failing you.
Alan, and you know what I always say is be positive, be persistent, and be consistent, because that's what it takes. It takes making sure that there's only one person that works during the day at your local member of Congress's congressional office. You should get to know them by name. But if you call up and you're being aggressive and you're saying why not, even for folks that we know are anti this stuff, right? There's a time that our little NAFO fellows can fight back and call people names, and it's good to do that. And people need to be exposed, and people need to be targeted. But what we need to, when you're having those meetings, when you're doing this advocacy work, you need to let them know that you've got that this is something that's important to you as one of their voters, as one of the voters in the district, right? You may not support them, you may not support your member of Congress, and that does not matter. It's almost more important to call your member of Congress and be positive from the other side. So I always say there's a few things you can do. You can always make a phone call, and that's always a phone call to your two senators, U.S. senators, one, and your local member of Congress. You can write letters. You can write emails. Emails is a great way. And a great way to do it is once you write that email, take a quick screenshot of it. Make sure you ask that you look forward to hearing from them as soon. You expect to hear back from them as soon as possible in that email. Snap a picture of it and then you post it on, say, post it on social media. Tag your member of Congress. We have to make sure you tag them in it, and say, look, hey, I just sent you an email. I just sent my member of Congress an email. Why does everybody else do this? And we're looking forward to hearing from, Congressman Bost or whoever your member of Congress is.
Yeah, and Bill is completely right about the strategy. Be positive, be consistent, be insistent. I'd even say, you can start a conversation with your member of Congress about Ukraine by thanking them for something you agree with them on that might not have anything to do with Ukraine. Thank them for their support of I don't know, a highway project in your district. Thank them for support of a flood control project in your district. And then transition and say, but I want to bring your attention to Ukraine and what they need. And then go on to let them know what you think and why you support Ukraine, why you are standing up and helping Ukraine defend itself, win its freedom, regain its sovereign borders, and deny Russia the ability to prosecute this genocidal war. And bring up genocide with your member of Congress. Ask them to stay engaged, not to look away, because you're not looking away.
Yeah, and I think that we're talking about supporting Ukraine right now, but I think this is a great exercise for U.S. citizens. For far too long, we've been told that our systems don't work, that we can't be part of the solutions, and we've been told that because that's what they want us to hear. That's what they wanted to tell us. They want us to get disengaged. They don't want us knocking on their doors, making them have the hard conversation. So, if this is an exercise for U.S. For our citizens to start to remember that our democracy isn't just a pair of American board shorts at a pool party, in the summertime. Our democracy is fragile. Our democracy is precious. And it's the ability for us to be able to go and engage and petition our members, our representatives, which makes us who we are as a democracy. And that's what Putin hates. And that's why Putin is trying to destroy Ukraine, because when he sees Ukraine, he sees a free people. He sees a people who long to be able to engage in their own future. And that's the exact same thing he doesn't want his own people to have. And he wants to do that to Ukraine now. So this is what scares the crap out of him. And far too often we forget that how fragile our democracy is and how precious it is. This is not a sideline sport. We have to get more engaged as people in civil discourse, not all the yelling and screaming, but more civil discourse about how we can actually come together and make change.
Yeah, find out the power you have. You have the power to send a letter, to send an email, to make a phone call, and you will be surprised at the power you have to talk to and influence your member of Congress. And as Bill said, what does Putin hate most of all? It's a free society. And that's why Russia tries to derail our free elections. And we'll talk about what happened in Florida maybe a little bit later tonight. But that's why Russia tries to get involved in our elections and derail them. Jerome, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Alan, and hope you hear me okay. I'm outside, dog walk. Yeah, you guys covered my points. Actually, one you covered, Alan, was engaging on a topic that maybe you don't agree upon, because my rep is decidedly outside of this camp, but there are local issues I do agree with him on. So Bill has lit a fire under me, and this is Angry Ants, right?
Quite possibly, quite possibly.
So the thing is that also with the thing with just as an exercise in democracy. So once I started doing it, I said, "Wow, this isn't the only thing I should communicate on." So yeah, I just want to echo those sentiments and thank him for the constant energy. I don't know. It's great that he does it. So thank you. Just wanted to echo the thoughts.
Thank you, man. And you know, I've been. It's been a pleasure to get your messages and stuff. I think, and you know, and it makes me more. There's nothing makes me more happy when I hear someone, you know, that clicks. That it clicks. That we do have power. That we can go do these things. So that makes my day. And what I always say is that now your job is to go light a fire underneath somebody else. Light a fire underneath someone that you know, somebody you may know just simply by being on the internet, that you follow and click on a little bit, or you guys do stuff together. But now it's your turn to you know, light one more fire and get somebody else moving towards that ladder of engagement, Jerome.
Yeah, I don't want to get overly dramatic, but you know, I have 3 children, and I try to light their fire and teach them this is not the end. You know, this is, I'm sorry to say, probably another chapter in a long history. Once Ukraine's victorious, we'll need to keep vigilance, and that next generation needs to be taught that. There's a lot of cynicism in their age group and disconnection, and I just try to bring it home every day. So thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. Even though it's a little late, because the letter, as you say, has already been sent to the administration, to the White House. I did put a tweet up in the nest so people know how to contact their member of Congress. So it's your member in the House, and it's your 2 U.S. senators. There are 3 people in Congress you can influence every single day. You can contact them, engage with them, ask them to respond to you, because you have the vote and you elect your members of Congress to represent you. Make your voice heard. Prince or Bill, go ahead. Bill.
No, I was just going to say, I agree. One of the things that you can ask your member of Congress to do is to reach out to Jared Golden's office and ask how they can help him support Ukraine. I think that would be a very positive thing to do. And you can do that through your tweets. You can retweet that letter. If you don't have to retweet my post, you can do the second post has the actual letter itself. You can take that link. Make your own post up, tag your member of Congress and say, you know, this has already been sent in, but can you reach out to Representative Golden to see what you can do to support Ukraine? Just a simple note like that on social media persistently. Again, positive, you know, do it positive. Yeah, be proactive and be consistent.
Yeah, my rep is preaches a strong America, so I call him out on that, and hopefully we continue in that direction. Thank you.
Well, a strong America is an America that supports Ukraine, because Ukraine is fighting for all of us. It's fighting for the European Union. It's fighting for what we benefit from every single day, living in a prosperous democracy. And here is a very special pitch to each and every one of you who might contact your member of Congress tomorrow, and who might contact Jared Golden tomorrow. Add a PS. Jared, come on here to MriyaReport. Join Jeff Fisher. Talk to us about why you launched this effort to to send F-16s to Ukraine, and talk to us about how you're going to keep pushing it in the U.S. Congress. We'd love to talk to Jared, and Jeff and I are trying to get him on here. He'd be a great guest.
You know, Alan, I think a really awesome time for that to happen would be when we start to put out this, whenever he gets this second letter together. I think it would be a great way to launch that letter. And I bet you there's some people thinking about that and working on putting our plans together. But, you know, the goal with strategic advocacy, it's about inflection points. It's about, you know, it's always good to call you a member of Congress, but sometimes you need to build what I call inflection points and organize around that. And, you know, things like launching a letter, making sure there's a lot of support that day, or the days around that is incredibly important. And as I said, I think that we will be working on things to come, but I think that a great opportunity is when we have the new letter. But again, I do let them make sure he understands, make sure that their communications folks knows who Maria Report is online, by simply maybe, if you're not from America, you can retweet the letter. You can retweet Jared Golden's name and say thank you, as as somebody from somewhere else that cares about Ukraine. We support you, and we support you because we heard about you on Maria Report that's been active for 24 hours. And this is a great time for me to pitch anybody who's listening to retweet and share this space. This is a place people come to learn about Ukraine, to build a community around supporting Ukraine. And I always say this is a place where we come to do our homework, to add ammunition into our advocacy belts, to have conversations with our friends, our families, our members of Congress. And the most important thing that we can do is we take this information that we hear every day here, this great information from people like Jeff Fisher and John Spencer and Chuck and so many other people who are on the space. Use that information as ammunition and as a weapon to advocate for the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian veterans.
You know, Bill, I don't think there is any member of Congress who is a NAFO fella, but I bet Jared would look great as a dog.
I would say so, and I'd say I can think of a few other my friends that are just amazing American veterans who do support Ukraine. And this is what I've got to say is that there's a lot of people who support Ukraine. We know the statistics, the polling statistics. We know how many members of Congress have talked about it. We need them to be vocally supportive. We need to have them visually supportive of Ukraine. So again, these kind of letters allow them to do that. And then also it allows us to show them the support so they can take those extra steps and get out in front of it. But I'm guessing there's a few of those folks that have got a secret NAFO badge sitting around somewhere or another on their desk or at their house.
I bet they do too. We just have to get more of those members of Congress into NAFO. I mean, I've got a dog, fella. Haven't used my NAFO avatar, but I'm going to do some work on it, and maybe I'll throw it up very soon.
You know, I have not actually. It was kind of funny the other day. I was like, wait a second, I've not actually got one forged yet, and I'm gonna have to. I need to find a forge ready to find. I don't even know exactly. I've been too busy talking and advocating. I forgot to do that part of it. So I guess I'm unofficial at this moment, but I'll be an ally for now. But I'm gonna have to find that. There was one other thing I was about to say. If folks are on here, if you live in the DC area, and you'd be interested in actually maybe coming up to Washington DC, or coming into the Capitol, or taking a day to maybe knock on some doors, there's probably going to be some opportunities coming up. Now we'll have to check folks out. We might have to go past the dog face to but I would recommend if anybody has those kind of that kind of background, or you've done it before, or you're willing to come to DC, shoot me a DM. I'm putting a little list together. Also, if you've done strategic advocacy before in the U.S., if you've been an organizer or worked to do PR, things like that, shoot me a DM. As I said, we're putting together a little strategy hub, and again, none of us can do this full time for the most part, but if we can all do a little bit together, and we all have a good pathway, and we have mission, and we have objectives, many hands make light work. And I'm trying to put a little strike team together, and we're doing it slowly but surely. But I would love to have more folks. So just DM me, and it'll be all positive, and it'll be a good experience.
It'll be a great experience. Everyone should at some point in their life visit the United States Capitol, not to look around as a tourist, but to engage as a citizen, to go to the office buildings on the Senate side and on the House side, meet your member of Congress, your senator, ask them to do something you believe in. It's one thing to go to the Capitol as a tourist. It's another thing to go to the Capitol as an advocate. And every U.S. citizen can be an advocate. So I encourage you to DM Bill, get in there, make your voice heard, get that experience. It's really important. So,
well, I got. Oh, I was. Did you guys want to continue the conversation, or could I bring up a new subject?
Go ahead, Prince. We're good, I think.
You good there, Will?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for letting me come up and talk about this advocacy. I'll be up for a while, for a little while on here, and happy to talk about other stuff. But just I appreciate everyone for listening. But listening is only one step. The next step is action, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of that action from some of the folks here on MriyaReport.
I always appreciate you coming up, whether you're an Ant or you're a Bill. Either way. So, does anybody know what the significance of Peto's Travel Center and Casino in Louisiana? Why is that relevant when it comes to the war in Ukraine?
Damned if I know, Prince.
You really didn't hear this story.
This does not have to do with tank, does it?
It absolutely does have to do with the tank. Go ahead, Nancy.
No, I was just going to guess that. I'm like, isn't that where the T-90 tank was parked? But I don't remember the full story.
It is where the T-90 tank was parked. And it was parked there for 2 days. Oh, man. And finally, this week, the Pentagon provided a statement regarding the T-90 tank at the truck stop and casino in Louisiana, which still cracks me up. Well, we found it I saw the story the first day, and then the second day, somebody found the freaking shipping label on the barrel of the big, huge gun. There was a shipping label on the gun. It was on the barrel. It's absolutely hilarious. It's like it's a FedEx package or something. This story cracks me up. So the Pentagon made sure to emphasize that the tank's explosive reactive armor was inert, and it was not armed or carrying any dangerous material, and at no point posed any risk to the public. Well, yeah, they're not going to do that. Yes. However, we do know that this ordeal has engaged some international attention and caused a great deal of laughter, at least in my mind. So the Pentagon then confirmed that the T-90 tank was being transported to Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland when the truck transporting it suffered mechanical issues. That issue has been fixed. The item is secure and is either on its way or has arrived at the U.S. Army, Aberdeen Testing Center in Maryland. And there's an article in the Drive about it, and this still just absolutely cracks me up. I'm sure they're going to do many wonderful things with this T90 tank, but I think the best adventure of this T90 tank, besides being destroyed in Ukraine, is being stuck at a truck stop and casino for 2 days.
Yeah, who would think a Russian tank would arrive in Louisiana, especially at a casino? It is a riot.
Truck stop and casino.
Well, okay, that actually is very important, Prince. Truck stop and casino. So that means food and gambling and a Russian tank. What gets better than that?
The casino. I'm sorry, there wasn't a casino involved, but at a truck stop in a little rural area of Washington, there was a porn video rental store in the parking lot. I don't know, just saying. It's just it was how I knew I was almost to my brother's house.
Well, so every truck stop has a porn stop too, but not every truck stop has a porn stop and a Russian tank and a casino. That is truly special. Folks,
I'm telling you.
well, where would I go first? The casino, the truck stop, or the porn stop? Or would I just go take a selfie with the tank? I'd probably take a selfie with the tank.
Yeah, I probably would too. I probably would too. And I'm surprised I didn't see additional stories of people climbing all over it and taking pictures of themselves on it or anything like that. It's didn't oh, I don't know. Somebody hanging like a monkey off of the barrel of the big huge gun on that thing. I could see somebody hanging upside down and swinging on that.
That would make a great little selfie and a great little TikTok video. But it's just one of those strange stories that that somehow creep in here. A Russian tank in Louisiana. Who would have thunk it? But there it is. So there is some. There are some small news items from Ukraine today, Prince, that I know we haven't talked about. Austria delivered 4 ambulances to Kyiv. So that's important. Austria hasn't done much. Actually, I'd say Austria has done next to nothing. But delivering 4 ambulances makes a difference in Kyiv. They've had so many ambulances destroyed in the course of the war, and they need those medical vehicles to in the event that there are more Russian missile assaults and Shahed drone assaults on Kyiv. The other thing we should report is that all promised Patriot air defense systems have been delivered to Ukraine, and they're operational. They will be put in place probably for air defense around cities like Kyiv. But this also gives Ukraine the flexibility to move some air defense systems like NASAMS to the front lines. And air defense is going to be extraordinarily important as Ukraine launches a counteroffensive. Air defense is more important right now because Ukraine doesn't have F-16s, doesn't have Western fighter jets. It has received some MiGs from Poland and Slovakia, etc. But it needs air defense on the front lines if it's going to succeed in the coming counteroffensive. So the arrival and the operational arrival of all these Patriot systems is really important.
It is. It really is. And I've heard reporting, that of course Ramstein, the next Ramstein is going to be on Friday, and I've heard rumors of a couple of different things, but I think the one I believe the most is that air defense and ammunition for the air defense is going to be a huge subject at Ramstein this time. I have also heard that F-16s will be, but I take that with a chunk of salt. Although I know it would be wonderful to have the F-16s for them to be flying over Ukraine. There are so many different things that go along with that. And we heard Three Dogs today was on with Jeff Fisher, and he too was talking about some of the issues. And if anybody doesn't know who Three Dogs was, he was rather in the news a bit not too long ago as a retired American fighter pilot who flew F-16s, who said, "I'll go to Ukraine and fly F-16s." He's totally 100%, and he affirmed it today, willing to go and fly F-16s in Ukraine for Ukraine. But he also acknowledged the issues of getting those planes into Ukraine with Ukrainian pilots and what issues would come along with that. So, I really think if we come away from Ramstein with more air defense, I think that would be a good thing. Not as good as airplanes, but air defense is something that really can, I think, help to change the war in some ways. Maybe I'm wrong, and Will may be able to tell me I'm wrong. But if you have enough air defense and you can push that air defense close enough to the front so that the Russians can't hit the air defense, but the air defense can hit the airplanes or hit some big concentrations of troops and things such as that, then you're going to be in much better shape even without F-16s. That's me, uneducated, never been in the military. My logical thinking tells me that, though.
Well, I don't think you're completely wrong or completely right. I'm not and I'm not an air defense expert, but I think that that's a pretty good take on it. And you know, it's not just jets that they need the maintenance. They also need the missiles to create that standoff from Russian missiles and Russian bombs, and that ability to reach into reach into reach into the Russian Air Force before they can launch stuff out. So I think the more air defense, the better. I'm really excited to start to see a lot of come in. Not only the big systems, the standard systems, but there's a lot of mobile anti-aircraft stuff coming into town. But if as we've seen so far, it seems like Ukraine has done a fairly good job of fighting in the skies, of at least keeping the Russians Air Force from really dominating the skies, I guess, if that would make sense. But nothing will change the fact that we need to get fourth generation fighters. But I'm at the point now where if there's any type of a jet that you can strap a rocket onto, whether it's unguided rockets like they shoot out of the helicopters, or rockets to shoot down Shia drones to act as air defense in the back. We need to figure out how to get them, whether it's F-18s from Australia or older style jets that you can strap rockets onto. I am serious. We need to try and work to try and get whatever we can to them to help them out.
As a friend of mine likes to say, 100%. 100%. And Alan, I'm sorry, I don't recall how many ambulances you said that were taken to
So it's
from
just
Austria.
it's 4. It's only 4, but you know,
Okay.
4 ambulances delivered from Austria to Kiev specifically. But so 4 is not that many. But the point is, everything makes a difference. And
I know it does. But where I was going with that is, I don't know if you follow Radu. He is a Romanian guy who raises money in Romania, and he's building a hospital complex, a mobile hospital complex, which is just amazing, that I keep drooling over because I just think it's way, way cool. But he posted a couple days ago that he just got done taking 5 ambulances that he raised money to buy, and he has just delivered those to Ukraine. He did not say exactly where. I believe last time I heard him talk, he said part of them would be going towards the front, and a couple of them would be further back. So yeah, I just Radu has amazing energy to do things for Ukraine, and I just was, when you said 4, I was like, I just saw him post something about ambulances, and I went and looked, and he happened to arrive on Orthodox Easter, so he's pretty happy with getting those there, and I think they're still working on the hospital complex, so that should be happening soon. So Alan, I'm going to give you a chance to respond before we go to Chris. I think you might be trying to get out of here early for the night.
well, I do follow Radu. Yes, I am trying to get out here early for the night, and we should go to Chris.
Good morning, good evening, whatever it is where you are. How are you all?
We're all good, Chris. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm trying to keep the doors shut here, and the cats keep opening them. So they've just done again. So just bear with me a second while I just go and do that, because everybody's asleep in the house here. So they're very good at opening the doors. But I was listening to William. I just woke up in the middle of the night, frankly, and I was listening to William and everything that he's doing there in Washington, and sounded absolutely amazing, William. And obviously, you know, or perhaps you know, in the UK that I've been talking here to my very cooperative MP, Michael Fabricant, who passes on. He's thank you, William. He has been very, very helpful in that, in passing on letters that I've sent in and that to like the MOD, and I'm pleased to say I've actually had replies from the MOD over here, so that's all good. And they certainly helped us to free the challengers over here. But I wanted to let you know, I don't know whether you guys know about the project that we're working on, which is the Ukraine Pavilion. If I can just talk a little bit about that, maybe.
Yes, this is a Ukraine pavilion at a tech show in the UK. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, that's right, Alan. Yeah. So I've actually pinned a tweet on my Twitter which has got a Substack of the Cybersecurity Association newsletter, which talks about a couple of things, but one of them is the Ukraine Pavilion. Yeah, exactly, Alan. Right. So, it also talks about Dr. Biljana Lilly. I don't know if you've heard Biljana speaking at all on the space. Have you? Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Yeah. So it talks about Biljana, and it talks about her introducing me and other people in the space to a report that was put out by the Ukrainian basically cyber defense team, which is very, very fascinating for people that are interested in that. But yeah, Ukraine Pavilion. So basically what's happening is that in September, there is an exhibition over here which is called the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo, right? So for the ex-military folks amongst us here, that expo actually is traditionally a physical security and military security and defense expo. Yeah. It's one of the expos that the military folks have on their annual list of places to go to. But over the years, it started having a cybersecurity element to the show, which has sort of grown and grown. And this particular expo is one that is in essentially the centre of London. It's an exhibition centre called Olympia, which is in sort of like the West End, the Knightsbridge area of London, right? So, which makes it very, makes it quite quirky, actually, if you like, and handy to get to, in many ways. So the plan is basically to build a Ukraine pavilion and to bring to that as many Ukrainian tech companies as we can, cyber and tech companies. Actually, just to let you know, they are extremely interested, and you can understand why. They're extremely interested in the drone related companies in Ukraine. And I'll just tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But so basically, we would build this Ukraine pavilion, which Axel has already said, okay, Chris, basically we're going to broadcast MriyaReport from that show for 2 days. And I'm also glad to tell you that we've had NAFO people volunteer to come and man the stand. And we hope also to have a lot of leopard ladies manning the stand as well. Now there is talk of Gunny appearing in his leopard briefs, but I've not actually had final confirmation from him there. Yes, I'm glad you like that, guys. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. It's a bit of a thought, isn't it? Yeah, Gunny manning the stand in
Yeah,
his leopard
I'm
brief.
not sure, that we're trying to support Ukraine and bring attention and bring people around. I'm not sure if that might not be the most perfect tactic, Chris, but I don't know.
Exactly.
Chris and Bill, if Gunny does his burpees, he can wear his leopard briefs.
But yeah, that would be really funny, wouldn't it? Yeah. So anyway, I don't know whether he's up at this hour of the night, but anyway, yeah. So just again now, William, just to say to you, right, that there's like 4 sets of people that I'm talking to about this at the minute. one of them is military type folks, right? The other three are basically governmental organisations, and that includes UK, US, and Ukraine, of course, governmental organisations, because they have supported basically Ukrainian stands at other expos. For example, the Web Summit in Portugal last year, where Zelensky, Zelensky's wife, actually she turned up at that as a surprise visit to basically open the Ukraine pavilion, or whatever it was called, the Ukraine stand, if you like, at the Web Summit Expo. So we're talking to government type organizations. There's one, I'm thinking about US aid, which I know about, which sometimes get involved in these types of things. So William, there may be some ideas there that you might have on that. I'm also talking to Ukrainian cyber tech companies. So that's cyber companies, software development companies, AI companies, drone companies. And I've already got actually a number of those into speaking slots on the main stage of the expo. But we will have another speaker area on in the pavilion itself. So we'll have basically total control of who speaks in the Ukraine pavilion, whereas obviously the main stage is quite difficult. Actually, I will tell you this, that the expo people actually closed the list for speakers on the main stage, but they reopened it for us to allow us to get some Ukrainian speakers on, and they are being very, very supportive, I have to say, and like there's a bit of self-interest there, if you like, because they are really, really interested, in getting cyber companies from Ukraine speaking, to talk about how they've defended Ukraine from Russian cyber attack. Yeah. Thanks, William. Yeah. And indeed, also, I mentioned that the drone interest, there's a huge amount of interest in obviously what's going on in the drone world over in Ukraine. And that has actually led to interest in two related areas, one of which William and other military people, will know about, which is basically, I'll put it under the heading of battlefield management systems, right? So some people will know that there's a few like battlefield management systems being used in Ukraine that we're aware of. There's one I always forget, right? But it's been talked about as a very low-cost battlefield management system that's being actually something like being evaluated, if you like, over in the USA. But in Ukraine at the minute, you have Palantir, which I think Willie knows. I think we've talked about it before. And other military people might have actually used. And you also have a system called GIS-ARTA or GIS-ARTA, GIS-ARTA, which is a battlefield management system type of thing. And I hope I'm using the right term there, by the way. But anyway, the Ukrainians are pioneering in that space. And another space that they are pioneering is basically communications, where you actually have no electrical power. So you basically, other than battery power. So if you like, completely resilient infrastructure. So those are all of those are areas that the expert have gone, oh wow, this is amazing. We really need to get speakers in those areas, and therefore what we're going to do is we're going to sort of open up the main stage speaker list for people in those areas, right? And obviously the drone, like well, all of those areas, obviously there's operational security in those areas, right? And so obviously you get into the situation where, yeah, people are doing a lot in that area, but they don't actually want to talk about it. Yeah. So we're on it's a sort of slightly difficult area, but we are actually finding people that say, yeah, okay, I will come and speak about this. I'll have to be careful what I say, if you like, right? But I will come and speak about it. So yeah, I see William's got his hand up and that. So shall I just pause for a minute?
Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris. No, so actually, I was listening. There's a couple of things that's actually sparked my interest. But the first thing I would say, ask is, have you reached out to the embassy of Ukraine in London? I think that this is actually what the amount of work you're putting into this. It's one of those things. It's always worthwhile to reach out to them, even if you haven't ever reached out to an embassy before, and say, look, we're trying to lift your voices up, and here are some areas we would like to see if you have an expert to maybe possibly be able to come. And I think that would be a very good show, but I'm not sure. You might have already done that. But secondly, I was going to say it's really interesting to think about this cybersecurity thing, because in the United States, we've seen Russia working on overdrive to interfere with American civil society and life and government, all that stuff. And it would be very interesting to get those lessons learned from the Ukrainian people, because they've been facing it, it kinetically pretty much for a long time, probably before 2014. But just my thoughts.
No, William, thank you for that. You're absolutely bang on there. So before coming up, with this idea for the Ukraine pavilion, the Cybersecurity Association, which I'm the chairman of, and that we have been promoting that type of information from Ukrainian cyber security people, not necessarily companies. So to give you an example there, William, we had the CISO basically of a company called uControl, which is an open data company that is about basically I've talked about before, William, I think you've been on, where they basically are helping track down Russian sanctions breakers and that, right? But I didn't talk to them about for the interview. I didn't talk to them about the open data aspect. I talked to their CISO about defending uControl, and he's also on the and by the way, this is public, but he's on the Ukrainian cyber defense team, right, about defending Ukraine. As you quite rightly say, William, you're bang on, right? He basically starts in 2015 in his story, right? So you're absolutely right, and indeed, I will tell you that one of the companies that we've got speaking on the main stage is a company called Under Defense, that are a Ukrainian cyber defense cybersecurity company that's actually New York based, William. It's got a New York headquarters. And there is definitely, William, a general demand for that information, and indeed on the tweet that I've pinned in my Substack there, that refers to a report that Dr. Biljana Lilly first brought up on the Twitter space, that is effectively from Ukraine's cyber defense team. So you might find that interesting, William, and other people that you know might find that interesting, right? So it's effectively a report from Ukraine's cyber defense team on exactly how they've defended Ukraine against the Russian attacks over the last year. So that might be interesting. So that is definitely the case. There is definitely interest out there in terms of learning from a cyber perspective, and other perspectives, a drone perspective, a battlefield management perspective, a sort of like whatever the term is, zero power, if you like, infrastructure perspective. There's definitely interest in learning from all of that experience in Ukraine. So thanks for that, William. And as to sorry, just I definitely have the Ukraine embassy in London on the list of people to speak to, and also I've got on there like the American embassy in London, and also of course the embassies that are in Ukraine. So the UK embassy in Ukraine and the US embassy in Ukraine. I can, I'm like 99% certain that awareness has reached the Ukrainian government and some parts of the UK government, and maybe with your help, William, we can get to the appropriate bits of the US government. But there is, as I say, US. What is it? There's a US UK like organization, as there is a Ukraine UK organization. So there's I'll actually, William, I'll send you a DM with some people that we've got on the list there. Yeah. So I think that's about it. Thank you very much for the time. Any questions? I'd be glad to answer them.
Well, first of all, sorry to interfere with you with the nighttime sleep, and sometimes when you hear a call about advocacy and you're an advocate, you wake right up. So it's always good to be on with somebody else who's doing something, direct action, proactively, to engage folks around this. And I'll do what I can. I can't promise everything, Chris. There's a lot going on, but as I said, maybe I can help point you in the right direction. And again, it's just really, it's a really unique, interesting space you're talking about. And I can think of a few folks I might want to, send your way already. So, because it'd be interesting to do that. There has to be some comparative stuff here in the United States when it comes to talking about this, and this would be an interesting space to bring it to in the United States.
Yeah. Thank you, William. Just to let you know, actually, the RSA conference, which is this coming weekend, I think I'm right in saying, in San Francisco. There's actually going to be a meeting up there of some of the Ukrainian and some of the US people that I'm speaking to, and the exhibition organisers of the London exhibition are going to be in RSA as well. So that, and it's there's been some great communication, and actually it was all ladies. They were all basically going to meet up at the RSA show and have a good conversation on that. So yeah, I think that there's a likelihood of another Ukrainian pavilion happening in the USA. Not definite or anything like that, but it's being discussed.
Make sure you keep me on the loop for that going on. But as I said, it's always great hearing about this stuff and the work you're doing in particular. I have been watching. There's a group of very good fellas doing a lot of strategic bonking on some corporations and folks that are on certain lists that I know you've helped kind of put together. So, and that all came from conversations that me and you've had, on this space where we've seen some really good action from a lot of great NAFO folks taking their energy and turning it into a sharp pointy spear against some of these corporations that are doing really bad stuff and continuing to support genocide and a colonialistic dictator who's hell bent at destroying their neighbor. So I'm very, very proud of always being up here with someone who's also doing some great work, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, William. I am, I know that the leopard ladies are going to turn up in their leopard skin gear and that, but I'm wondering whether the NAFO people that have volunteered to come to the stand and man the stand are going to turn up in their NAFO gear as well. I'd be very interested about that.
They're all going to dress up like dogs? That would be very interesting.
Well, I didn't know whether that had ever happened, Prince, whether it can happen or not. Are there such things as physical NAFO outfits?
I don't know, but I bet you they could be. Constructed. We just need to talk to some people about how to sew them, and maybe get ourselves a Hollywood makeup artist to transform our people into NAFO dogs. I think that could be entertaining. It could draw people.
I was trying. My brain won't work at the minute. But what are those exhibitions where they all go dressed up?
The furries.
The what? Sorry.
So there's the cross pay, but there's a group of folks that are the furries. They dress up as animals, the unique little animals, and I could see some furry NAFO fellows running around at some of those conventions in the future too.
Cool.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop for the night. I think on that pleasant note, Peter is here. And Primus, Primus is here. They are here to take over for the next few hours until Europe wakes up. And I can tell you, these guys do a fabulous job co-hosting together. So you guys are going to be in for a great night, and I'll be listening, of course, because we always listen 24/7. It's all we do is we listen or co-host. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope you guys have had a good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. And thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Slava. Prince, thank you so very much. Really appreciate all the great work you're doing. Chris, I was just fascinated listening to your description of the Ukraine pavilion. And Will, it's great to see, William, it's great to see you in the space here. I know, as you said, when the issue of advocacy comes up, your ears perk up. And, can you think of a more effective advocacy campaign than NAFO in your career, in your living memory?
I can't. And I was talking to someone the other day about it. Someone had no real understanding. I started sending them some information about it. And just, first of all, I think the need for something like NAFO was so needed in today's social media environment, a place where people can come together from all kinds of different backgrounds, agree to disagree, but come together for a common good. But to also to use these skills that we have on our fingertips. These so many folks have done this stuff in the government, have watched other governments do it to us, especially when it comes to the manipulation of our civil societies from places like Russia to infiltrate and spread propaganda. And I think back to a year ago, Peter, and think about how what's the word for it? How smothered we were in Russian propaganda, and not directly from Russians, but Russian propaganda being spewed from our leaders or our talking heads from both sides, from all corners of America. And the increase that happened as we started to go towards the major increase, the invasion of Ukraine, and the increase of that propaganda was just it was like you were smothered here, and to see that be fought back, and now, to me, it seems like NAFO was able to get on the front foot, and for a grassroots group of organizers, and my favorite thing in the world, Peter, is when I hear these folks get on and they start boo-hooing about how these have to be bots and all of that. I understand how to organize folks, and we can affect change with people. It's much easier than folks realize, and it's just really cool to see them all come together and do it. And I've never seen anything like it in my life, Peter.
And NAFO is a beautiful thing, that it basically became a thing just so organically in the face of all of this propaganda and untruth. And, people just decided, we're going to say something about that, but they did it in really the best way possible. And it was, a lot of times it was satire. It was making fun of them, bonking them. You're showing them how ridiculous some of the nonsense they were saying really was. And a lot of this stuff comes from someone called the Internet Research Agency. It's the biggest troll farm. It's in St. Petersburg. It actually has connections to Wagner Group and Prigozhin there. He's one of the people involved in it. And, it is very much an influence op. And, of course, they would think that NAFO was some sort of, army, CIA army of bots and so on, because just typical Russians, they accuse other people of doing what they do, and that wasn't the case. They just couldn't wrap their heads around it, that people would on their own actually support, the right thing. And it's just not something they could conceive of. But I mean, you have like hundreds, if not thousands of people like doing this professionally. They have like a 9 to 5 job, with vacation hours and holidays and all that. They're professionally going on there with hundreds of Twitter accounts, just trying to find all the wedges in society and just try to break it apart to just flood the zone of disinformation. Because that's how disinformation works. It's you're not if we go out there and we say something true, right? And then you have like 50 accounts come on and say, oh, that's a lie, that's not true, or pro-Russia or whatever. It dilutes the message. It gets ratioed, and people that go look at that thread, they'll see like 1 or 2 things about the truth and 50 things the other way, and they'll say, you know what, I just don't know what the truth is. They're not really going to change your mind. All they're really trying to do is just get you to say, I don't really know what the truth is, or moral equivalency of both sides have something wrong. So since both sides are morally equivalent, then I don't need to get involved. I don't need to care about this. And it's that's how they try to fight that, is just throw mud. Just basically kick up dust to obscure the truth. They can't fight it. All they can do is hide it. And that's how a lot of influence operations work. And that's why it's important to be able to intelligently read the things that we see. What is the source? We talked about woozling the other night when we were on here. It's where basically
explain for everyone. Primus, I think woozling is great. Explain for everyone just again the concept, because it's so brilliant.
Yes, woozling, and it's actually a term I originally heard from a YouTube presenter called Laserpig, who is ridiculous but very intelligent. And it's based on a story from Winnie the Pooh where was it Timothy Robbins or Christopher Robbins and Tigger, they are out in the woods and they see some footprints. So they start following the footprints. And they're out there for hours trying to catch up with whatever this unique creature is on there, and they just can't quite keep up with it. And then they realize they keep going past the same places over and over again. And it finally occurs to them, well, we've just been following our own footprints all along. There's never anything out there. I was just, following ourselves. And, basically they called it the woozle that they were tracking, but really they're tracking themselves. So what that means when you're looking at, information or whatever is, okay, if it's almost like information laundering is another way to look at it. Because if you see an article on the internet and says, okay, well, I cited another source, and when you look at that source, that cited another source, and that source cited another source. And what you often end up with is, one person came out with basically a lie or misrepresentation, and maybe it was, and it often was, Russia Today, RT, right? And they'll put it out there, and other news stories outlets will pick it up. So, a lower tier newspaper might pick it up, or some commenters might pick it up. Then someone else sees it and they write a story or pass on a post. Okay, well, so and so said this, which is citing someone else. And, a few days or weeks later, even hours, I mean, it's the information age, things move so quickly. Something that looks like the truth and it's shocking. And you can see, well, it was cited by some other place that, you would think is credible from people to be credible on here, and it turns out it's just a woozle. It's just it's just basically garbage, which has been repeatedly cited, and it's you kind of lose track of what's real and what's not that way, because you don't really know what a verified source is till you know where it actually came from. And that's why it's so important to really follow primary sources about things.
I think you're right, Primus. I see Chris has got his hand up, so I want to go to Chris. But as you mentioned, the so-called Internet Research Agency, which was this Russian intelligence-backed, we'd call it a troll farm now, but their job wasn't so much to troll Western media, but to plant those footprints that you mentioned in the Woozle circle, right? And I remember reading a fascinating article by one of the workers in this troll factory, we can think of it as. And here they are in St. Petersburg, they're in Russia, but for their day job, due to the internet, their headspace was in the West. And this one troll factory worker, her job wasn't just to pump out pro-Russian propaganda. On the contrary, her job was to have a blog. And it was a live journal, I believe. I don't think anybody uses live journal anymore, but that's what her platform was, if I recall the facts correctly. And all she would do was talk about her fictional life in the West. And she would have daily blog posts, all of which was completely made up. And then every once in a while, her job was then to insert a question about what our leaders were doing to us, or to seed doubt or uncertainty, and then switch back to, oh, my daily meditations or thoughts on this topic or that topic. Notice how insidious that is. But there's also a twist, because the topics she was informed to seed into the Western debate and hope that someone would follow her blog and think that she was a real person and get to know her and then listen when she had these opinions about mistrust for institutions or leaders in the West. Well, all of this was carefully calibrated in essentially a laboratory. There were a lot, and continue to be many people in Russia who study us. They study our societies. They study our public debates. They look for wedge issues or cleavages or points to drive groups apart from each other or pit them against each other, and masquerading all along as part of the conversation. That is insidious. It is what we're up against. And that's why we exist here in this community. And Primus, that's why it is so great to have you back here tonight. I see we've got a couple hands up. Let's take some hands. Let's have a conversation. Primus and I could talk about all sorts of stuff. Tonight, we've got a really cool agenda, list of topics that we want to talk about. We want to talk about wartime leadership. Obviously, we're going to talk about the war for Ukraine. I was very impressed by an article that Colonel John Spencer, friend of the MriyaReport, friend of the space, just published on the Soup Daddy himself and his actual meeting with Chef Zhenya and his reflections about Chef Zhenya's work and the effort to feed the Ukrainian army. And then we've also got some economic topics. Poland and France are fighting with each other again, this time in diplomatic terms, over industrial manufacturing for military equipment to Ukraine. We've got a huge agenda. I hope we can get through it all before Europe wakes up, but I'd love for us to have a conversation. And then in the next hour, put your thinking caps on and get ready to share, because I would love to gather your suggestions for what a future story of freedom might look like. I know everyone in this community has their favorite story of freedom, and I have 52 weeks in a year, And I'm keen to hear what your stories are, because I'd love to feature many of them on an upcoming episode of Stories of Freedom each Saturday morning on the East Coast. So, Primus, I think we're ready to roll. How about you?
Yeah, I think we're ready to roll. Just to set some expectations as normal here. With comments, let's try to have a conversation, but stay on point. A couple minutes at a time, and we'll kind of move from. We have a lot on the agenda, so we may move from one thing to the other to keep it rolling. Okay. All right. So, Chris, you're up, and then Robin.
Thank you, Primus, and thank you, Peter. I was actually, Peter, just going to go back to NAFO a minute and just say how sort of fascinating it was to read a Daily Mail article over here, which was about the release of certain information over there by whatever she's called, Donbass Dabushka or whatever she's called. And to see NAFO mentioned in mainstream media in the Daily Mail article there, right? That was quite interesting. And then just to tell you a little story as well, if I may, won't be as good as yours, but anyway, a little story. So obviously, in terms of getting people from Ukraine for the Ukraine pavilion, I've thankfully been introduced from one person to another person, if you like. So I was introduced by a Ukrainian software company to basically what I was told was a cybersecurity company. Right? They turned out to be a bit more than that once we got to know one another. Right? But anyway, they were a cybersecurity company, and they were based in Odessa. And just to put in your mind there that a lot of the leopard ladies, if you didn't know, came from Odessa. So a lot of those pictures that we saw of ladies wearing leopard skin, leopard print dresses. Shouldn't say leopard skin, should I? Leopard print dresses, and that were from Odessa. Now, so with this particular company, there was a wee bit of a language problem. I don't speak any Ukrainian, and they spoke English, but it wasn't perfect. Not that I blame them for that, obviously. So anyway, I was basically trying to explain to them what we were doing with the Ukraine pavilion. So I won't repeat the stuff that I said earlier on, but I got to the point where I said, "Oh, and by the way, MriyaReport will be there broadcasting as well from the stand, and we're getting a lot of from the pavilion, and we're getting a lot of support from them." There was like silence, and at the other end, like, what is MriyaReport? And so I went, "Oh, okay. Well, are you guys on Twitter?" They go, "Yeah, we're on Twitter." Yeah. I said, "Okay, so do you know anything about Twitter Spaces?" So one of the guys goes, "Yeah, I know something about Twitter Space." I said, "Okay, so you go to Twitter, you go to MriyaReport, and then you listen on the on there, if you like, about what they say. It's 24/7, 365, and it's been there, since the Russians invaded last February." Okay, that's interesting. We'll go and do that, Chris. And I said, "Yeah." I said, "And perhaps you know about the Free the Leopards campaign that was started by MriyaReport." And that they went, "Free the Leopards." I said, "Yeah, hashtag Free the Leopards." And they went, "Oh, free the leopards, right?" And then they got like really, really animated about that. And they said, "Yeah, we know free the leopards, we know free the leopards." And it was like, it was like the first time that we had we really sort of like connected with one another during the conversation, and from then on, it was like basically all downhill. And obviously, you know, one of the connections there is the massive support that the Free the Leopards campaign had from NAFO, of course, which helped in its success. And talk about going round and round. You know, I was introduced to somebody in the Ukrainian government in Kiev, and I noticed on their timeline there a big article about Free the Leopards, and it sort of started off and it went like, oh, you know, this sounds a bit silly, but actually this Free the Leopards campaign, you know, got and they were just really talking about it from a Ukrainian perspective. You know, this Free the Leopards campaign actually ended up getting leopard tanks released. You know, and so it was really funny to see that as well. So anyway, yeah, it's really like fascinating how all of this stuff gets around.
Indeed.
Well, that's go on,
Oh
Primus.
no, you go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say it is why it's kind of necessary to listen to the Maria Report and keep it on all the time, because you never quite know what's going to happen. So I was actually on the space when it happened. Perhaps some listening right now are also there. And if you are, you'll remember just how organically it came together, how the Free the Leopards campaign was an example of the Maria Report at its best. I do forget the original caller. It might have been an American, it might have been a European, possibly a Canadian, if I recall, somebody from North America, I think. And he was very animated and excited about this idea he had that we should create a grassroots effort to encourage politicians in Europe to release the Leopard tanks for Ukraine. Okay, and he said, you know, I've been working on this. I'm paraphrasing, but the gist was, I've been working on this idea, and I think we need to get a hashtag going. And I would suggest that it is "Let the Leopards Run Free." And it was Axel who just hit the microphone. He had this brilliant flash of inspiration, and he said in his very cool voice, his very deep tone, he knew he had the right idea, and he just said, "Free the Leopards." And that was it. From that moment, we started hashtagging Free the Leopards, and a million memes were born. It started here. We were part of that effort. And Chris, it also gets to this idea that we were talking about with NAFO. So originally, you know, NAFO is in a sense a distant relative of an effort that started in the Baltic states, where individuals called themselves elves. The elf movement, you could think of it as. In Baltic lore, elves slay trolls. And so they were online troll slayers. And when it came to Baltic media issues, when it came to Russian disinformation targeted at the Baltic states, these elves were just self-appointed. They were keyboard warriors, but they were hell-bent on slaying Russian trolls using humor, satire, and facts. And so when NAFO was born, we also had Kama on the space, and I asked him, I had the chance to ask him, because I was curious, what was the inspiration for NAFO, for the dogs? And he said something so poignant. And again, maybe some of you were there and listened to this incredible conversation. And he's so talented. And he said, you know, in life, sometimes very bad things happen. And all I could imagine is that wouldn't life be a little bit better if there was a picture of a Shinu Ibu dog driving a 57 Chevy with a HIMARS on the back? And that was it. That was the inspiration. That was the idea. And from that, if not a million, billions of memes were born with that idea. This is something that Russia cannot control. What is happening in the information space is new. It is very cool. Maria Report is part of it. I see so many NAFO fellas in the audience right now. You're part of something bigger than yourself. I think you know that. I don't think we truly know the extent of the impact we're having, but it's big. And the Russians just have no idea how to fight back against this. That Internet Research Factory, yeah, they could ask Facebook for information about individuals, but they have no idea how to counteract what we're doing right now. And that's important. Primus, I'll let you do the hands. I think we are going to have a great conversation tonight.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to it. So,
by order we have right now.
I see Tim's got his hand up. Do we want to go to Tim first? Tim, do you have a point?
Yeah, well, Tim and Robin
Yeah.
and William.
Hey, Peter, I just want to say I got to drop down. I didn't mean to interrupt, folks. I was up here for a few hours. It was a really good conversation. I just needed to drop down, and I just want to say goodbye to everybody, and really appreciate the time talking about advocacy while I was up here. And I'll wait for Tim for a second because it seems like some waving. But thanks, everybody. It's always for the space.
Will, come back. William, come back anytime. Keep up the great work. You're fighting for the right causes to help our friends in Ukraine. So thank you so much. Hope to see you back soon.
Yeah. Advocacy matters. That's how change happens. If no one knows you care, they're not going to change anything about it. So they need to hear your voice, because otherwise they'll be hearing someone else's. All right, let's do Tim and Robin.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, it's a little noisy because I'm on the tram. I had a leopard anecdote for you. Now, when this all started on the MriyaReport, I was in Dnipro, of all places, on an aid delivery, and I got a text from Axel, just asking where I was, how I was doing. He said, yeah, all fine. Just got to Dnipro, just delivered all the stuff to Sergei Haidai, the local, he's the governor of Luhansk. And he said, are there many people wearing leopard print clothing? And I said, well, I haven't really noticed. But he said, take pictures of them, especially women. And I just thought, right, this is going to end in violent arrest, isn't it? Like, this, I'm not going around to Dnipro taking pictures of random women, especially young, attractive ones in leopard print. And then he explained the Free the Leopards concept. And I said, yeah, okay, that's great. That's brilliant. I love it. But I'm still not doing it, because explaining to these ladies, even if I tee it up beforehand in, Google Translate Russian, why I want to take pictures of them because of a thing on the internet regarding tanks. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. So I almost became a registered offender of some kind in Ukraine. Because Axel wanted pictures of attractive women in leopard print. So that's my leopard anecdote.
It was for a good cause, Tim. It was for a good cause.
Yeah, that's I'm glad you exercised some discretion on that. That would be difficult to explain. That would be difficult to explain. But I think that the next hashtag, though, there was we'll get to it a little bit later, but people finally realize there's about 50 Australian F-18 Hornets sitting in the desert, and the Spanish have a bunch of ones sitting around they're not using. So I'm calling the next hashtag Free the Murder Hornets. So, all right, let's go to Robin.
Hi, thanks. Actually, you all have hit about everything I was going to say, but I would just want to add, I think we need to free the Falcons, because we've got to get those F-16s out and over there. We have a bunch of them sitting in the desert too, and they're doing us no good, and they could make a big difference for Ukraine. The other thing I wanted to mention that Chris mentioned in Britain, and we had the same thing here in the New York Post. I opened up the paper the other day, and there is that article about that, whatever her name was, who had released the top secret documents, and NAFO was cited in the article, but it was cited as NAFO, a Ukrainian advocacy group. No Shiba Inus, no brain dead cartoon dogs, no nothing. And I just was astounded. We've become a mainstream advocacy organization when I wasn't looking, and having a blast doing it, I might add. And I think NAFO is going to be the subject of a lot of dissertations and things in the future. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. And one of the advantages we have over all those Russian bot farms is how committed we all are. We're not doing this because Putin is paying us to repeat the same garbage over and over again. And no matter what the Russians do, they're not going to be able to make up the enthusiasm gap. So that was just what I wanted to say. Keep up the good work and free the Falcons. Slava Ukraini.
I'm glad we still live in a time where people have moral outrage. That we didn't lose that sense of moral outrage with all the information overload, all the things you see on TV, all the reasons you have not to care and go about your life, that people, can look at the world and say, no, This isn't the world I want to live in. This isn't how I want things to be. And when someone lies to my face and pollutes, basically pollutes the water of the information we all rely on, they'll stand up and say something about it. And they're doing it in the best way possible. And it would make Voltaire happy is they're doing it with satire. And I think that's just the best thing about it. People weren't going out there and you know talking like academics and, well, actually no, this is the actual fact, because that's what they want to do. They want to drag you down into the facts and bury all the information on there. They did it with satire. They made people laugh and just expose how ridiculous something was. And you can mock someone in a few words, but it can take paragraphs, it can take essays, it can take books to prove someone wrong. So that's the power of satire.
Yeah, and the wonderful thing about it too is these mini dictators, the people, like Putin, like Ulyanov, and they don't know what to do with satire. They can lie to your face and argue about things. I mean, I've seen those a couple of times that Lavrov has tried to spew some of his garbage, and people have laughed at him. They don't know what to do about it. It's satire is a very potent way of fighting back with these people.
When you lose your humanity, you also lose your sense of humor, and I think that's one of the things Russia has lost, and that's something they just can't comprehend anymore. They've got to blow in a fuse. It's great. So speaking of fuses on here, there was the article about, well, actually, Chris, why don't you wrap up this and this segment, and we'll go talk about another area, okay? I want to give you the last word on this.
Yeah, it was just that I guess Peter didn't realise, but it was actually me that was in the conversation with Axel and Doman when we started Free the Leopards.
Was that you? Oh my gosh, you're here for the conversation. Thank you, Chris. Oh, my apologies. The record is corrected tonight, and I will not get it wrong in the future. Thank you, Chris. Did I mischaracterize you? Did I misphrase you there?
No. It's all good, Peter. It's all good. But I must actually send to you. I did a Substack about the story, and that I'll send that to you sometime. Again, it won't be as good as your stories, but it's my best attempt.
Oh, I will take a look at it and see if I might even retweet it sometime this week. Thank you, Chris. A tip of the hat, and let the record reflect. It was Chris who initiated the idea here on the report.
Thank you, Peter.
All right, so let's switch gears over to the ammunition production story that came out in the last day or so. So there's been a initiative in the European Union to produce up to $2 billion of ammunition as a starting point to send to Ukraine. But, of course, there's been some tensions on how exactly that's going to be done. Because when you put $2 billion on the table, everyone wants their handout for a bit of it, right? So, there's been some tensions between the Polish and the French over exactly how this should be handled. Should this all go to European contractors, even though that might delay the amount of time that it takes to get the ammunition, or should they, basically spend what they can spend in a quick time, and then try to reach out to some other producers in like the United Kingdom or Canada to try to get the ammunition. So, it's been interesting. It's been, it's basically bureaucracy versus bureaucracy. So we're trying to figure out how that's going to go. There's points to both sides. Peter, what are your thoughts about that? And like how the Europeans are kind of viewing this? Why is this even an issue in your mind?
Yeah, this is a big one. I think we have to look at the wider frame first. I mean, think about the dueling, we'll call it counter programming visits that took place almost back to back. So you've got Macron going to Beijing and getting love bombed by the Chinese. Love bombing is a well-known cult technique in which you're trying to recruit a new member to the cult. So you surround them with love and affection and attention, and you feel really great and you feel part of the community. And then you get on a plane and you give an interview to a bunch of reporters, and you essentially start saying things that the Chinese want you to say. Are they your ideas? Are they the Chinese ideas? It's hard to say. Well, that was what happened with Macron. And almost exactly after that, you see Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki come to Washington. And his message was, we want a strong strategic partnership with the United States. We are here. If there ever is a fight in Asia, we're ready to help. We're ready to defend Europe. If America has to, get involved in a military conflict with China, God forbid, Poland's ready to defend Europe. Think about the counter programming in those 2 visits. All right, so that's the first context. We have a setup for a conflict at the strategic level. And now I think it's playing out on the defense industrial level. And Primus, I think you've framed the question perfectly well. The issue here, though, is for many, many decades, France, God bless our French allies, but France has treated defense spending as another domestic subsidy. This is an industrial subsidy. We keep workers employed. They make submarines, for example. They make military equipment, and it's just another subsidy. Very few European leaders prior to February of last year ever really considered the possibility that military equipment might be used in a war. And I think we're now seeing the rubber meeting the road, and France is reverting back to form. Again, God bless our French allies. I don't want to throw any allies under the bus or sow discord, but it is important to look at what's happening. So here we have France trying to make sure that any money spent allocated by the EU should be spent in the EU and Norway. And we have Poland saying, whoa, this is very restrictive. Are we setting a precedent? There's a lot of questions here. And Primus, you're right. This is the dueling bureaucracies. And frankly, if there were ever 2 powerful bureaucracies, well, Poland and France would definitely be in a competition for the gold medal there.
Yeah, I mean, but the French will be French. They're very protective of their industries. I mean, things like the agricultural section, is important. They're going through some internal stress right now with the riots involving raising the retirement age and so on. So, they have a lot on their plate. But, ultimately, I mean, the French particularly want a, strong and independent Europe that doesn't rely on anyone else for defense. And I think they're looking at this, beginning of a $2 billion handout. Well, it's not handout, but, funds to develop infrastructures. They want to keep it all in-house to facilitate that. Now, Broden, I certainly understand that, but it's certainly, it's not a time that inefficiency can really be tolerated. I mean, the Ukrainians need the ammunition as soon as possible. So wherever it comes from, yeah, I mean, if you can take $1 billion and you can use it immediately, and the other $2 billion, other $1 billion to build a factory, okay, that's great, that's understandable in peacetime, but that factory could take like a couple years to build. It may not be immediately available, and there's, they could, place the order with the British or, some other places to help, infrastructure that's already working. Because you can't just make artillery shells and gun barrels. I mean, it takes, months, if not years, to set up the foundries. And, you need the chemical systems to provide the powder and the explosives and the milling machines. It's a very substantial operation. And you can't just set that up like a pop-up restaurant or something. So, anyways, we'll see what happens with that.
I've got some. Yeah, let's keep talking about it. Let's go with the flow, though. Tim, I see your hands up.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to unpack with this. I have a couple of points to make. I know, Peter, you're very polite and you don't like throwing allies under a bus. I do. No, I'm teasing. I don't think it's possible to be too cynical about the French foreign policy and about the French defense policy when it comes to this. Now, yes, France does see defense spending as essentially military Keynesianism, but as you say, for them it's all about work share, right? So if there is an amount of money being spent somewhere in the world on defense, they're going to try and bundle as much of it in the door of France as they possibly can. And this is why their submarine deal collapsed, right? So you may recall France had this contract to supply a number of conventional submarines to Australia. Now, Australia generally buys American, and it's generally closer to the Anglosphere than it is to Europe, for obvious reasons, because it is in the Anglosphere. And So it was an interesting choice to buy these things from the French when they could have gone to Washington, they could have gone to London, they could have gone to any number of other places to buy them. Especially when it comes to diesel electric. The Swedes make good diesel electric submarines, so do the Germans. Like France was a weird choice because France hasn't operated this capability for some decades, if I remember correctly. The way that went down was Australia does have a domestic submarine manufacturing capability, right? They made the Collins class, so their current class of submarines. They made those in Australia. There's a big British-owned shipyard, BAE shipyard, that makes submarines in Australia. So it's not like they don't have the capability, right? It's not like it's beyond the technical capabilities of Australia to build submarines, especially diesel electric ones. Nevertheless, somebody decided it would be a good idea to go with the French, and the French said initially, yeah, okay, so they're going to cost this amount, and we're going to build them in Australia. Then it became, right, well, we're going to build 60% of them in Australia, and they're going to cost twice as much. And then it became, well, we're going to build 40% of them in Australia. And then basically they threw their toys out the pram and said, we have no confidence in your ability to build these submarines. We're going to make them in France. I'm simplifying slightly, but not entirely. So basically, the French greed for work share basically killed that deal. So they ended up with submarines that were based on a nuclear design. So they were not, they were, I think it was Barracuda class they were calling them. They were based on a nuclear design. So the design was crap for diesel electric submarines on a nuclear design platform. They were going to cost an eye-watering sum of money. I mean, people call AUKUS expensive. Actually, it's not. These submarines were going to be preposterously expensive, and they were being frankly awful over the work share, right? So they were trying to grab as much work for French shipyards as they possibly could, and Australians, being sensible chaps, said, actually, no, we're not going to play that game, and we'll go to our real friends instead. So that's what killed it. It was this French greed over work share. I think another thing we have to understand is what France means when France says we want a strong Europe that's not dependent on the US. They don't mean a strong Europe that's, they don't mean a strong Europe. They mean they want the European Union to subsidize French foreign policy goals. Because France has a kind of a weird little neo-colonial empire in Africa, and they can't really afford it. So you look at their recent operations against Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, predominantly Mali. They couldn't do that on their own. The French military has a crippling lack of strategic and tactical airlift. So they had to go cap in hand to the Royal Air Force for airlift to sustain the entire operation. They don't really have enough men. So there were a number of European countries involved in Mali as well, one of which was my home country of Estonia. And so they have these grand ideas. They don't really want to put the money up themselves. So they have to beg, borrow, and steal from allies. Or the other thing they can potentially do is call it European defense when actually it's just a force multiplier or financial multiplier for French foreign policy. So that's what that's what they want. They envisage a Europe with greater resources for defense, basically using those resources in a way that France can dominate. And to be honest, they probably could. Now the UK is out of the way. France is the only militarily significant expeditionary power in Europe, and they could probably get away with that. So that's kind of what they want. So there's nothing noble about France's claims that they want a strong European defense. It's all in France's self-interest, in France's strict, absolute self-interest for their own foreign policy goals. My third thing I'd like to say is I've got a perfect formula for deciding who gets a slice of this $2 billion bucks.
I'm interested. What is the formula?
You look at the percentage of gross national product that each allied country that is capable of building ammunition. Let's leave the US out for a moment because the US is doing its own thing. You look at the percentage of GDP that each country has given to Ukraine in either military aid or direct aid, and you apportion the $2 billion accordingly. So Estonia gets loads, UK gets loads, Germany gets some.
Lithuania would be at the top of that. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, the Baltic states would really catapult to the top of that list because they have given so much as a portion of their GDP.
Exactly. And France gets absolutely sod all, because France has given, what, a seventh of what Germany's given? And Germany's not given that much. So, yeah, that's my formula. Whatever you've given so far, that's the slice of the contract you get. So go away, Froggy. Anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. I will just add to this, is this point. There is a law we have in the United States, and it's called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And it essentially is very restrictive, and it tells American companies, look, there are some things that you are not allowed to do in order to get contracts or get new business when dealing with other companies or governments overseas. The idea is very old. Well, very old. It's about as old as me. It hails to the 1970s, and the concept was actually kind of remarkable. Congress decided, hey, we're brand America. We want the world to know when you deal with America, there's no corruption involved. That's going to be our brand. And so they set all these laws. I watched the conflict between two different cultures, French culture and American culture, over the question of what kind of air and missile defense system should Poland acquire. Should it be a system called SAM-T, made by France, or should it be Patriot? And it was eye-watering to me to watch how many French salesmen operated. The things that were perfectly legal for them to do, and they did in Poland, would have actually been a felony and a long jail term if American companies did the same. And yet, in the end, Poland went with Patriot. Poland went with America because Poland was thinking about the bigger strategic picture, as well as its actual capabilities and requirements and needs to shoot down Russian Iskanders and cruise missiles, for example. So there is this conflict at the strategic level, how countries orientate themselves, and there is this conflict at the economic level. And, you know, Tim, when you talked about the ever shrinking slice of the pie that Australia would get for making submarines, and in the end, Australia's slice was zero, and they would be made in France. It did strike me, how was it that France originally got that contract? And then the Australians realized it was a bad deal. And now they've gone once again with brand America. So, hey, good job, Australia.
Yeah, good job, Australia. AUKUS deal is going to be great for you guys.
Sorry, just a quick comeback on that, Peter. Yeah, and what you have to remember about that is in a country where bribery is not particularly normal, open, or widespread, right? So Poland is, you know, at least it's come a long way, but you know, it's not exactly low corruption by global standards. Probably low corruption by European standards. You know, it's not Spain. But you think about some countries where these kind of facilitation payments are an absolutely normal part of doing business. So, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, Arabia. Imagine what they're up to there. You know, when you have you know, you have your Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. The UK has the Bribery Act as well, which is a very similar piece of legislation. Just imagine what they're doing in countries like India, where, you know, facilitation payments are, you know, just absolutely normal. It boggles the mind.
Well,
that is correct. Hey, I see we have Dr. Go for it, Primus. I see we have Dr. Nick in the space. Good to see you, Dr. Nick. And we've got a couple other hands. Chris, I see your hand. Primus, I'll let you do the hands, and I'll just riff off of comments and share my insights. And we've got a couple other really fascinating stories to go through. But hey, we're on a roll. Let's go with it.
All right. So, yeah, we have 3 hands up right now. So let's try to keep comments down to about 2 minutes, and then we'll be doing a gear change after that, most likely. Okay. All right. So we're going to go with Aaron, Chris, and then Helsinki.
Hi. Can you hear me, Primus?
I can hear you. Send it.
Okay. Just a quick point on those submarines. I don't know if it was tactical thing from the French point of view, like a go slow, or whether their industrial relations are like that. But the Australians had huge frustrations working with the French in that they would take a 2.5-hour lunch break, sometimes longer, when the Australians were trying to work with them, and so the productivity was very frustrating from the Australian side. So I don't know if that was used as an excuse or anything. The other point on 155 manufacture, we've got some Rheinmetall companies here in Australia and Thales, and it seems like I thought we were going to make 155 here in Australia. We've got a couple of factories to do it, but we're dealing with the French to supply gunpowder, and they're going to be supplying the casings. Just not 100% sure whether they're being manufactured here or in France, but by what Chris or Tim just said, they'd probably want to get it over there and do the manufacturing over there, and then put their cut on top. If we're just supplying raw materials, I'm not sure. That's all. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say I was watching World War II documentaries on Netflix recently, and I was like at the bit where the Germans had basically struck west, and were sort of like about to go round the Maginot Line and all of that blah, and there was this massive German convoy that was heading into the west. I'm not sure if it was actually France. It might have been Belgium or wherever it was. And they were going, and obviously it looked like the Russian convoy going into Kiev, right? And they basically, and obviously I don't know how accurate the documentary was, but it was basically saying, well, somebody went back and said to the French general, hey, there's this massive convoy of Germans, heading west, and if we were to get a load of planes together, go bomb them, we could take them all out, because they're basically sitting ducks. And the French general apparently just wouldn't believe the reports that he was getting, saying that there was this massive, armored convoy heading west. And so I think my question is really, and with what Tim has said, what is actually going on with the French, which obviously is a big question, but I'm trying to figure it out. So.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a good explanation on that. The French are certainly very independent on things. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that, however frustrating it is. They have their own take on their foreign policy there, and they have different interests and so on, and that's fine. It is going to be interesting to see what their role in Europe looks like going forward during and after this war, because I think their leadership role is a lot of it's going to depend on what their position is on supplying Ukraine, how to deal with Russia. Are they going to push for a quick ceasefire, or are they going to let this play out and support Ukraine in taking back 100% of their territory or not? Because the Polish perspective, the Baltic perspective, is going to be very different. And the center of gravity for Europe is moving east. So that's my thoughts on that. Speaking of going east, let's go to Helsinki. And then we'll probably be doing a topic change soon.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, this is true. I want to also say about the French that unfortunately I don't want to make this kind of like a French bashing session, but it is true that it has been very, very disappointing how the French have acted when this full-scale war has started in Ukraine against Ukraine in February last year. So this is completely like what also in our end and what especially the Baltics and the Polish and other Eastern Europeans have done, the assumption that we cannot manage without the US, that US is indispensable in Europe, that all they do, the big countries in Europe which are running the EU, mostly Germany and France, especially France, that if we would have relied on them, what would have happened to Ukraine? Ukraine would have been maybe completely occupied because it hinges much on the US. So like our previous Prime Minister Sanna Marin said that without US, Europe would have not managed. So just I try to say this very kind of like concisely. I don't want to make a long lecture about it, but we had the horrible Yugoslav breakup wars in the 90s. And this was something already in the 90s that Europe was completely unable alone handle this kind of conflict in the Balkans. US had to come and save the day, and the US leadership was the thing that there was a lot of blah blah and this kind of very kind of like indecision in European capitals to handle this crisis in Yugoslavia, which is in heart of Europe. And now, after more than 20 years, we are here in Ukraine, and again, Europeans, with all our power, with all our money, with all our big militaries, we are just doing a blah blah club, and we have to rely on Americans. It's frankly shameful. And now Eastern Europeans and also maybe us and Swedes, we have realized that this enough is enough. And I want to mention something also from the history, 2 points. One something that Peter Doran, you really hit the nail in the head when you were analyzing this visit of Chinese defense minister to Moscow. But first I want to say about the French, 2 examples from us where you can see the evidence is clear. Evidence is very clear. The nuclear power plant, we didn't want
and
to...
hold on, Helsinki, just for the community. So that would have been the visit over the weekend by the Chinese defense minister to Moscow. They met with Putin, and Putin came out of that meeting saying that he was very happy about the trusting relationship he had with China. Go ahead, Helsinki.
Yeah, exactly, Peter. Thank you very much. Cheers. This is you hit the nail in the head, because I just want to little bit open this up. It would be very interesting for you what I tell you. But first of all, 2 points about the French where the evidence is not very good. We were planning our 3rd nuclear reactor, and basically we didn't want to buy it anymore from Rosatom that time. We wanted to buy Western technology. And there was Americans, I think it was not Honeywell, but the other one, General Dynamics or whatever US company. And then we have Areva from France. And this project was delayed for more than 10 years because of basically we have now French nuclear scientists and nuclear engineers telling, who have been working in Finland and become like a Finnish domiciled in Finland. They explained that this Areva couldn't handle it and there was a lot of problems. So a lot of similarities what Australians are going through now. So, okay, I'll stop there, but that's one example. Second,
did Areva ever finish that nuclear reactor? I mean, I remember reading the Financial Times on a bus, and I was reading about the drama around this reactor. It was years overdue. The budget was completely out of control. There was no way this reactor was ever going to be economically viable given the construction costs, and the thing still wasn't even done. Did they ever finish that reactor, Helsinki?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Yeah, it is finished. You know, it was not delayed years. You could say that it was delayed decades. I think it was it was basically more than 10 years late, which is. But now, actually, around last week, it is operational. It is running, and now the electricity is super cheap, and we are exporting electricity to other European friends, Estonians and such, I think. So it is going great finally, but it has been a disaster in that sense. And finally, I want to say that the French have also, or not the French, but Areva and the French government have shot themselves in their own foot, because they had to pay such a reparations for our nuclear authority, which is very, very top notch. They don't take any BS, so they had to pay a lot of reparations for the operator and the operator, not the nuclear authority. Nuclear authority is the regulator. So So it became very costly project for them. So Areva, the problem, okay, anyway, that's one thing. But the other thing I wanted to tell you guys, which is very, very important before I go to this trust issue, we were joining European Union we joined European Union 95 together with the Swedes. And that time, French were being difficult with us, of course, a complicated process. But on part of the negotiations, they said for us, because we were planning to buy F-18. And of course, the French wanted to sell us, I think it was a Mirage, or anyway, French fighter jet. And they basically said us confidentially to our prime minister or president, they said that, okay, guys, we will not let you into European Union if you don't buy the French fighter jets. And I think our political leaders, they are very polite. They don't want to say publicly these things, but it is outrageous thing, to say. And this is something completely unacceptable, because for us, buying the American technology at that point was also like a signaling that we belong to the West and we want to buy F-18. And lucky that we were standing our ground, that we didn't succumb to this kind of French bullying. But come to the trust issue then, Peter, and thank you very much for raising this thing. This trust word is a coded word that the Russians or Soviets have been using for decades and decades, because after Second World War, we kind of lost the war because we were allied with the Nazis. So we made a separate peace so that the Allies could go to Berlin and finish Nazi Germany faster. And then we had this kind of like a non-aligned status or neutral status. And then Soviet Union occupied most of the Eastern Europe except us. So we maintained our independence. We had to pay war reparations. I mean, we were not in wrong, Russia, we were victims of Russian aggression, but at least we got to keep our independence in this instance. And the Western allies, they were not so worried, kind of like getting our back. They had the Europe to reconstruct. So we were kind of alone dealing with the Russians. So Russians imposed with the Eastern European bloc these kind of treaties of mutual assistance, friendship, air quotes, friendship, and cooperation. And this was also shuffled through our throats also, this kind of agreement. And then for decades and decades, this kind of trust and friendship in big air quotes, trust in big air quotes, these just coded words that this kind of liturgy that the priests say in the mass, that we have trust, we have friendship, but this was not true friendship and true trust. It's a kind of totalitarian way of using words that now Russia, because they are just, like pandering towards Chinese, they are using the same kind of language. There is no trust, there is no friendship. This is just playing with words, and we have a lot of like PhDs, and our foreign ministry archive is full of communiques we have been drafting with the Soviets. When there was some like Leonid Brezhnev or some Soviet leader came, we had a communique, and there was drafting between Finnish and the Soviet diplomats, and trust is there and friendship is there. So you get the gist. This is kind of like very kind of devious way of using words which are devoid completely from their original meaning. So this is what I wanted to say. It's a big subject, but very good discussion, and cheers to everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Helsinki. And in fact, as you're talking about the inverted meaning of words when they're used by Russian officials, it obviously invites the comparison to Orwellian newspeak. Let us recall that it was Marxist Russians in the Kremlin who essentially inspired Orwell to invent this concept and put it into 1984. And so when we think about Putin talking about the trusting relationship that Russia has with China, we can think about this great quote. It's one of my favorites. I pulled it up as you were talking because it's so good. All beliefs, habits, tastes, emotions, mental attitudes that characterize our time are really designed to sustain the mystique of the party. Think of Putin here. And to prevent the true nature of present-day society from being perceived. That was newspeak. The concept being that these totalitarian states, again, the Soviet Union was the model for Orwell's totalitarian nightmare in '84, that they would change and warp and disfigure language so that language had no more meaning anymore. And if you can deprive words of meaning, or the party can change the meaning at will, then the party controls the words that you speak yourself. And we're still seeing this today. And I thought that was reflected in this concept Putin presented about the trusting relationship with China and Helsinki. I think you did a great job there. Come back anytime. Tim.
Yeah, I was just going to just add a little to what Primus said about independence in foreign policy re France. It kind of goes back to what I said earlier on, right? France likes to think that she acts independently in foreign policy, but ultimately doesn't have the capabilities to do so in any meaningful sense, especially given the nature of her foreign policy goals, maintaining this empire in Africa, providing these security guarantees that she's not in a position to honor herself alone. And I think you have to compare that with, say, the UK's attitude, right? So the UK at some stage made a calculus that 90% of the time the UK's foreign policy is going to be almost perfectly aligned to that of the US. Therefore, what the US does tends to be in the UK's interest as well. Therefore, the US is kind of it can be a kind of force multiplier to British interests and vice versa. But the downside of that does mean that 70% of the time we're not acting independently, and basically we're playing second fiddle to the US in terms of policy and in terms of dictating what that policy is, right? Whereas France seems to want to have it both ways, where she expects all of the Western allies to help, but expects to be able to wag the dog when it comes to policy decisions, and this is totally unrealistic. And eventually the crows do come home to roost, right? And we've seen that with AUKUS. We've seen that with Melon Helsinki fella gave us an interesting example with the nuclear thing. You can't behave like this and expect to be taken seriously and expect to be respected on the international stage. And now we've got this China thing as well. I mean, they're just doing. Sorry, I'm ranting a bit, but they're.
No, you're not.
This has to.
Keep going, yeah.
This is not sustainable, this way of doing things, this kind of France first, always and everywhere attitude. It will cost them the goodwill of all of their allies eventually. Now, if they're going to make an enormous fuss about this ammunition deal as well, that's really the cherry on the ice cream, isn't it? That's just when this is a chance to show genuine statesmanship and say, hey, we don't care where they're made as long as they're made somewhere and Ukraine gets them, right? That's the grown-up attitude. And France, I have very, very little doubt that France will thoroughly disgrace herself yet again over this.
I always.
This is no. Yeah, go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, I always looked at French foreign policy as almost like a libertarian, where they kind of resent the system that they depend on, because they do have to depend on everyone else to kind of facilitate what they want to do. Yet they complain about it. So, well, no, we want to be the leaders. We want to be independent. It's like, okay, well, then do that. But they never really can. They want everyone else to follow along with them. They only want leadership with them leading, which again, I have some pros and cons to that. But I don't want to necessarily bash the French, but it's just an observation. They need allies, but they don't always want to be an ally. So speaking of leadership, one thing I wanted to pivot to is a discussion of that, particularly in regards to Volodymyr Zelensky on here, because something that I've always been fascinated by, some history books, from people like Winston Churchill, Harry Truman, there's so many, Abraham Lincoln or whatever, what basically makes a good wartime leader? what does leadership look like in a circumstance like this? How do you do that? And I was wondering if you had some thought on that, Peter, but also Dr. Nick is up here, who is a political scientist. So I'd like to hear both of your thoughts on that.
I would be very keen to hear Dr. Nick's thoughts, because Primus presented this idea to me about talking about leadership and wartime leadership, and I had a chance to reflect a bit. And yes, Winston Churchill is I think, all-time best example of a man who was right for his time and place, and so too is Vladimir Zelensky. Now, here in the United States, saying that statement, even among some of my conservative Republican brethren, that might be thought of as a terrible idea. A lot of people like to throw a lot of shade at President Zelensky, but I offer this reflection. Think about who this individual was. Vladimir Zelensky. He was an actor. He was a comedian. He was very talented, and he was pulled into politics. People have made the connection to Ronald Reagan and the similar arc that Reagan had, the mastery of communication, the understanding of how to use language to your advantage. Okay, so Zelensky has a lot in common with Reagan. But also, think about Zelensky's first year. He had many stumbles. He did not get out of the gate untarnished. He was a first-time politician. He made perhaps some mistakes, but then the war happened. And we think about that defining moment that Zelensky had when the US administration offered him the ability to escape and perhaps set up a government in exile outside of Ukraine. The intelligence assessments, as we know now, were predicting the fall of Kyiv in 3 days. And his famous response to the people of Ukraine: I'm here. I need ammunition, not a ride. And that moment for me was a defining moment in Western history. I knew this was going to be remembered. I think we all knew this was going to be remembered, just like we remember perhaps Winston Churchill's speech. Never, 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 that famous speech was so important at mobilizing Churchill's people. And Zelensky's personal courage became a rallying point around which all Ukrainians could look and say, okay, the president is still in Kyiv, we're still fighting, we still have a country. And so I think that's the other point. It's the leading by doing, showing that your actions speak perhaps louder than your words. And Zelensky was so good at communicating to his own people, and then he widened the frame. And then if you look at his video addresses to different countries, it's masterful how the Ukrainians perfectly calibrated the message. Every time Zelensky would speak to a country, he would invoke their own history, their own struggles, their own great victories and national memories. And he would link those individualized hallmarks to his own struggle in the struggle of his own people. And so not only was Zelensky, I would say, that these three components, the ability to communicate, it's not easy to do. Believe me, it's not. It really is difficult sometimes to communicate clearly and effectively to large numbers of people at the national level. The ability to lead by example. I'm not leaving. I'm here. You should stay here and fight. We're fighting for our country. So that example was powerful. And then the ability to widen that frame and connect and communicate to other countries. Those, perhaps there are many more elements that others in the community might offer their reflections on, but for me, those are the three most important elements of his leadership. And they do, Primus, they do have echoes to Churchill. And I like how you mentioned Truman as well. We can look at other examples throughout history. I'm sure folks in the community have their own thoughts. I'd love to hear them. But those three elements, communication, personal courage and leadership, and the ability to connect with other world leaders and frame your story inside their story to create that connection. Those are three powerful elements that I think bear reflecting upon.
What do you think, Dr. Nick?
It's going to be really hard to follow up Peter there because he pretty much grabbed a lot the elements that I would have talked about.
Yeah, that's why I went to you.
Right. So, but I'll just say, just to sort of support what Peter has said, that I think, and the first person I thought of too was Winston Churchill. Uh, so it was kind of funny. We're both on the same wavelength. The thing is, I think that especially when you're dealing with wartime, the communication is so important, and Peter really nailed that. Um, because people need to know what their job is, what their place is in a circumstance like that. People are dealing with a significant amount of uncertainty in their lives, whether it be the average Ukrainian that is not at the front line, but most definitely including those who are on the front line. And so the ability to communicate effectively to those people, to let them know on a daily basis, because he does have those daily speeches that he gives, exactly what's going on, what role different people are playing and can play. If you watch his various speeches, he, of course, addresses troops on the front line, makes specific comments to specific soldiers who may be up for an award, etc. But he also talks about the average Ukrainian and the things that they are doing, and how they can help. So these things are important too. The ability to effectively communicate so that everybody understands what their role is, what role they can play. So that way people feel connected and they feel more grounded to what's happening. Just one second.
Dr. Nick, I'll pick up as you're
Yeah.
perhaps.
Oh,
Okay, go on ahead.
sorry, a second. I had to do something real quick. But the other thing I would add, just to go along with that aspect of communication, um, what I think is really amazing is his wife sometimes helps him write these speeches, or she's his editor and all of that. And I think looking at the two of them and how they make this team, um, is just another really great sort of role model for people who have, you've got somebody maybe on the front, you've got somebody else who's at home and helping keeping down the fort. I think that the two of them together are also another powerful element in this. Um, Additionally, I think that this idea that he immediately started reaching out to everybody, um, and not trying to hide. He didn't run, just like Peter said. He stood his ground and said that he would not be leaving Kiev. And that also sent an important message to the people of Ukraine, that their leader did not abandon them. That's very important. And with those daily speeches, it's a reaffirmation of that he's there. He knows their struggles, he knows what's going on. And that can be, I think, in many ways, a sort of glue to bind the people. They maybe they didn't vote for him initially. Maybe they were one of those people who in those various polls said that they were very unhappy with him. But I think that, he overcame those previous polls, and he really rose to this moment to show exactly who he was, making clear decisions, uh, meeting with various leaders around the world to ask for their help. And like Peter said, to connect their fight with the fight that perhaps these various countries may have had in their past. And making those types of connections, making those bonds, I think is extremely important. You can never be too humble when your country is being invaded. And he shows both, that ability to be humble, but also to be strong and filled with pride for Ukraine, that radiates in such a way that the rest of the world started to learn Ukrainian, um, to because that sort of courage has become contagious. We think of when he speaks in international bodies like the UN or whatever, and he says Slava Ukraine, Ukraini, and people say, Heroam Slava. Like that's just, truly an amazing ability that, not just him, of course, the Ukrainian people, but he's harnessed the courage of the Ukrainian people too, and brought that to the rest of the world, which I think is really incredible. And I think I'll leave it there for now. I'd like to hear what other people have to say, but if you know, I'm sure I'll interject some more at some other point. But
It reminded me, Dr. Nick, and I'm going to quote a paragraph, a short one, from President Zelensky's address to the U.S. Congress. Now, remember, it is not a common thing. It is a rare honor, literally and figuratively, to have a foreign head of state address a combined joint session of Congress and to speak from the rostrum there on the House side in this case. Winston Churchill, actually, when he spoke at the beginning of World War II, he spoke to the Senate. This time, Zelensky spoke to the larger House, which has more seats, etc. But this quote is so interesting. So he said it back in, let's recall, it was right before Christmas, December 22nd of 2022. And his quote was this: "Pay attention to the theme. We have artillery. Yes. Thank you. We have it. Is it enough? Honestly, not really. To ensure Bakhmut is not just a stronghold that holds back the Russian army, but for the Russian army to completely pull out, more cannons and shells are needed. If so, just like the Battle of Saratoga, the fight for Bakhmut will change the trajectory of our war for independence and for freedom." Look at the structure of that rhetoric. Simple phrases, clearly stated, easy to understand. Your smartest intellectual or your working man who doesn't really pay attention to foreign policy, if he hears this pull quote or if he hears this little snippet, they can get a sense of what he's saying. But also the Battle of Saratoga. That was interesting. So for many of our history fans in the audience, you know the reference, you would have understood. But for our European friends, remember, this was a pivotal battle in the America's revolution against the United Kingdom. This was a pivotal battle that we won, and it is often seen and described as the battle that finally convinced France to weigh in on the side of the United States, provide us with much more enlarged military assistance, and ultimately it turned our little revolution into a world war. Now, people would say, well, isn't that a bad thing, etc.? No, not really, because notice how he ends. Our fight for freedom, our fight for independence is exactly like yours. And he didn't really have to use too many words because he could simply reference the Battle of Saratoga, something that he was banking many Americans would understand. It certainly was a line that resonated with me. I was expecting him to make some kind of reference to our history, perhaps the Revolutionary War, and I think it was perfectly done. And so, Dr. Nick, I must admit, though, I was wrong. There were not 3 elements of great wartime leadership that Zelensky has demonstrated. There were 4. You have to have a great wife or a partner who can check your BS, who can have insights and recommendations to your own words, your own writing, and can remind you to stay true to yourself. So let's add that 4th element, the X factor, having a good spouse or partner to support you. Those are 4 elements now we've identified as critical for good wartime leadership.
I agree, obviously. I mean, it's very important, I think, to have that support. As strong as Zelensky is, he needs that support from her, and she gives it to him, and she needs it from him, and he gives it to her, so that she can be strong for their children, because she's taking care of the children, as we understand, who must be scared and worried about their father. So that is a very important give and take in that situation too. I think that especially their particular dynamic um, is really important for this moment in time. Uh, like I said, she helps to craft some of his speeches. She's his copy editor, and his support, and to have that helps him to hold on for the rest of Ukraine, and by proxy for the rest of us too, because remember, Ukraine is really fighting for the freedom of Europe as well. So it's definitely an important element.
Ukraine has become, in a sense, like breakers on a beach. The breakers break up literally the waves, and those waves are really represented by Russian despotism, Russian brutality, Russia's desire to take what it wants with tanks. And Ukraine and Russia is presenting to the world a fundamentally different model for how countries should relate to each other. It is absolutely incompatible with our civilization. And so this war for Ukraine, people in America, some corners would say, well, it's not our war. It's not really our fight. Why should we care? And I guess Zelensky, he's a good president for his country, but let's be honest here. He's not acting in our interests. And I say no. Russia is at war with us economically right now. Russia has attacked our political systems. Thankfully, our systems are strong enough to resist, but Russia has attacked us. We have to come to terms with that. And if Ukraine falls, the world will be very different. The way countries react to each other will be very different. There will be a mad dash for nuclear weapons by every single country that could possibly get their hands on them. We will see nuclear proliferation like we have never imagined before if Ukraine falls. That is a world no one wants to live in. And the world that everyone should want to live in is a world where Ukraine has won this war, has become integrated into the European Union, into NATO, and countries realize if someone attacks me, then I will have friends. The world will rally around me, and just look at what the West has done for Ukraine. Now, many Americans would say, oh, well, that puts us on the hook for all of this other spending, and we're not the world's policeman. No, I put it the other way around. Nobody in America really wants endless wars, Dr. Nick. I mean, I don't want endless wars. I don't think anyone wants endless wars, but that is exactly what we will have if Russia prevails, because the message will be, take what you want. If you have armies and your neighbors are weak, take it. It's yours. That is a prescription for endless wars. If the alternative occurs, if Ukraine wins and Russia is clearly defeated, and we integrate Ukraine into the Western institutions that we have that are designed to protect our friends, well, the message will be different. It will say, you really will not succeed in trying to take what is not yours. That's why this war is so important. That is why it is so important that Ukraine triumph in this war, because you're right, Dr. Nick. It's not some abstract concept about freedom or democracy. This is about endless war. Do we want endless war in Europe or not?
Right, because I mean, absolutely, the problem becomes, where will they hit next? As soon as they have a little bit of time to rest and build some more stuff, they will. As we know, early in this war, for example, they were trying, as they were hitting Mariupol and all of that, and going through Kherson, they were trying to get over past Odessa to make a sort of land bridge to Moldova, for example. And this won't be the end of it if Russia doesn't lose. And so we need to ensure that they do. Because, like you said, it's just encouraging other, whether it's despots that are alive today or even despots into the future, uh, that all they have to do is rattle their sabers. All they have to do is just claim nuclear weapons and they will fall. The West will just cave.
Yeah, I think a year into this year, year and a quarter at this point, we need to remember what the big picture is of this. It isn't just right and wrong, and what should happen with Ukraine, because it's about so much more than Ukraine. That's why so many people are supporting them. Which is why it's so vital to American interests and Australian interests and the interests of anyone who believes in a rules-based order. Rules-based order is, just as simple as just your neighbor can't come in and take your territory. You can't resolve disputes with tanks. You resolve them with words. You resolve them with maybe sanctions if it comes to that, but not like this. This is just revisionist, 18th, 19th century, colonial style way of doing things, and it's just that's not the world we want to live in. We haven't evolved so far to fall back to that, and that's what that multipolar world is that the Russians are always talking about, because that's what it's going to look like, in the end. And just to kind of circle back a little bit to Zelensky on here, the talks that he gives, every night or so, I was thinking about it, what is parallel to that? And it reminded me a lot of Roosevelt's fireside chats, where he talked directly to the American people every night. And, a lot of those speeches, they're just talking to the people. I mean, so rare do politicians really talk directly to the people like that. And that connection is so vital to Ukraine. But I mean, those are going to be speeches that, political scientists and, communication specialists are going to be studying, a year down the road, or not a year, a century, longer than that, of how a man no one had any assumptions for, helped rally his country, and it's with those speeches, but it was also, just the thing that he said at the beginning is like, I don't need a ride, I need to, well, how's it go? I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. And I think that sums up, who he is and the leadership he provides, because I can almost guarantee you, if he took that ride, there wouldn't be a independent Ukraine today. I just don't see that happening. And also, I mean, you just look at this man and these, videos of him, pictures of him from just like 3-4 years ago. I've never seen someone age so quickly on that. I mean,
Oh yes, it's stunning, isn't it? It's heartbreaking, but yes, keep talking about it, Primus, because you're right.
yeah, I mean, it's just drained almost the joy of life out of him. I mean, you've seen videos of him, dancing and doing silly stuff and dancing with the stars and all these things. And it just feels like, the light has left that man. And it's been replaced with, a brilliant wartime leader, and, that's not his, grand strategy or anything like that. It's his ability as a communicator, and it's his empathy with his people. And that is something that humanity is something that, Vladimir Putin just completely lacks. And that empathy and that humanity, in some ways, is one of Ukraine's greatest weapons. There, because that's what's kind of instilled a national strength, and a belief, because you can't fight a war without a story. You can't organize people, because this isn't just about, I mean, in a bigger context, Saratoga moment and so on. And I always thought of another parallel as the War of 1812, where, we as a country, we weren't really sure about our identity as are we really going to be independent from the British. And while, that war didn't necessarily go all that well, it definitely established, the United States as a country independent of the British. There is no more question of that. That bridge had been burned. We are a strong, independent country who will stand up for ourselves. And that's the significance of often overlooked but very important conflict. Because we stood up for ourselves, and it wasn't just because we wanted, Canada or whatever. It was, the British, trying to control our access to the seas, access to the trade routes and so on. And that in a lot of ways, War of 1812 was our second war of independence. Is my thought on that. And it's one other observation I have. It always struck me is when you see Zelensky hand out awards to some of these men. Really, every time I've seen it, all of those soldiers are under arms. And that's just a level of trust that I don't even know what an American president would go for. So, those are my thoughts on that.
No, Primus, I think you're right, and I want to ask Bearded to contribute, but before you go, Dr. Nick, if you were thinking about going, I want to ask you to share with us what is your favorite story of freedom. So one of the themes for this evening that we're going to be unpacking, and as this conversation, this long form conversation that I love so much unfolds, is to bring members of our community up. Share your favorite story of freedom. Every time I ask people to let me know what is your favorite story, everyone has a story. Everyone's got this event in history or this individual that has inspired them, or when they think about the word freedom, this is the story that comes to their mind. And as you guys know, every Saturday on the East Coast at 10 a.m., we pour ourselves a bracing cup of coffee and we go back to the past and we learn from the past to apply those lessons today. And I'd be interested to know what members of this community's favorite stories of freedom are. Primus, do you want to go to Bearded, and then maybe Dr. Nick will put the spotlight on you. And if you have a favorite story of freedom, now's your chance. Maybe you haven't even spoken before. Maybe you're a regular. Raise your hand, come up and share with us your story of freedom. And Primus will handle the request, but I'd love to hear more about your reflections on freedom and those stories that really represent freedom for you.
Yeah, so right now we have over 300 people listening tonight, pushing 400 on here. So I'd like to see some hands. Just, you don't have to go into great detail. It doesn't have to be, a finely polished story. It's like, what grabbed your attention? What made you think of, like this stood out? What was a story of people struggling for freedom, that really jumped out at you? And let us know what you thought. What you think would be a good story on there. What inspired you? So, all right, let's go to Bearden, and let's see some hands.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, great thread and commentary on what makes a great leader. Primus very much stole my thunder. I was thinking about Zelensky, and not only does he have the ability to communicate, and I'll come on to that in a moment, but he has the ability to make an individual connection. And the way I see that is the way he's presented. Yesterday, we talked with Tom about information operations and marketing and good and bad, black and white. If you see it in his presidential addresses, he's never in a suit. I am not Putin. I am surrounded by people all the time, or I'm in an open space. I am not Putin. I am not at the end of a table. I'm not stuck in a palace. I am approachable, like you said about the armed men getting their awards. So if you've got the product, so to speak, and it's packaged in such a way that you're able to show a clear line between you and the other side, in this case, it's going to play well. And his addresses in the evening have become a drumbeat because he tells it how it is, good or bad. And that's vitally important. And as you say, that links back into communication. Peter, just wanted to say one thing, just to clear up any doubts people might have who don't know too much about British history and whatever. I think the speech you were looking for was "We will fight them on the beaches" for Sir Winston Churchill.
I know, I messed that one up. Thank you for pointing that out.
Never, never, never by Dr. Ian Paisley, from the leader of the Ulster Unionists. And
I knew someone, the moment I said it, Bearded, I knew someone would correct me. Thank you for correcting me. Yes.
Hey, it's better than going rivers of blood or something like that. So let's not go there. And finally, you talked about an example of freedom. Is one I guess I was involved in. I was based in Germany back in the late 80s as part of the British Army of the Rhine. And to be there when the inner German border collapsed after the Berlin Wall went down, the freedom of a nation, and for East and West Germany to come together and figure out how they're going to actually reunify is something I'll carry with me for spending all those years in Germany making that happen, I guess. But there you go. There's a starter for 10.
Did you feel a sense of relief? In my own conversations with General Ben Hodges, he was a young officer in Germany at almost the exact same time. And he talked about how they were ready for World War III. They trained for it. They prepared for it. In his mind, there would be this giant red arrow coming out of the Fulda Gap, and the U.S. Army. We all know the war plan. They were supposed to not win. They were supposed to lose. They were going to lose, but the point was to lose slow enough so that NATO could create a concentration of forces and counterattack. And so when communism ended, there was this relief, I hear, for many soldiers who were stationed in Germany, because in their minds they thought, okay, well, I guess we're not going to have World War III. Was there a relief for you? What were your feelings, or what was going through your mind, in addition to this excitement about the potential to reunify East and West at last?
If I can be totally honest, we went from facing bayonets in front of us to bayonets behind us, because straight away it was peace dividend, peace dividend. We went from 17 tank regiments down to 9, something along those lines. People were fighting for their jobs. So yes, a relief that the old enemy had gone, but then there was the threat of actually being, for some people, being made redundant, and thank you for your service, time to move on, which I think was for some a bit of a bitter blow. When you're trying to merge 2 regiments into one, you automatically lose 50% of the people.
And
Bearded, of course, we sort of rolled straight into the Gulf War then, so
Yeah, and I think about that a lot. So that was, for me, that was my first the first war that I really paid attention to. I was just a little too young to really know about Grenada. The bombing of Libya for me was almost a meme before the memes were a thing. Gaddafi became a cartoonish character in American culture very quickly. But for me, the Gulf War was the first Gulf War was the first war I really nerded out on and paid attention to. And but Bearded, when it comes to the peace dividend, it's interesting. We're still dealing with the consequences of that decision. I've mentioned this book before because it really is shaping my own thinking and the next phase of my research and reporting on economic warfare. But if you're interested, I highly recommend a book by a fellow named Nicholas Mulder, Mulder, and the book's called The Economic Weapon. And it's about the rise of international sanctions. And it's a great book, well written. The author is very strong, but in this book, he talks about the Last Supper. And this really happened. So in the United States, after 1991, there was a convening of all of the heads of various defense companies with the Pentagon. And the message was handed down literally over at dinner. It's time to consolidate. There's not going to be the kind of money that you were expecting and you've gotten used to in the past. The peace dividend is coming for our budgets as well. You're going to have to merge. You're going to have to shut down factories. And fast forward to today, 3 decades later, Bearded, there is our ability to produce artillery shells, for example, is concentrated into one single factory that makes the explosive that fills the artillery shells. One factory. This factory has existed since the Lend-Lease program back before World War II. It's the only one left in America. We need many more factories that have the ability to produce artillery shells if we are going to be serious. We need to dramatically increase our defense production here in the United States. I would encourage our British cousins to do the same, our European friends to do the same. But, this peace dividend concept really came back to haunt us, because we fooled ourselves into believing that wars were a thing of the past. And what the Ukraine war has shown us is the system of checks and balances in the international relations, it has flaws. And some countries, some leaders like Putin, simply cannot be deterred. And when that occurs, you must have a very powerful defense industry. And we've let that go, to seed, as it were. We've ignored that. And we're paying the consequences for it now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where progressive slammy slicing over the last 30 years get you to a position where, especially in regards to defense procurement for something like the British Armed Forces, a lot of defense companies, and I know I used to belong to one of them, would go, but it's not a big enough contract for us to bid for. And that's another consequence, that for you to get what you want, which is not a straight out of the box Ford F-150, no, you want it with all the bells and whistles and everything else, then you get into a cycle of trying to bespoke stuff. And the so what of that, perhaps there's another way of looking at it. If we have forming the basis of NATO as a collective defense policy, and we have contributing nations from countries, then you've got to look across the defense industry base of saying how best can they support that. So rather than individual nations actually taking a grown-up approach and saying, once this is done, NATO continues on, but there's going to be a fundamental change into how we prepare ourselves with perhaps a more improved structure. We're still running on a structure that's how old, Peter? Decades?
Decades, absolutely. 3 decades minimum. And we showed the negative effects of that.
If what we have been doing has got us to this point in time, somebody somewhere has been to say, so what will our future thinking be and how we are then going to drive forward? And I think you raised some interesting points that maybe on the periphery should be considered about how do we unify and standardize while remaining and having sovereign integrity, like the French.
Well, Bearded, I hope you're able to tune in this Saturday. I guess you're in the UK. You'll have to do the math on the time zones, but East Coast time at 10 a.m. Here on Saturday. A little teaser for everybody. The Story of Freedom this upcoming Saturday is going to be focused on Lend-Lease. However, it's probably not the Lend-Lease story that you're used to. In fact, I am going to be making an admission, because when I wrote one of the very first articles, my first article after the start of the expanded invasion last year, I was one of the very first American voices to call for a return to Lend-Lease as a mechanism for supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom. Yet I missed something. There was an aspect that I overlooked, I didn't mention, and it's going to be a part of my upcoming writing. And I wanted to provide the community here through Stories of Freedom a little sneak peek at my thinking and an admission of what I overlooked. I wasn't wrong. I stand by the analysis that I did at the time, but 14 months gives you some perspective. We've seen how things have unfolded, and there is an aspect of our defense cooperation, both between allies and NATO and with Ukraine, that I think has been overlooked and can be bolstered. But learning from the past, applying those lessons to today, that's the nature of our Stories of Freedom. So tune in for a great, I'm very excited about this, if you could tell, a Story of Freedom this upcoming Saturday, where we will go back in time and we'll listen to those fireside chats in the time machine of the imagination that we use, and we'll understand how FDR pulled the American public away from its isolationism, kicking and screaming at times, but he succeeded through Lend-Lease, and from that seed came the post-World War II international order. And we'll link it all together this Saturday.
Because it's you, Peter, I will get up early because it will be 0400 in Hawaii, and I'll put the coffee on and have a listen.
That would be great. That will be great. I will give you a special shout out on Saturday, Bearded. All right, Primus, let's over to you.
Well, yeah, not too much to add to that. Although I would say your Stories of Freedom, as well as some of the other guests that we have, are often found on Spotify. So if you do happen to miss it, you can catch it there. It's a way for you to catch up with some of the interesting people that we had. I believe we had a pilot on.
Ben Hodges just dropped. Primus, the Ben Hodges interview just dropped, I believe.
Oh, it did. Oh, I got to check that. I missed that one. I was kicking myself. I had to do the work thing, unfortunately. So that's a great interview. I mean, General Ben Hodges, and he was what a 3-star general. came and talked to us and provided some of his insights on here. And there's just a whole other level of expertise and understanding that comes from someone who, ran armies. I mean, that's just not something you get. And it's not, the 30-second, 2-minute, soundbite on CNN where a couple of questions and the host just tries to, interject and, try to tell their story or perspective or force their opinion on there. It gives him a chance, for an hour or so to just go and just have a conversation, really kind of get into things to really give you an understanding. I mean, some of the stuff, he said, and there's some other people around him, these interviews should be listened to at like a war college. These are the kind of lectures that you would hear in places like that on here. And, it's very timely and an important understanding countering disinformation is, well, just having information. Because I mean, if you don't know any better, then you'll believe anything. And that's why education is one of the best things that we do here. So, all right.
Also, he's very good. He's a very good communicator. I am always impressed with how General Hodges, now retired, but how Ben is able to communicate very complex ideas in a very straightforward way and in a compelling way that can change perspectives and opinions. We've been talking about communication this evening, wartime leadership. Primus, this appears to be a theme that is now emerging in our assessment.
Yeah, I think it is too. Because I mean, you can kind of nerd about Leopards versus Challengers or the equipment that's coming in there, but none of this stuff matters unless you have leadership and men and women to follow. And that's the critical element. That's what the critical mass is. In resistance. It's just being willing to resist, being willing to go out there and fight, having something to fight for. And having an idea of Ukraine. That's something that may not have even really been there like, 10, 20 years ago. But you're seeing, the national identity of Ukraine being, born almost right before your eyes. Now, here's what this represents in a lot of ways. And it's a lot of it comes from, leadership. And, leadership is in hope or contagious, and it's something that's been spreading through, Ukraine. And, I think a lot of the other areas that border Russia or maybe inside Russia, like Chechnya or whatever, people are looking at that and things like, maybe we don't have to listen to them. Maybe we can stand up for ourselves too. Well, Dr. Nick, only here limited time on here tonight. Anything, any parting words that you have tonight, or story of freedom you'd like?
Your favorite story of freedom? Your favorite story
My
of freedom,
favorite,
Dr. Nick?
oh gosh, my favorite story of freedom. Okay. It's so hard because there's so many to choose from, but I think I will pick one that, in a sort of tangential way, relates to what's happening in Ukraine. Uh, so bear with me for a moment. It it's going to have to be um, Dzhokhar Dudayev as the leader and the First Chechen War. I know that that war was pretty horrific, and technically it ended in a stalemate. However, out of that, Chechnya would gain their de facto independence. But I think that it's such an amazing story um, that a lot of people don't really know all the ins and outs of it. And who Dzhokhar Dudayev was as a president and what he meant to the people of Chechnya, of Ichikeria, and what he means actually even to the people of Eastern Europe, and particularly Estonia. For those who are unaware, he was uh, very high up in the military. I believe he was a general. He was one of the only minority generals, particularly Chechen. There were some groups that they didn't want to give those types of designations to. Uh, he was ordered in 1990 to quell the uprising in Estonia, and he refused to do it. As a matter of fact, he sort of turned a blind eye when people were waving Estonian flags. There were instances where, for example, there was a parade, not really a parade, I guess a march for their independence that paraded past his headquarters. And rather than send the military out to beat these people senseless, he sent out the military kitchen to ensure that everybody had hot tea. And so this is something that really has endeared him as a person to the people of Estonia. I'm sure that Tim could verify that. And to the people in Eastern Europe generally. So many places have names of streets after Zhokhar Dudayev. But the idea that little Chechnya could defeat, because essentially it was, if you think about it, if you think about the size of Chechnya, go look at it on a map. You know, they didn't even have a population, it was barely 1 million people. And little old Chechnya, with Zhokhar Dudayev as their democratically elected president, just brought essentially Russia, the second army of the world, to its knees because they could not defeat Chechnya. And as Yeltsin was facing another re-election, they came to a truce. You know, he was really an incredible leader for his people at the time. Very, you know, astute. He knew as a former Soviet himself, general, that how it would be that the Russians would attack. And that was very useful for his fight, as well as the other Chechen soldiers who used to be part of the Soviet military who came home to defeat Chechnya. I mean, to defeat Russia in Chechnya and defend Ichkeria. And so I think that it's really just kind of in a lot of ways awe-inspiring. And keep in mind too, they were doing this in the face of genocide, much like what we see happening with Ukraine, except Chechnya is a much smaller country. So it was much easier for the Russian Air Force, for example, to completely level the entire country. Whereas that was much more difficult with a country the size of Ukraine. And for all of the size, the tiny size of Chechnya, the small population, the people desperately wanted their freedom. It's very much something that they grow up with. It's part of their cultural norms called adat. This notion of freedom, the notion that Chechenness is tied to freedom and independence, and the refusal to remain under the yoke of the Russian Empire. And one of the things that Zhokhar Dudayev used to say was that um, every Chechen was a general. And I thought that that was kind of inspiring. And that's how he treated uh, the people, that they were all capable of wielding what was necessary to gain their independence.
Dr. Nick, as you're talking,
Sure.
here, one of the ways in which I have always understood the fight, Chechenya's fight, was as a long war. We talk often about the first Chechen War and the second Chechen War, but you know, correct me if I'm wrong. You're the real expert on this area, but for me, this war has been going on since 1840. And it reminded me at the time, you mentioned the first Chechen War, it reminded me because I was a young Russian language student. And in order to learn Russian at Arizona State University, we read what would become one of my favorite books in Russian, Герой нашего времени, The Hero of Our Time by Lermontov. Now, I know a lot of folks are learning Ukrainian and we're all learning about Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian literature, but for me, this book, The Hero of Our Time, and I would encourage everyone to go out and read it. It's not a long book. It's an easy book to access and understand, but the setting of the book focuses on a Russian soldier. Dr. Nick, where is he stationed? He's in Chechnya. He's in the Caucasus. And what are they doing? they're suppressing a national revolt there. And I realized in reading Hero of Our Time, oh my, this war, this episode is part of a longer war that has been going on for centuries. And it prompted me to wonder, maybe this war will continue to go on. And in many respects, it has. But I'd be interested, did you ever read Hero of Our Time in the original Russian or in English translation? And did it strike you?
Yes, no, definitely. And, one of the things that I would say too, is just how it is that they kind of talk about the Chechens, which is kind of interesting. That not just in that book, but in other books that have mentioned them, it's Tolstoy, etc. Through, unfortunately, a kind of Orientalist lens, that they're these barbarians, and they need us to civilize them. Is this sort of overarching idea that you get reading Russian literature in general too, that have discussed the Chechens in Chechnya. But one of the things that I will say, a couple of things. Number one, that if you go back in ancient history, other people who from the West who have made their way through the Caucasus region would always talk about how the Chechens were actually very hospitable, noble, intelligent, bright people, and yet the Russians always looked at them as barbarians, as less than, as something that needed to be civilized. When other historians, ancient historians, etc., could talk about how the Chechens were civilized, they were hospitable, they were, good people. And yes, from the Chechen point of view, this war has been going on for 400 years of Russians trying to tame them. And you can look through the various literatures of history, and they talk about how, for example, the Mongols at one point, and I forget who else, but I have to go back and look, talked about how this region was ungovernable. And it goes back to that notion of Nohala, right? This Chechenness, this idea of freedom that they had, that they refused to be a slave to anybody else. And so it's a very interesting concept. And there was something else I was going to say in relation to that. But, yeah, I mean, from their perspective, this war's been going on. Oh, I remember. And this is something what my research actually talks about is that, this, though they're fighting in Ukraine, you have those who are fighting, the Chechen battalions that are fighting in Ukraine on behalf of Ukraine. They really hope that together with some of these other groups like the Georgian Legion, there's a new battalion, for example, called the Caucasus Legion, and they're a combination of Chechens, Georgians, Dagestanis, Ingushetis, etc. And there's this sort of idea that they are fighting Russia here in order to weaken them so that they can bring the fight back home and free the rest of the Caucasus. And so, what I talk about is that we shouldn't, some of the literature likes to think about all Chechens as jihadis, but I want to posit a different term, and that's, Gazmat, because that relates specifically to the Russian, not the Russian, I'm sorry, the Caucasian notion of holy war, but it doesn't necessarily mean it in the same way that we think of jihad in the Sunni sort of sense. They think of it as being a war against Russia by the people. And while it may have some religious overtones, it's not necessarily that's what it's about. It's about nationalism. Nationalism from the people and by the people, to seize what's theirs and to take it back from Russia. And individuals are called Ghazis. Now, you can use that word in different contexts throughout the Muslim-speaking world, but specifically in the Caucasian instance, that's exactly what it means. So yeah, they plan on taking this fight into the future for the freedom of the Caucasus region, from Russia, to finally be free again from the Russian yoke.
Yeah, there was a article that I shared with you a little bit ago about some Ukrainians who are fighting with some of these Chechen units, and then when the war is over, possibly returning with the Chechens to fight for their freedom. To help them.
Did I lose audio?
No,
Because
I
I
can
couldn't
hear
hear
you.
anybody. Were you speaking, Peter?
I can hear you. Can you hear us, Dr. Nick?
Now I can. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. One thing.
But yeah, so that would be my favorite story of freedom.
So just as an epilogue, though, did I have what happened to him? What was his fate?
Primus, I don't think Dr. Nick can hear you.
I cannot.
Oh dear.
Perhaps I should just recycle real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, why don't you recycle pop up? That usually fixes it. I can hear you, Primus, so we're doing okay on the space here. As Dr. Nick cycles back up, her line about Russia's expansion and its expansion into the Caucasus reminded me of a quote that has just stuck with me over many years, and it was made by a geographer who was trying to map Russia. And the quote here was in describing Russia. Imagine the scene. It's the 1880s, and the Russian Empire is sprawling over the map. And here's the quote: like a giant organism moving in several directions at once. One of the territories that the Russian Empire consumed was Chechnya. That's why we've been talking about it. The Chechens didn't like being under the Russian occupation, we could call it. And yet they weren't alone. When you look at all of these small national identities that have been swept up into this giant organism, Russia has consumed entire nations. Literally a national people, an identity. It's just consumed them. So in our own day and age, when we refer to the Russian Federation, that federative concept is actually a little deceptive because it's really a prison of nations. The Federation has just imprisoned entire nationalities within its borders, and the world is a little worried that someday, if Russia breaks apart, we could see that many, many, many countries, perhaps more than 100 countries, could theoretically emerge from today's Russian Federation. And when Dr. Nick talks about the Chechen example, that's just one example. Some nationalities have become much more sort of passive, docile. They don't have that fighting spirit for independence, but they could constitute future nations. And that is a big and unanswered geopolitical question, perhaps for another time.
It's definitely a good one for another time. And just a statistic, Russia is actually composed of over 120 separate ethnic groups. Let that sink in.
And that number could be, and Primus, that number could be higher. So in the 1920s, the Bolsheviks, when they took over the Russian Empire, they asked themselves the question, how many nationalities are here? They did an audit. It was a language-based nationality filter. For you nationalities nerds out there, they used a language-based nationalities question. And using language as the core basis for determining the existence of a nationality, under Lenin, the Bolsheviks came back with 197 separate national identities existed inside the empire that the Bolsheviks inherited. That is, even now, 197 potential countries that could emerge if Russia disappeared tomorrow. Think about what that might mean. Dr. Nick.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think that some of them probably wouldn't, at least not now anyway. I don't think that there's quite a few of them that I don't imagine would do that. But some of them would. And so I wonder, how do we think about that? And I think that if the balkanization of Russia were to occur at a slower pace, it might not be such a big deal. because I kind of think about it, and I mean, most definitely, I think that it was really um, kind of problematic for Russia to try to when Chechnya broke away. I know why they did it. I know there are various legalities that they try to claim um, to go back, to go after them and to try to take it back, particularly with the Second Chechen War. Um, but it is a question because how will the world be able to deal with that? Because obviously, some of these countries will need help too. These new countries that we're talking about, these fictitious countries that don't exist right now, but they might need some help because perhaps Russia might try to reabsorb them or whatever is going to happen. So it becomes this sort of question, right? About how that will work. If it were to happen slower, it might be easier. I'm not sure. What do you think, Peter? Or should it, if it were to happen, would it be better for it to happen all at once? I don't really know the answer to that because I don't think we've ever in the history of the world seen something like this happen to this degree. Um, so it's quite interesting, isn't it? It's a big head scratcher.
I
Dr. Nick, I would. Oh, go on,
I was going to
premise.
say, I think this would be a fascinating subject for another evening. But go ahead.
I see we have a lot of hands. I will remind everyone that we have a theme for this hour's long form conversation, tonight's long form conversation, but there's a theme. And so we're imposing a little special late night twist to the conversation. We're asking everyone to share your favorite story of freedom. Dr. Nick just talked about hers. I think it was fascinating. Dr. Nick, I will leave you with this. I'll perhaps tweet it out in a moment or two when I have a second. It is a book. I always love giving homework assignments to people who want to do the extra reading to learn about this world, to go deeper into the substance. But here's the book. It is called Failed State: A Guide to Russia's Rupture. And it's by a good friend and colleague of mine, Janusz Bugajski. Janusz and I have co-authored many, many analytical pieces on Russian strategy, on the Black Sea. Janusz knows his stuff. The guy's brilliant. And in this book, A Guide to Russia's Rupture, Failed State, Janusz actually considers the answer to your question, Dr. Nick. What would the breakup of Russia look like? What would the risks and opportunities, how would we balance the risks and opportunities? And Janusz's thesis is that Vladimir Putin, at the end of the day, he's in trouble because he launched the country on this imperial project. But Janusz argues, and I think convincingly, that ultimately Putin will be remembered as the man who is principally responsible for Russia's demise. And again, check out Failed State, The Guide to Russia's Rupture by Janusz Bugajski, and a little teaser here. I've been talking with Janusz. I want to get him on this space because I guarantee talking about what the breakup of the Russian Federation would look like, well, Primus, Dr. Nick, Tim, that would make for one heck of an interesting Q&A session for sure.
Well, I want to be
Yeah,
there
it
for that.
definitely would. I mean, I have to say, I absolutely agree that it's ironic because I wrote an article for Defense Post, like just a couple of days after the invasion this time around. And one of the things that I said was that Putin is very obsessed with his legacy, and he would like to um, be the one who would, for example, perhaps maybe reconstitute Holy Rus of Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, to have something related to that empire, the notion of collecting and recollecting lands um, that he could put into the history books underneath his name. And the irony, and I absolutely agree that it's the irony of that, this idea of how obsessed he is with his legacy, that he will ultimately be the one that brings it down. Because I think that after this war, no matter what, Russia isn't going to be the same. And I guarantee, at least from the notion or the area of the Caucasus, there's going to be a lot of problems that they're going to have. It's in the works, it's being planned. Um, Soldiers from those regions are coming to Ukraine to train with these various Chechen battalions, etc. And the idea is they learn how to fight. They go back home. They maybe do a tour or whatever. They go back home, and they're going to pick up this fight at a later date. And that later date isn't going to be too far from now. So I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how that does unfold. And I think it will. It is going to unravel. The question is when and how fast. But anyway, thanks, Peter, for bringing up that book. I'll definitely check it out.
Thank you. So our 2 homework assignments for everyone who wants to go deeper and understand more, a contemporary analytical assessment of what Russia's demise and collapse could look like and the consequences of that, as well as a great piece of Russian literature that helps learn from the past to understand the present. Hero of Our Time by Lermontov. Primus, we seem to have a lot of hands. I would encourage everyone to remember, if you're going to speak, you have to share your favorite story of freedom first. Primus, over to you to handle the wonderful conversation we're developing this evening.
Indeed. All right. So we have a lot of hands, and everyone's been kind of up and down. So host discretion on here. We're going to go Tim, Aaron, Helsinki, Chris, and Daniel are fire. So go ahead, Tim.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Primus. And thank you for Dr. Nick for bringing up my adopted home of Estonia. Yeah, the Dzhokhar Dudayev is something of a hero, considered something of a hero here for reasons that Dr. Nick so ably explained. It could have gone a different way, of course. The transition of Estonia to, well, shall we say, the reassertion of Estonia's independence in the 1990s stood in the relative peacefulness of it stood in sharp contrast to events in Lithuania, where the Soviet authorities did attempt to clamp down, and there were a number of people killed. I can't remember exactly how many, but it was not the peaceful affair that occurred in Estonia, and that is largely thanks to General and later President Dudayev. So very well regarded chap here. You've pressed us for a story of freedom. My favorite story of freedom is the abolition of the slave trade. Now, this is a bit of a hot and controversial topic at the moment. There is a
go for it, though, Tim. I see where you're going. Go for it.
Okay, there is a culture war raging over this. Now, this is the story of the suppression of the slave trade. Now, slavery is one of those institutions that is, or rather one of those practices that is culturally universal. It has existed in all civilizations and all places since the absolute dawn of recorded time. Everybody has done this. Everybody has fallen victim to this. So it's not something that was uniquely practiced by a handful of Western nations in the last 500 years. What is fairly unique is that Western civilization, if we can call it that, was really the first that developed a moral aversion to the practice of slavery. So there were attempts to abolish it. There were kind of shall we say administrative abolitions in some other places, such as Ashoka in India. He abolished the slave trade, but not slavery itself. In Qin, China, there was the abolition of slavery, the discouragement of serfdom, but they were very quickly re-established, and the consensus is that these were mainly administrative rather than moral efforts. But Western civilization really was the first culture, if we can call it that, to have a moral issue with the institution of slavery itself. And this moral issue is extremely old. In my own country, it was William the Conqueror who first banned it. And this was a trade that existed in slaves between the West Country in England, focused around Bristol, and Ireland. So there were slave raids by, I suppose we must call them Anglo-Saxon slavers, into Ireland to bring back slaves. And it was the Bishop of Worcester, a chap called Wulfstan, who led the Christian moral objection to this trade, and declaring that the selling, the words he used were the selling of men like animals, is unconscionable to Christian morality. And so there began a tradition of religious opposition to the slave trade, which reached its height at the end of the 18th century. So we have there were a number of legal cases. The most famous one was Somerset's case, in which a gentleman from the American colonies, believed the story as he attempted to bring his slave as a servant when he visited England, and a court found that slavery had no basis in English law. And so if a man, regardless of the color of his skin, set foot on English soil, then he was not a slave. So the right to property did not apply to him, regardless of what the law may or may not have said in Virginia, etc. So there was this culminated in efforts to abolish the slave trade and later the institution of slavery itself everywhere that the British Empire controlled. Now, not to burnish oneself too much, the United Kingdom British commercial interests were major traders in slaves. This trade existed for the best part of 300 years in territories controlled by the British Empire. And something like, I believe it was something like 400,000 slaves were traded across the Atlantic in the final decades of the 18th century alone. So this was a major business. It was a profitable business. But nevertheless, the abolitionist thread was always there. And this came to a head with the Slave Trade Act of 1807, which was effectively under the leadership of people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, and James Stephen as well. It became illegal in the British Empire to control slaves, to trade in slaves, and also this legislation was applied extraterritorially. So what we saw was there was a standing patrol of the Royal Navy called the West Africa Squadron, which existed for about 60 years. It existed from 1880 something to 1860 something, which actively suppressed slave trading ships leaving West Africa towards the New World. It also interfered with shipping from other countries as well. So the extraterritoriality of this meant that if a vessel encountered a Royal Navy vessel, didn't matter what flag it was flying under, if it was carrying slaves, that vessel would be appropriated and those slaves were freed. During the existence of West Africa Squadron, the Royal Navy freed about 150,000 Africans, and they captured about 10% of the total transatlantic slave shipping that was going on between that period. Several thousand sailors died. They mainly died of disease. The West Africa Squadron was considered to be a pretty ropey assignment, if you'll pardon the pun, and a lot of sailors did die. Interestingly, a lot of the liberated slaves volunteered for British service as well. So there were about 40,000 of them who were liberated. 150,000 of them were liberated in total. About 40,000 of them volunteered either for Royal Navy service or for service in the colonial regiments of the British West Indies. So there was a kind of a career path, shall we say, to being liberated. Many of the slaves were taken into, the freed slaves were also taken into service in the Caribbean colonies. So they were captured on their way to the Caribbean, and they were given jobs in the Caribbean as well. So there was a kind of, shall we say, there was a life after being in a slave hulk laid on by the British Empire for these people. Another interesting story is the American efforts to suppress this trade. Now, this is something that people don't really talk about. We think of the narrative is that slavery was broadly approved of in the United States until the Civil War, right? That's the kind of spin that seems to be on this, and this is of course totally untrue. The federal government of the United States laid on a similar naval effort, albeit on a smaller scale. It was known as the African Slave Trade Patrol, which did pretty much exactly the same thing that the Royal Navy did. This was between 1820 and 1860, to the beginning of the American Civil War, which also aimed to prevent the trading of slaves across the Atlantic. The American efforts also focused to a great extent on Brazil. There was still a bustling trade within the Portuguese Empire, within the, areas under Portuguese influence. Brazil wasn't part of the Portuguese Empire by that point, if I remember correctly anyway. So the trade from Africa to Brazil was very, very busy, and the United States Navy, under the direction of the federal government, did busy themselves in suppressing that. And this is, I think this is something that's not mentioned often enough, because that was, a similarly dismal assignment if you were an American sailor, and a similarly successful effort. Around 100 slave ships were captured, and I don't know exactly how many slaves were freed, but it would have numbered in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. Interestingly enough, if you go to Baltimore, you can look at the USS Constellation, which was one of the last tall ships built for the U.S. Navy, and it's a fairly small ship. It's a sloop, so it's not even rated as a frigate, but it is there on display. You can go and visit it, and it was one of the ships that was involved in the African Slave Trade Patrol of the United States Navy, and captured 3 slave ships during its career in that campaign. Now, the Slave Trade Act of 1807 abolished slavery, the slave trade within the British Empire. It's not until 1833 that slavery itself as an institution was abolished. And this was a fraught effort. I mean, one of the reasons that it succeeded in the British Empire where it failed in the United States until the Civil War was due to a great deal of cynical politicking. And also biting the bullet and compensating slave owners. Now, this is something that is fairly controversial, but it was thought that, well, it was known that it would be politically impossible to abolish the slave trade unless you bought out the people who owned slaves. Because looking at it very, very cynically, slaves were an investment, slaves were legal. You can't ban something that used to be legal if it costs people money without compensating them. Never mind the moral repugnancy of it. That's just the way the law works, right? That's the way the law works. So there was compensation paid out to the owners of slaves for their loss of their quote property unquote. There was also this gradualist approach, and we saw that with the trade was initially abolished, then the institution was abolished. Now, the abolition of the trade was under the government of Pitt the Younger, and instrumental in that was a chap called Henry Dundas, later Lord Melville. And he was a Scottish politician who held basically all of the Scottish seats in Parliament in his pocket. And he was kind of Pitt the Younger's number 2 man. And he was instrumental in this gradualist approach. He realized that you're never going to get this all done straight away. We can't just abolish this tomorrow. We just don't have the numbers. So we are going to have to be politically cynical about this. We're going to have to salami slice this out of existence. And for this recent kind of flailing of revisionism we have about this issue, thanks to the culture war around it, Henry Dundas has a street named after him in Edinburgh, and there's also an enormous monument to him in Melville Place, the square of his namesake. And there was some discussion as to whether this should be pulled down and the street renamed, simply because, and this is one of those weird ones. It's based on an interpretation of history that is so very twisted that I'm not sure I'm not sure I can completely process it. They added a plaque to his monument which said that Henry Dundas was instrumental in delaying the abolition of slavery, which no, he was instrumental in getting it abolished. He proposed the only workable solution, which was the gradualist approach.
Yeah.
And this is, this is really important. And anyway,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm jumping into culture.
Tim, I think that's
Yeah.
very important sometimes. When it comes to change, there's a temptation that, just do everything right now, or, that's not good enough. But most big change happens, in increments, and it can be frustrating, but that is how change happens. People buy in, piece by piece. It can be gradual, but it'll get you there. It's also gradual as, erosion. A few drops of water won't do anything, but decades of it, or gallons of water, hundreds of gallons, they'll carve mountains. Not mountains, but they'll carve rivers. Through the gradual erosion of things, and that's how that movement really made progress, by gradually doing that. All right.
Absolutely. If I could just wind up.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's my favorite story of freedom. It is the excision of a morally repugnant idea from what is permissible within our civilization, that men can be traded and owned like cattle. And yeah, that's my favorite story of freedom. So thank you, Primus.
Yes. Dr. Nick, and
I loved it. And Tim, also just Tim, very well done. It's a very sensitive topic, and I think you framed it very, very well. I think it's a great story of freedom, and one that should be remembered. The abolition of one of the great horrors of the 19th or the previous centuries, let me say. And it was, I think, that point that Primus made about the gradualism. It is controversial because modern audiences, they look back in time and they say, well, why didn't we just end slavery right away? And that's why we have these long form conversations, so that we can get off of the talking points, when we can roll up our sleeves and really go and do a deep dive. So thank you very much, Tim. I loved it.
All right, Dr. Nick, we'll go to you, and then I understand Helsinki fellow is in Helsinki, so it's, I don't know, morning at this point for him, so then we'll go to him quick. Okay. I don't think Dr. Nick can hear me. Peter, could you tell her she's up?
Dr. Nick, if you have your hand up
I'm
and you
here.
want to
Yeah,
respond, can you
I
hear
just
Primus?
couldn't hear. No, I still can't hear him. I don't know what's
Okay.
going on. Yeah.
I will
So
translate for Primus when he has to
yes,
talk to you. So I'll be your
thank
translator
you.
tonight.
You're such a good person. Thank you, Peter. There's one little tidbit to my story I forgot to mention. That at the right around, it was right before actually, when Chechnya signed this treaty. So before that occurred, the Russian state assassinated Zhokhar through a satellite phone call. He made that phone call, and he was able to be tracked. Uh, why he wasn't able to be tracked on his satellite phone before then remains there's a lot of discussion and debate. Well, actually, there isn't a lot of debate, but there's a lot of speculation as to why not before, but suddenly then. Um, but I digress. So he was assassinated by the Russians. And there's a lot of discussion about how the idea of Chechnya, they thought, wouldn't exist without him because he was such a strong leader. Even though they seem to, it's like, geez, you've been in charge of these people for 400 years and you still haven't figured out who they are. That this notion of freedom is very much intrinsic to their sense of self. But I digress. It was really that the Chechen people, in many ways, saw themselves and the best of themselves in Zhokhar Dudayev. But anyway, yeah. So he was killed by the Russian state before that treaty ever came about. So that's the last thing I just wanted to add to my little story, and that's it.
And we have to wonder what history would have looked like had he not been assassinated, Dr. Nick.
I think about that all the time, actually, and you know, it's really unfortunate. There's Without the help from the West, it would have been very difficult for Chechnya to continue down the path of democracy, um, in not experience some of the hardships that they did, for example, around things like corruption and gang violence and other things that were going on there. They really needed the help that other countries in the West received that they did not receive. But I feel that, if they had gotten some help, if Zhokhar Dudayev had not died, Chechnya would be a completely different place, obviously, than it is today, because they really did want democracy. They wrote a liberal democratic constitution. It was the genocide of their people that started to, pull people more to the right, and that has a tendency to happen. It has a tendency to increase nationalism, to increase, uh, that sort of radicalism in people, and this is ultimately what would lead to a certain segment of the Chechen population of those separatists, a certain segment of those separatists, a very small one, but still significant, to follow the path of Wahhabism, or um, maybe more an emphasis on Sharia than Chechnya was used to. And so it's kind of interesting to think about that, what Chechnya could have been had Zhokhar Dudayev not died, had they received help. And it's kind of sad because in some of his interviews, he seems to almost be convinced that it might happen, that the West might provide some assistance or something like this. He never says it quite outright, but he would say things like, now Russia's fascism and who they really are is like laid bare before the world, and the world can see them for who they are, and they will unite against this. And he was convinced initially that perhaps that this would happen, and was very disappointed that it never did. But yeah, Chechnya would just be very, very different had he not died.
I think that was an excellent story of freedom, Dr. Nick. Primus, so do we want to, I know that we've got a couple stories of freedom in the wings, some of the hands. I know Daniel has a great Romanian story he wanted to share with us. I think that could be very interesting. I see Aaron in Helsinki. We're talking about stories of freedom. What is your favorite story of freedom? When you think of freedom, what story inspires you? I'm actually openly throwing the net out. I'm casting the net for fish, but instead of pulling up fish, I'm hoping to pull up good, interesting stories of freedom. I am Peter, after all, a fisherman.
Indeed. Well, I'll keep it short because there are some hands up here, but I think one of my more inspirational stories, when I think of it, the first place my mind went was the story of Spartacus, and he was a Thracian gladiator, and he was one of the leaders of the Third Servile War during Rome. And as we all know, the Roman Republic was effectively a slave state. This is a time before Christianity. And long story short, he rose up against basically against his gladiator school. He took some of the people with him that formed a nucleus of a group of other slaves, and people saw him, were inspired by it, and they overthrew their masters. And you have a bunch of basically some trained, some not, poorly equipped slaves, going across the Roman countryside, trying to find their way to freedom, or if not freedom, and find their way to revenge on here. And the conditions that Roman slaves were under was just terrible. I mean, they would work these people to death. They didn't really have any value beyond their economic value. It was a state that ran on plunder and slavery in a sense. So basically it was a rebellion. It spread like wildfire across the peninsula. The Romans were afraid of their slaves for pretty much the first time. And at first they treated it like a police action, and then and Spartacus's forces, they were surrounded around Mount Vesuvius, and then at night they repelled down the steep sides of a volcano, and they destroyed a Roman unit that was encircling them. And that was pretty much a wake up call for the Roman Republic. They sent Marcus Licinius Crassus, who was the richest man in Rome. Think like Bill Gates, but much richer. On here to go and suppress it. And he was a man who had a lot of wealth, but not a lot of military victory. So he's looking for the prestige of a victory, of a triumph. And it took quite a while for him to put down that rebellion. Over 40,000 men, 8 full legions, going across the peninsula trying to stop this slave revolt. And eventually they did it. I think all these slaves knew it was basically a suicide mission. There wasn't a real chance of freedom, but they fought for it anyways, to die as free men. And many of them did. At the end of it, the survivors of the rebellion, up to 6,000 men, they were crucified. They were crucified, and they were spread out along the Appian Way, which is a road going from basically Rome to Capua. So for everyone to see, as a reminder not to rebel. But that story is something I think has inspired a lot of people, a lot of oppressed people, a lot of slaves who heard about it, that you can resist and you can reach out for freedom. You don't have to be oppressed, and that's something that people look to even today. A lot of areas, whether it's revolutionaries or socialists or freedom fighters. Wherever people are oppressed, it's a story that I think they could draw oppression or inspiration from. Excuse me. So that's my story on there. Out of respect for time here, I'm gonna go to Helsinki quick, and then Daniel, because I know it's really late for them both here. So I would like to hear about their stories before we wrap up the segment, and we'll go to Aaron. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Greetings from springly Helsinki again. It's a nice spring morning here. So, of course, my favorite story is about Finland, one of the best countries in the world. And I don't say this lightly because I become very emotional, but I invite everybody to study our path to freedom from Russian slavery since more than 100 years. And we have been a bloody success. But let me tell you a precise story as a teaser. I was serving several times in the UN peacekeeping in Africa, in former Yugoslavia. I was mostly a JAG officer, a major, or a captain. And I had a wonderful lieutenant colonel as my contingent commander in Eritrea, in Horn of Africa. And one ignorant guy once in the UN asked him that, how many Russian troops you have in Finland currently? And this guy is a very kind of Eastern Finland guy. He's a humorous guy, so he said, yeah, we have around 300,000. And the foreign guy was like, oh, really? Is it so that so many, where all these 300,000 are? And then he's a funny guy. My commander, he pulled a serious face and he said, they are all 6 feet under. And this guy, of course, was very silent after that. But on a serious note, this is very personal for us. Our grandfathers fought the Russians, the Soviets. Nobody has done this, what we did against the Russians. We were able to keep our independence. We were able to protect our civilians, because the historians, when they gather in Europe and they discuss about the civilian losses, and our historians tell that we lost 2,000 civilians. And they said, sorry, are you missing 3 zeros? Because Poland, all these countries where they occupied, millions have died. Finland, we lost only 2,000 in civilians in the Second World War. Of course, military guys, tens of thousands, wounded, destroyed, yes. So this is a miraculous achievement, and we evacuated everybody. Nobody wanted to stay in the Soviet side in Karelia. They took all those, the cows, the sheep, domestic animals, nothing was left, nothing. So we invented the Molotov cocktail. Our General Nenonen is a genius of artillery, and we can thank our defense forces for our freedom. This is really our grandfathers, my dear grandfathers, both fought in the Winter War, in the Continuation War. One grandfather went to even kick out the Nazis from Lapland. So this is very personal for every Finnish family. And these grandfathers, they are not historical figures. They are not some slave owners, so they are not some like imaginary guys. I know these people, and they are role models for us, young generation, how a man should be, how a Finnish man should be when help is needed. What should be done? We should fight until the end to defend our families, our children, our women, and women can also participate. And of course, our mothers. My one grandmother was a field nurse in Karelia, treating wounded soldiers. So this is very personal story for us, but I invite every man, jack of you, to study the Finnish experience, how to defeat the Russians, because we know exactly how Ukrainians feel. We know exactly how they feel. And if you look at this signmyrocket.com, which is the biggest country contributing to the shells, people are completely outraged. They are buying thousands of artillery shells, signing their names that this is greeting from my grandfather. You destroyed his health in the Second World War. So this is something for you as a gift, Russians. So I think you get my point, but this is something very, very personal. I am sitting here in Finland. Russia's second biggest city is 400 kilometers from here. And we don't want to do much with the Russians, but we have to live with the geography that has been given to us and the history has been given to us. And it has been a goddamn success. And I hope Ukrainians and the West all best success in this horrible time. Russians are 1000% wrong. We are 1000% right, and we will defeat these monsters. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Helsinki. And yeah, that's just a reminder of how grateful I am to that Finland is now part of NATO. So welcome aboard. We need you.
But also, Primus, let's pay attention to something that Helsinki mentioned that I think is important. If you are going to defend your freedom, if you are not going to be enslaved by an invading Russian army from next door, you have to be able to fight. You have to be willing to fight. You have to build up the defense capacity to defend your freedom. And, Helsinki, Finland has demonstrated that for years, even though Finland was neutral. This is something for everyone to remember, and I think it's very important. Even though Finland was neutral during most of the Cold War, for example, that didn't mean that Finland was defenseless. On the contrary, Finland was armed to the teeth. Finland could defend itself. Finland had emergency stockpiles. There were emergency invasion plans. Everyone knew where they should be should the country again be invaded. Finland showed that if you are going to maintain your freedom, you have to defend yourself. You have to have that ability. And I think Helsinki, that memory of being invaded during the Winter War, as you quite eloquently expressed, underscored how that national memory galvanized your society. It's certainly been an inspiration to me, and it's why we as an alliance are now stronger, that because Finland is now part of Article 5, part of our alliance, and let's all work, I think, to get Ukraine into NATO. That too will make us stronger, not weaker.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, after this war is over, Ukraine deserves to be part of NATO. There's no question about that. Just like, NATO expansion is non-negotiable, NATO and Ukraine, or Ukraine and NATO is, as far as I'm concerned.
Let's get some hands. Primus, on that quick note, though, a little policy teaser here. There is a discussion underway. I was having some conversations in Washington about this just today. There is a discussion underway right now to perhaps void the NATO-Russia Founding Act. Again, perhaps a topic for tomorrow night or another evening session. But in exchange for, let me say this, instead of having the NATO-Russia Council, that resulted from the NATO-Russia Founding Act back in the 1990s, an agreement between Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin. The idea is to replace Russia with Ukraine. So instead of having a NATO-Russia Council where we allow Russian spies into NATO and we allow Russia a say in conversations with NATO, we boot Russia and we replace Russia with Ukraine. And that would then serve as a bridge until Ukraine becomes a full member of NATO. Interesting idea. Let's keep an eye on that one, Primus.
Indeed, I was not aware of that. That's fantastic news. Yeah, Russia has no place at the table anymore.
Agreed.
So we're talking politics stuff, and Dr. Nick raised her hand here. So we'll bounce to you, Dr. Nick, and then Daniel. Oh, she can't hear me.
Dr. Nick? Yep, she can't hear you.
Yep.
So I will translate for you. Primus, Dr. Nick?
Yeah, sure. So just tying in my little story of freedom with Ukraine, I thought I would read a quote from Zhokhar Dudayev from one of his books. I think it's The Lone Wolf of the Caucasus or something like this. I forget what the name of it is. I think that's what it is. It's kind of late. I'm kind of tired. But anyway, so this quote goes, "The biggest mistake is to neglect the Ukrainians, consider Ukrainians weak, offend the Ukrainians. Never offend Ukrainians. Ukrainians are never as weak as you think. Almighty Allah forbid, expel Ukrainians or take something away from Ukrainians. Ukrainians always come back. The Ukrainians will return and return what is theirs. But when the Ukrainians return, they do not know how to calculate the force and apply it proportionally. They will destroy everything in their path. Do not offend the Ukrainians. Otherwise, when Ukrainians return to the land where their ancestors are buried, those living on this land will envy the dead." That's the quote.
Were that not included in Vladimir Putin's intelligence assessment when he made the decision to invade Ukraine? Wow, what a
Right?
quote.
I mean, seriously, this is what, and he has so many great quotes about Ukrainians in general too. And he predicted that this whole war was going to happen, that Russia would come for Ukraine. And he said, but the Ukrainians won't have it. They will not accept Russism. He was the one who coined that phrase. And that they will not tolerate it. And because Ukrainians, like Chechens, are not a people who accept to be put under the yoke of anybody, especially the Russians. They won't take it anymore. It was really quite prophetic. Hence the title of my research. Part of the initial part of it is Dudayev's prophecy, and then the rest is Chechen, the participation, how a dot influences Chechen battalion participation in the Ukraine war, like 2014 to now, right? So yeah, but it hinges on this notion of Dudayev's prophecy, and how too that the people of the Caucasus would see their freedom through Ukraine. He predicted too that Russia would break its back on Ukraine, that would be its downfall. And so again, when you think about all this stuff, it's so prophetic. It really is, and it's really quite interesting.
Okay, Primus, let's do some more hands. Let's get some more stories of freedom, and it's coming up on 1 a.m. On the east coast of the United States. We heard from Helsinki. It's a beautiful spring morning there. The sun is rising. Apparently, it's quite nice there. Europe will be waking up soon. Tim has been with us since the very early hours there in Eastern Europe, and let's take some hands. Let's do some more stories of freedom. I found this to be an exhilarating conversation. It's always great to hear what stories people hold dear to themselves, and those memories or ideas of freedom that define the concept for them.
Indeed, it's been a great couple hours talking about this. Hearing some great stories and some inspiration. We covered a lot of great ground tonight. Let's go to Daniel.
Okay. Good morning. Peter, I have two topics for you to talk. First will be two guys which are the most detested people in Russia. First is Nikita Khrushchev. Second is Mikhail Gorbachev. Why I want to put them in perspective? because Khrushchev was eliminated after he broke the back of Stalinist, and we know what happened. Missile crisis in Cuba, space race. Khrushchev was not less Soviet, but it changed a lot, the landscape. And don't forget who come after him, Brezhnev, entering the era of KGB leaders. The roots of Siloviki was built by Brezhnev. And we have Mikhail Gorbachev, the guy who believes we can democratize the communists with his faults, from Chernobyl to repressing Georgians, repressing Kazakhstan, repressing Azerbaijan. But Mikhail Gorbachev never put the guns of T-72 tanks to fire in Duma. This was the job of Yeltsin. And Yeltsin was told to us by public relations guys like illuminated guy compared with Gorbachev, which is total bullshit. Yeltsin stole election. Let's not forget that shit. And I think counterfactual, if you put in perspective, what will happen with Soviet Union if Nikita Khrushchev was in power and not demised by KGB? What will happen if Mikhail Gorbachev was the patron of dissolution and democratization of Russian Federation? He would put it in a dacha and goodbye, Gorbachev. And he was extremely detested by the Russians. You know, you destroy the empire. And second topic, which I find it the most favorite for me, is a manual how to destroy an empire. And people say, I will be destroyed, Russian Federation. And we have a great example, which people forget, always forget. Austro-Hungarian Empire, a failed empire after the crisis, crumbled, and all the nations discovered they can live very, very well, except Hungary, of course, because, you know, Hungarians never imagined they cannot have a huge plot of land. But I think to watch what will happen after 100 years in Russian Federation and watch how Austro-Hungarian Empire was destroyed in a few months, I think I have many, 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 many lessons. This is my proposal.
And your favorite story of freedom, if you could remind me, Daniel?
Second one. This is, I think, is the best. Look at the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You say is no connection. There are no ideology. There are no similarity because civilization of the Habsburgs, Vienna. I think they are very, very close, extremely close. And I don't know if anyone studied how Austro-Hungarian was collapsing, how Republic of Austria was declared as a finish, and the Hungarians asked, let's make a confederation. And Austrian says, no, we are glad. We have Republic of Austria. All good for us. That will be mostly.
I like that a lot. So there's a really good book called Perhapsburg by a fellow named Wes Mitchell. And he talks about the grand strategy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He spent a lot of time studying. He wrote a book on that topic as well. And it always struck me how the problem for the Austro-Hungarian Empire was replicated across all of Central Europe, squeezed in between big powers, combining different national identities, different economies together. I've always found the Austro-Hungarian Empire fascinating. And on my wall at work for many years, I had an old map of the Austro-Hungarian Empire because I focused on Central Europe. Daniel, staring at that map, thinking ideas. It struck. Yep.
Imagine the same topics you hear now. The great culture, you know, the great Austrian administration, the great civilization, the nexus of Vienna becoming, known for everything, Baroque movement, anything you can see recurring in the Russian projection is the similar thing. Sherborne, St. Petersburg, Winter Palace. There are a lot of parallels.
But final thought here, Daniel. Have you ever noticed how the Austro-Hungarian Empire looks like a hermit crab? If you step back and look at the map and almost squint a bit, it kind of looks like a little hermit crab with a little shell on its back. And I realized that after many years of having this giant map on my wall, staring at it, I like to think on maps. So when I'm writing or I hit a wall and an idea, I'm like, how do I describe this complex idea? My offices are always surrounded in maps, and I will just stare at a map and think through the idea. And it was during one of those map staring sessions that I realized, the Austro-Hungarian Empire looks like a hermit crab. And from that point on, in my mind, I've always quietly thought of the empire as the hermit crab empire. Daniel, thank you very much. Primus, if I may, we have War Doggo with us. Now, Primus, you weren't with us last night, but we had this cliffhanger, War Doggo. We had this cliffhanger where you were telling us a joke, and for some reason, you could never get to the punchline. And we weren't sure if it was an accident or intentional. And what I asked is that maybe you would come back again tonight and share with us the full joke, only now share with us the actual punchline. War Doggo, would you like to finally finish the joke for us?
Morning, dears, or good night, depending which part of the globe you are. Hugs and love from Ukraine. Yeah, my appearing in the mornings or in the nights, talking from time to time to among beautiful people of MriyaReport space. By the way, don't forget to retweet the space, letting others know that many people discussing here about Ukraine 24/7. My appearing being Ukrainian is like part of the middle finger strategy to dear Russians, as like whatever you throw on us, even the NASA satellites. Here we are in the morning discussing the things, going to work, trying to live our regular lives, and having, is like in the Hollywood movies when the person is spreading his arms, looking the skies, and asking, "Come on, what else you can do? What else you can throw on us?" That's the story. Why coming back and discussing some things? And very personal. I find it very interesting and attractive to discuss with good, wise people. Many of you know much better than me, much more than me, and for me, it's always a pleasure to have a discussion with all of you. That's the story behind. And about the joke, yes, it seems that the one who owns the Twitter didn't want me yesterday to share the joke, but joke is old one, but is like imagine we were always saying that there will be a time when two armies in Ukraine will be fighting each other with the equipment that was provided by United States one day with a land lease, but there's the thing.
What's the thing?
I mean, the thing is that one was provided during the Second World War, the second is provided now.
So Sherman tanks going up against Abrams because we provided Shermans to the Soviet Union, and now they're going to dig out the Sherman tanks from a museum somewhere, and they're going to go. American Shermans will be fighting American Abrams tanks, for example, or American Bradleys. That's very good. Wardago, stick around. We've got one more hand I want to get to before I tip the hat to everyone and I bow out. And I know we've got our co-hosts lined up for the sun is rising over Europe, and so we've got some of our European friends waking up now. We have Tim has joined us from the very early morning hours where he is, and I know that Aaron has been patiently waiting with his hand up. Aaron, do you have a favorite story of freedom that you'd like to share with us? And I'm going to be listening very closely because I always really appreciate your insight.
I do, Peter. My stepfather, his father, Gutek Warszawski, escaped from Poland. It was a Soviet factory, and he realized that the Soviet somehow, don't know the part, but he realized that the Nazis were coming and that he had to get out. The people who ran the factory had done the runner, and I think they left them there. They said, just keep working, just keep working. And he had to make his way from Poland, and he made his way to France eventually. The way he did it was he climbed underneath a train, and he had a little bit of bread and a little bit of water. And every train station, he had to get out and walk around the train station and try and get back on that train, because the Germans would look underneath the trains searching for people. And he eventually made his way to France. And when he got out, he was a teenager or very low 20s, like very young man. And I only knew him as an older man, really gentle. White from the stress from being underneath that train. I always knew him as an old man and assumed he always had white hair. And my stepfather told me, no, he's always, since I've known him, had that white hair. So, and just to make it a bit of a bigger picture, here in Australia, we've got Aboriginals, and the only people that stood up for the Jews in the first, is it the Reichstag, or when the Jews were being burned, their houses were being burned and they were being persecuted, was a guy called William Cooper, who was
Are
an
you
Aboriginal.
thinking of Kristallnacht? Are you thinking of that episode of Kristallnacht?
Yes, I am. Thank you. He was an Aboriginal, William Cooper, and he went and tried to present a letter to the German delegation or German embassy saying that on behalf of the Aboriginal inhabitants of Australia, we condemn what you're doing to the Jews. Now, we've got I think it's just from both being oppressed people over time. The Aboriginals and the Jews here in Australia have a close affinity with each other. So there's a guy, Mark Liebler, who's a big tax lawyer, and he hires a lot of Aboriginals to work with him in his law firm and teaches them from being, interns and so forth. And a lot of them have grown up and served as parliamentarians. And he worked pro bono for free on one of the biggest land right cases here in Australia, which was Mabo. And I think that's just a case of two peoples that have been oppressed and then see that oppression in each other and decide that they want to unite. And one of his big things that he was trying to teach the Aboriginals was the only way you can really save yourself is to have power. And the only way to have power is to get inside the halls of power, become powerful yourself, and then you can affect change. There's no point begging for it or asking for it or playing the victim, but get in there and make it happen. So that's my story. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. That is an inspiring one. I never knew about that connection. I certainly understood the plight of the Aboriginal people in Australia, but the connection with persecuted Jews under Nazi Germany and how both, we'll call them communities, could see a little bit of themselves, certainly can see the persecution that they had suffered in the other. That's a fascinating story. Thank you, Aaron. Primus, I have reached my deadline. We have been talking for 3 hours this evening. We started off talking about disinformation. We recalled the origins of the Free the Leopards campaign with Chris in the space. He could set me straight. And we talked about how that idea came to life. We talked about the importance and the impact of NAFO and how the Russians just do not have any way of meaningfully counteracting this amazing bottom-up movement that is NAFO. History books will be written about what has happened over the last year or so with NAFO and counter-disinformation strategies. We talked about economics, the economics of defending Ukraine, and some of the political cleavages that are emerging within the European Union over who gets what when it comes to defense spending. And then we really took a deep dive into history, and people shared their personal stories, those stories of freedom that they cling to, that inspired their idea of freedom. And for me, that was the best part of this evening. I loved the conversation. And Primus, you are a real pro when it comes to co-hosting, my friend.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you, but I do have one last question for you tonight, Peter. You know what it is? Did you have fun?
Did we have fun?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. That's our rule.
All right.
Agreed. Thank you, Primus.
You're welcome. All right. Well, I think at this point, Peter will be turning into a pumpkin and heading out for the evening. And we'll be bringing up some new co-hosts. So I believe Tim will be coming up next. And then Will from the penal colony down under, he'll be up here as well. One of these days, him and I need to get into a fascinating conversation about the oil industry and pipelines and so on. I'd like to really do a deep dive on that when I figure out what I'm talking about. So, all right. So let's see here. I'm still here. Someone will do the co-host magic, and Tim will come up. Let's see. Well, we're waiting for that here. There he is. All right, Tim. All right. Let's see here. How are you doing tonight, Tim?
Well, same as I've been for the last 3 hours, I suppose. Yes, always lovely to hear from you and Peter. I'm due to some gaps in the scheduling. I'm going to be coming up a bit earlier for the foreseeable future. So that means getting up at the crack of a sparrow fart and talking to you fine people, which is good because it's always nice to hear the tail end of the US, especially you and Peter.
Yeah, no, it was a pleasure talking to him. It's he has always some great insights. He has some real insights on leadership and some of the academic angle of some of these things. It's always a fascinating conversation. So I was really looking forward to coming up here tonight and having that. So just do if you could take a moment here and see what's going on. So if you could kind of introduce yourself for the evening.
Sure. So a very good morning to everybody who's joining us. A very good evening to everybody who is dropping off in the United States, North America. If you are still up, you are very naughty, and I will be speaking to your mother about this. You should be in bed. And very nice to see the usual suspects up. Daniel, nice to see you. War Doggo fella. Today is the 20th of April. It is April, isn't it? Yes, it is. It is day 421 of the Russian escalation of their invasion of the sovereign nation of Ukraine. We are looking forward to the Ramstein format meeting, which is occurring today. This is a meeting of allied defense ministers, which somebody, I think it was Doman, pointed out to me yesterday that there seems to be a pattern of these Ramstein format meetings where they alternate between talking about stuff and delivering stuff. And the last one was mostly about talking about stuff. So hopefully this one is going to be about delivering stuff. Now, some stuff has been delivered ahead of it. So there is the second German Iris-T system, which is an air defense system. A very new air defense system has been delivered, and also a Patriot air defense missile system has been delivered. There have been no official announcements ahead of today's Ramstein format meeting, aside from an extra $325 million from Uncle Sam in military aid, including HIMARS, including ammunition for the HIMARS, and other missile systems unspecified, and also anti-tank mines. This is the 36th package from Washington since February 2022. Warthog fella, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah. Hi again, team. The topic that I would like to put today for a discussion, apart of oil and the things, is probably a little bit sad topic, but this is something in like contrary to Russian propaganda, bad meaning, let's call it bullshit environment. We have to speak, we have to mention, we have to admit that that is happening, and that is something that we need to take into account. And this is another element, brick in the wall, why Ukrainian victory should be rather closer than longer priority, and why sending or shipping should prevail on talking and speaking, discussing. Actually, several days ago, there was the conference where Ukrainian Institute of Research published its study on demographics, especially Ukraine demographics, on like starting from 2001 to 2022. They they on purpose didn't make any like calculations on 2022 onwards, after the war started. But what they mentioned in their research, their predictions, let's call it that way, considering the pattern, considering the trends, and considering the open data information that they were operating, is something that makes many open their eyes and think a lot about what needs to be done in order to mitigate that. And the thing is that, in Europe, is not a secret that the overall degenerations, the population is getting older, let's call it like that, that in many countries deaths prevail against birth, and this is the natural thing in Europe, and everybody are like, how to call it, everybody take it already like for granted, is not a surprise or is not a secret, is the trend for in all the how to call it, modern and developed economies and, let's say, societies, let's call it that way. While for Ukraine, this demographic institute was part of the research that they were doing, was saying that what is the main cause of people of people deaths during the period starting from full-scale invasion was not actually the bombarding of the peaceful cities of Ukrainians, of residential areas, or like, let's call it a consequence of the military action and terroristic activity of the Russian Federation against the civilian cities, but actually, how to call it, how to put it in the proper way, because the research was in the local language, and I believe it will take a little bit of time for different institutions to take it into translate it and put it in public in English. They were saying that many deaths were happening and are happening in the areas where the social services doesn't work. Like there is no mobile connection, you cannot call the ambulance when you need. There is no. There is no ambulance because the hospital was like destroyed, and this lack of access to the social services and social government, or like call it state supports, state institutions, is causing even more deaths than the war consequences. And the second thing that they were saying about the forced relocated people that are then demographic crisis that Russia have started with the unprovoked aggression, and they were putting the things like that since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, like 8 million people of Ukraine have relocated looking for safety in a different states, including Russia, by the way. And 3 million of that 8 million are located in Russia. Most probably they would stay over there, and nobody, and many Ukrainians would not argue a lot that those people decide to stay in Russia, looking for their safety over there. But what's important, we're left with 5 million people who are staying in all different countries bordering Ukraine or any others all over the world, and many of that people obviously are women with kids who live their lives in the European or any global cities, and are how to call it, living their peaceful life, secured in a way that unfortunately it would not be possible in Ukraine. But there is a bigger problem coming to Ukraine in the long term related to demographic because of that. And that problem is directly connected how long that war will continue without Ukrainian victory. And Russia's defeat, because like is normal thing in a human life. If you are relocating, looking for safety, and you don't feel still safe coming back to your country, you start organizing your life in a new place, like your kids start going to, I don't know, or it is like junior school or kindergarten, or is already a university. You start organizing your life in a new place, and you start rooting in a new place. And longer the war goes, less and less people would be intending to leave Ukraine, to come back to Ukraine, living their current places of living. And like it's very normal, because we are all humans, and we care about our personal things, and we try to build safety where is possible. And what's important here, that this Ukrainian Institute of Demographic Research, they didn't put the numbers. I think they were asked not to put the numbers, but they put kind of the trends and patterns that you can easily make like calculation that up to in case like things go as they go now, up to 2030, if the pattern stays as it is, Ukrainian population in Ukraine, living in Ukraine, will be something like 25 millions. This is something that personally for me was like, is not a surprise, because I was studying this part of how to call it, this science during my university study, and this demographic things are like common for Europe, like decreasing the population, but that kind of significant decrease, because we are speaking about Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian state, with, even if you Google Ukrainian Wikipedia says like there is 40 millions of people living in Ukraine. That's what Wikipedia would say. Obviously, many of them have relocated, looking for peaceful lives in different states. And that research of the Demographic Institute of Ukraine triggers two important things to be discussed and not to be hidden, because it is very important to tell the truth and not trying to build unexpected, how to call it, unsupported by the reality wishful thinking, which we were discussing yesterday. And there should be a proper balance between like positive propaganda and negative propaganda, let's call it that way. And two important things to be triggered by that is how Ukraine will support and organize after the win, and win is still has to happen, the coming back, stimulating coming back of attracting, creating, let's call it, I will put it other way around, creating the attractive conditions for people coming back to their country, because I mean, we are all patriots and many people will come back simply because of that. But also reconstruction of Ukraine is another important element that we discussed many times here on the space. But first of all is creating the competitive conditions that many people will feel first safe and need to come back to their country and continue their lives in safety and prosperity in Ukraine, rebuilding, helping to rebuild Ukraine, because that's another big problem that many prefer to focus now on the war, but building the long-term strategy includes how Ukraine will be rebuilt, how Ukraine will live after the war will finish with Ukrainian victory. Because just to avoid the negative surprise that the hard things will only start with Ukraine winning the war, and that's the thing that Ukraine, and with support of international allies and foreign partners, should start thinking and working on a long-term strategy a lot, because this kind of competitive advantage and attractive things to bring Ukrainian people back to Ukraine would require a lot of foreign support, funding, and so far and so on. And let's be honest, is not that interesting as
I
well.
think we're losing you, War Dogger.
Yeah. Do you hear me? Do you hear me still? Apologize.
Will, is that my audio or War Dogger's?
It's probably yours, mate. I can hear War Dogger fine. Carry on.
And the main idea is that also is not for many European countries, considering the demographic trends, is interesting to invest a part of the moral things and so far and so on, supporting Ukraine in the sense of pushing the Ukrainians, helping Ukraine to push the Ukrainians back to their country after the war. That's the important, not that popular thing, but very and sad thing, because 25 million is far from 40 that we keep in our minds regularly, but is nevertheless very important to discuss, standing in front of the reality. And when we reconcile with versus the reality, we know what to do. Instead, if we stay with the wishful thinking, unfortunately the reality a little bit different from that, and we are not that effective in what we do, what we think. That's my point on the recent research of the Demographic Institute that they have presented, and some things that Ukraine is already probably thinking about. Important thing is communication. Why? Many Ukrainians after the war will have to come back to Ukraine, creating the conditions, attractive conditions for many Ukrainians to come back, and safety, because many people, where many areas, like if you travel from the northeast of Ukraine, you travel to the southeast of Ukraine, covering almost the east part of Ukraine from north to south, you will travel many cities that are ruined to the ground. And I have my personal question, like why the person should be coming back to the area where everything is ruined to the ground, and how to attract him coming back to be like, in all the modern countries, in all the societies, all the citizens are paying taxes and they are like government representing them. I hope I put myself clear. It's not an easy topic. It's a very controversial topic probably, but is an important topic to discuss. That's the thing. That's the sad thing I'm bringing today at the space. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. Always a pleasure to hear from you. I've got a question about this. Do you think that the vast majority of Ukrainians will return to Ukraine? And I ask this because it's been a year since many Ukrainians left Ukraine. The war, I mean, I hope it's going to be over this year, but it very well may not be. So perhaps we are looking at 2 or 3 years of refuge. These people will, they will have jobs, they will have lives, their children will be in schools. I mean, is there? I don't personally know any Ukrainian refugees. Is there a feeling among the refugees that you've encountered that they will return, or do you think they will aim to settle in the West, or do you think it's an even split, or what's the mood music there?
Look, I believe building the predictions here is like less accurate thing than staying with the historical data, with the past things already being like actual numbers that you can refer to, and the history is saying that most probably not more than 50% usually after the war is coming back, and it highly depends how long the war will be, because like longer the people stay far from their homes, many of my friends, they are like coming to their families in Europe, they are coming back. Many of them cannot travel because of the war time restrictions of Ukraine. I personally travel a lot still, because I travel a lot for business. Before the full-scale invasion, I was actually like something like living in a plane between the countries that I manage in my business profession. But the history is telling us that no more than 50% will come back, and it highly depends on how long the war will be, because people will more make the roots in the new places where they stay. It's very cynical discussion, but it's very fair discussion to happen, unless like if we don't do this, the reality will hit us hard without like proper action plan. And the action plan here, my personal like probably several units that where I'm in contact with Ukrainian government officials, I already shared my list. Like, it's not my list, but this is the logical thinking, which is first start communicating when the war finishes, like why Ukrainians have to come back to Ukraine, like why Ukraine needs as the country Ukrainians coming back. Because like the simple thing, if you fail communicating even that, I mean, the rest doesn't matter actually. If you don't explain why you need Ukrainians coming back, then you will not get Ukrainians back. They will simply not think even about coming back if they will not. There will be no proper communication, and same as I've been mentioning before, many to create the attractive conditions, economical conditions, especially for people in the age of like working age, let's call it like that. because like if you build the new fancy schools, fancy new kindergartens, yes, but they're kids of those families that are abroad. They are already living their lives in the good conditions. Let's call it, is not the competitive thing, if I can say cynically so, but economical attractive conditions for people coming back and bringing investments in a way that the new business is organized, and probably a new cities around that businesses to be organized. Because like for me, I'm not an expert in civil infrastructure, but like if I see cities like Avdiivka, Mariinka, I don't know, Bakhmut, many others. Not speaking about Mariupol. I don't think that is like an easy story to rebuild the city. I believe like we're recovering all the infrastructure, like things like the water supply, and electricity and all of that. I believe that is even easier to build the new city around the new business appearing neighboring to that city. That and like that's the things. Many will return, obviously, because like if you live your life, like depending how old you are, big part of your life in your country, and some will simply follow their habit coming back to Ukraine. Some never left Ukraine because they've said, is there is my country, I will never go away, because like if all go away, who will stay? uh, that's very different. Many went out of Ukraine for looking for safety, and when safety is there, they will come back. You can traveling to Ukraine, you can already see some big cities like Kiev, Dnipro, uh, Lviv, other Kharkov. They are already, how to call it, it seems to be that people already live their peaceful lives in that city, despite Kharkov is like uh, closer to the front lines, and is even like unfortunately being constantly shelled, being within the range of Russian artillery. Same with Kherson, just recently, a couple of months ago, or is already longer. Life runs so fast that, in such kind of environment we're living, with Kherson being liberated, and being in the range of artillery fire of Russian, like just, and you cannot uh, you cannot put air defense to be protected against the artillery fire, because like there is nothing to protect apart like kicking Russians far from the artillery range, shot impact range, let's call it that way. But that's the thing about the topic I've been mentioning. Sorry for a long monologue, but this topic is important in my mind.
Yeah, it is an interesting topic, and I could see it going. I could see it going one of two ways, right? So the figure I have in my head, around 6 million Ukrainians have left the country as refugees. Now, the lion's share of those are mothers with children. So, not shall we say economically productive parts of the economy in the same way as men are. The issue here is that post-war, men could start leaving as well, right? So currently, fighting age men are basically restricted from leaving the country. But if your wife and children has settled in, I don't know, Frankfurt or London or Tallinn or wherever, and your children are in school, and your wife maybe has a job as well, and your wife has friends, etc., and the restrictions on leaving Ukraine are lifted for you, and maybe you're demobilized from the armed forces or whatever you're doing in wartime. Maybe the economic opportunities post-war are not great because the economy is going to be in a bit of a state, notwithstanding reconstruction. Now, there could be a second exodus of Ukrainians, and this could be a real problem for the post-war economy, right? That there's just a shortage of people.
Except, Tim, I don't know that there'll be 100% shortage of people, will there? Because usually after things like this happen, there's also a large influx of foreign workers, specialized and some not, that will come into areas during rebuilding and actually occasionally sometimes cause problems in accommodation and localized, shortages of the stuff that's needed early on during a rebuilding phase too. And you have to be very careful about supply chain problems and logistics during that period of time as well, because of all these additional people. But like even potentially me, I've talked to my business partners about whether, well, geez, would you, after this is all over, because we thought we're done working overseas, but I said, would you guys like to put the band back together and go, set up a company and do some work in Ukraine? And surprisingly, they went, I might not be opposed to it. So you have to be, but most of the people obviously come from Europe, right? There's going to be a ton of people, I reckon, come in from Poland and Romania and a lot of specialized people that'll come in and want to help rebuild. And I really, really like your idea, War Doggo. If we could get that up to do some decent urban planning before the war even finishes, so that some of the rebuilding can take advantage of the strengths that you have from the past, but also take into context some of the things we've learned since those cities were developed. I mean, for instance, Bakhmut, Mariinka, Avdiivka, those places grew up a long, long time ago when, for instance, Bakhmut probably heavily leveraging off of the mining that was going on there. And depending on what the macroeconomics say about that, the likelihood of that economic activity going forward, you might want to consider some rebuilding in like next to it. I was thinking about when you were talking about, like, when I was living in Chicago and they tore down Kaminsky Park, the baseball stadium, and they built the new one right on the parking lot adjacent to Kaminsky Stadium, and then they tore down the stadium and put the new parking lot where the old stadium was. Something like something sort of along that design, because I also note that sometimes throughout history we've tended to build our cities up a little bit organically right on the very land that's most productive, that we would like to use for some other purpose if we had to do it all over again. And the sad but possible silver lining in all this is any of the rebuilding that can get done in Ukraine from a more centralized planning perspective based on the long-term needs of the country would be a really great idea. And in particular, I'm thinking about some of the things, looking back at the Soviet Union, I did obviously didn't like almost all aspects of it, but there were some things about the manner in which they built a lot of housing for a lot of people, of public transport systems that were built for a lot of people for cheap, for uniform everything, so that the economy of scale of them was fantastic. And any of that mentality that can be brought to bear, or even the infrastructure that's left behind. Outside every major town in Russia and Ukraine, I think I saw a concrete panel factory. And the manner of building up buildings with those concrete panels does provide quite a lot of housing very quickly. If somebody took like a bit of an environmental engineering approach and an architectural approach to seeing what innovations could be made to that type of quick and relatively inexpensive build, when you're building the new facilities, could be both more aesthetically pleasing, more utilitarianly valuable to the people in them, and also it's still incredibly low cost, and harness things that you've got there already based on the well demonstrated innovation that Ukraine's shown throughout this war. Apply that to the coming peacetime. I think you might be onto a real winner here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the influx of foreign rebuilders, I do hope to count myself among them. I've got vague plans to move to Ukraine myself. do something financial, possibly building banks in Ukraine that actually have balance sheet, which was a shall we say, was a bit of a limiting factor. When I was involved in a supply chain finance operation, we had business in Ukraine, and one of the issues was the banks in Ukraine are just so small, right? There's no Barclays, there's no HSBC, BNP Paribas. The institutions there are just not of a size that is commensurate with the Ukrainian economy, and so their ability to put usefully sized trades on, and their ability to take risk in a way, in a size that makes a difference, is very, very limited. So I think when it comes to building those institutions out, I think foreign capital, foreign expertise is going to be very important in reconstructing Ukraine, and hopefully I'm going to be involved in that myself. My point about the movement of people is that I think we do have to avoid making the same mistake that we made with Iraq. And okay, hear me out here. I know the two situations are not precisely comparable, but what happened in post-war Iraq, post-invasion Iraq, was that the UK and the US basically accepted between us several million people as refugees, and this was basically the country's entire educated middle class, right? So great trade for the West. Do you want all these well-educated, experienced Iraqis in your economy? Sure, yeah, we'll take that trade. But the results in Iraq were disastrous, right? And I think because an entire class of people were basically stripped out, and what they were left with was ISIS developed shortly afterwards, so it wasn't exactly great situation for Iraq when you strip out that class of people. And I think when it comes to Ukraine, I could see this becoming a bone of contention, right? Because there's an enormous amount of goodwill in the West. We're very happy with Ukrainian refugees. We'd be very happy to host more Ukrainians in our countries. The issue here is that if there is suddenly, if post-war there is an exodus, particularly of productive young people, men following their families out of the country, then this could be a serious economic problem for Ukraine, and it could be a bone of contention between the Ukrainian government and their partners. Be interested to hear what Wardoggo thinks. Wardoggo.
Yeah, actually, I brought this point not to build like a sad picture or like dark demotivating scenarios or like speculation, but this is the thing that speaks to history, and we can already use as a competitive benchmark the strategies and tactics in the different countries, and we can already at a certain point start alerting, hey, I don't want that to be happening, and like let's find a strategy how to avoid the most dangerous scenario, because we are speaking about the country that is neighboring Russia, and whatever happens after the war, Ukraine will still neighbor Russia, winning the war with different processes in Russia that like we will not speculate what will happen after the war, but Ukraine will be there, and Ukraine was and will be like a food basket for many countries being specialized on the food production and being important element of food production, food chains, global food chains. And that's something that needs to be like considered. And by the way, if you manage to bring some demographical research or different institutions representatives at the space, will be interesting to start discussion, because I truly believe that many of international representatives of who make a study on that topic, they have participated this kind of presentation that Ukraine did, Ukrainian Institute of Demographic Research have done, and they could bring this topic more professionally in, and with more, like, how to call it, to more resonate discussion that hopefully will lead to like many those who may bring something as the tactics or mitigation for that problem to come, some kind of actions in place that at least start communicating the topic and start preparing for in advance. Like honestly speaking, and bringing, as I mentioned, this competitive advantage for Ukrainian people coming back, because as you rightly mentioned, not all countries are interested to let educated, skilled people going away from their country, and it could be like kind of tension point in the future, creating first competitive advantage and attractive conditions for people coming back, or I don't know, proposing like, I don't know, repatriation kind of procedures for, if not for current people coming back, then probably creating attractive conditions for their kids in like 10 years, or even creating the mechanism of obtaining the citizenship for Ukrainian diaspora, for instance, because there are many Ukrainians all over the world, starting from the Second World War. Many of kids of those people who left Ukraine running away from the war of those time, many support these days. Many remember that they are Ukrainians living in States, Canada, Australia, many different countries in Europe, and that's the thing that probably people start being discussed, especially Ukrainians start discussing and start communicating, because when you think about it, you certainly will find a way how to deal that. If you consider, if you prefer like to watch aside and you find convenient way not to discuss the topic because it's not that attractive, then most probably there is more chance that the problem will hit you hard, not being prepared for that. That's my thing. So that's my thinking on that. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hey, War Dog, just from my perspective down here, we in Western Australia, we when I was out talking to the people about it, apparently we have had 4,000 new immigrants from Ukraine in the last year that were allowed to come in on humanitarian visas, and because it's the workers' paradise, I'm not sure you're going to get many of those folks back. But the point I'll tell you about that is that might not be so damaging. Yeah, can you hear me?
I hear well.
Oh, okay. So I'm if he can hear me, I'll just answer. Sorry, Tim. But some of the people, a number of the people, a significant portion of the people that came to Western Australia are folks who were relatives or parents, particularly of people that were already here. And uh, while it's sad, and I think you're probably right that there ought to be a right of return set up in the next several years, but even in the next generation, right? Because there's a lot of people who want to do right of return to Ireland and other places that for several generations afterward, that they're interested in gaining those passports and potentially living there. But the parents of Ukrainians who are here in Western Australia who've been immigrated or come down on short-term humanitarian visas, those people are probably going to end up staying here and wanting to, spend time with their grandchildren and their children. Some of the younger people obviously could be enticed to come back, but the real people, I think that it is urgently important that become part of the discussion on a peace situation after the war is over, is the right of return of all people who claim Ukrainian origin from inside Russia. That to me seems urgently important, especially for the folks who've recently been deported essentially to Russia. But I would say anybody who's living in Russia who has a bona fide claim to Ukrainian nationalism or nationality, should have their claim evaluated and be given the right to return as a priority. I think.
I mean, if you speak about people who make their like choice to in that situation to travel and stay to Russia, I believe there will be many who in Ukraine who will argue if we really need to bring those people from Russia back to Ukraine. I mean, that's the choice. If you still, after like 10 years, almost 10 years of war in Ukraine since 2014, if it was convenient for you to look aside saying like, hey, I don't know what's happening, I'm not in politics and so far and so on. So since February, when Russia started directly hitting Ukraine, and like it's still not evident for you like who is an enemy and who is fighting for freedom, and you decide to choose the side, traveling and staying in Ukraine by your own will. I have to mention, like, by your own will. That's a good question if you have to come back to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's a fair point for sure. That should be considered in the evaluation, I would think.
And in the future, of people who are forced replaced to Russia, that's actually a thing. Probably that's, you can imagine, like, it fits the pattern practically why they are doing so, because this is part of their genocidal strategy, because like especially force replacing kids from Ukraine, and practically it's bringing even more damage from a demographical standpoint to Ukraine, a part of the picture that I've been already mentioning, which is obviously integrating also people being forced replaced and young people forced replaced. But again, I mean, if someone would say that, hey, it's not the priority, like, first we need to win the war and the priority is there, yes, but that's why short term thinking is different from long term thinking, because if you don't think long, then tomorrow will hit you hard, and like all what you're going to do is just firefighting. Your day after tomorrow will become tomorrow very soon, and tomorrow is becoming today in a blink of eye. That's the long-term strategy setting, and like wise and consistent, different from stupid and reactive, is exactly not sitting and waiting when life will throw at you, but trying to manage the things on the way and setting some tactics and strategy. That's my thinking on that.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. I've got a topic pivot that involves War Doggo. Is that all right with you, Will?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
I've got a question for you, War Doggo. On the back of my last trip to Ukraine, I sat down with a number of people in various places. Alexei Goncharenko, Natalia Andreeva, the journalist in Zaporizhia, particularly. Now, we talked a lot about Ukrainian politics, and particularly the impact both the invasion of 2014 and the escalation of 2022 had on the mindset of Ukrainians, not just politicians, but Ukrainians in general. And one of the themes that often came up was there used to be this feeling in Ukraine among people that Ukraine could sit comfortably in kind of both camps, right? So Ukraine could have its relations with the West in terms of its EU association agreement, but could also have warm relations with Russia as the big country on its doorstep, so to speak. And the Russian invasion in 2014 kind of hardened hearts a bit, but it didn't totally destroy that idea. And that idea was only totally destroyed for at least Natalia and Alexei Goncharenko, who I spoke to, when Russia escalated in 2022. Now, as we know, for those of you who are not familiar with Alexei Goncharenko, he is a member of parliament. He is the son of a former mayor of, I think, Sevastopol, or is it Odessa? I can't remember. It's one of the predominantly Russian-speaking cities in Ukraine. He was involved. Alexei was, well, his father was pro-Russian, and he went into exile in Russia. And his son was involved with the Party of Regions, which was a pro-Russian party. And he made this journey from kind of believing in the kind of duality of Ukraine, so to speak, towards being very fervently anti-Russian, as a result of their genocidal invasion. My question, War Doggo, is this a very common journey, political journey, for Ukrainians to have made? Have you made that journey yourself? And what do you feel about this idea with regards to the future?
Apologize, I was distracted for the second. Could you put it like one sentence, easy for getting? You mean the evolution from the Party of Regions to the current state parties, like being from like middle pro-Russian to becoming pro-Ukrainian? Is that what you mean? Did I get it correct?
Kind of thinking in terms of personal journeys, right? So there used to be this idea that I understand was fairly widespread, that Ukraine could be this kind of bridge between Russia and the European Union and kind of have a foot in both camps. This idea has obviously evaporated to a large extent among Ukrainians. Did you ever believe in that sort of role for Ukraine? And to what extent do you feel that idea is salvageable?
Look, in my perspective, what kind of business you can do with the one who have like clearly declared his intention to kill you and his intention to make a genocidal war on you, and setting his long-term strategy for your not existing as the nation, like what bridging what is my like simple question back. And like on the other hand, and those people who are putting the question in that way, they truly hope and expect that after the win in Ukraine, Russia as the country, as the government organization, will not exist in that state or way it is existing now. And let's call it that way, putting Russian problem to Ukraine in a way that Russia will have its own problems for a very long time of period, leaving their neighbors alone, developing and being prosperous countries on the borders of Ukraine, on the borders of Russia, something that Russia cannot sustain. That's why Russia have started the wars against many neighbors, openly or proxy way, letting neighbors down, living worse than Russia was living instead of developing themselves, making bridge of Russia to Europe. After what's happened in February, do you really want to have a bridge with Russia? That's my simple second question to you, like asking fair question in an open way. Do you really want to have that kind of connection with the nation you are more and more and more getting to know too, through this war, through the things and through the things they do in Ukraine, being like discussed here in the space 24/7? Do you really want to have the bridge to that? I mean, I started listening this space far like ago, and the first question I raised to this beautiful community was, does the West discuss what's going to come when the Russia loses this war. Does the West discuss the kind of German scenario for Russia after losing this war, same as Germany have lost the Second World War, having different countries taking care. I'm not. I avoid on purpose saying the word like occupying territories also far and so on, but taking care about some territories and denazifying programs for the country who start 2 world wars, and the current country who is like starting its war still in its imperial intentions, and in some part starting the war in its imperial intentions just simply because the lessons of the Second World War were learned in a way it was convenient to learn, saying that we stay more on the horrible things, let's say punishing and I cannot find the proper word without coffee, apologize. My English vocabulary is shrinked without coffee. We condemn the the Nazis doing the horrible things, but we never condemn the Drang nach Osten that Germany was intending as their imperial intention, as like obtaining the new territories and new colonies, if you want. That was never said and that was never condemned as the end of the Second World War, and that's practically something why Russia and Germany have found their way to build their relations in the business so easy, like finding the roles. I'm the winner, one said, of the Second World War, forgetting about many different nations taking part in that victory. And I'm the victim, said I'm the guilty one, said the Germany. They set their roles and then they start making their business happily without proper setting the right thing. By the way, Mr. Professor Snyder is like clearly explaining the things in his class, like a couple of closing lectures of his class. He's like putting it in a scientific way, much more scientific way that I can put it around. So I back to you with one simple question: do you want that bridge to Russia?
So I think personally that Russia should be offered a bridge at some point, but the timing of that is dependent on them meeting a whole bunch of preconditions to the world. After, I mean, I've said this before. At the end of this war, Ukraine is fighting this war with Russia, so the armistice and original peace deal to cease hostilities is a matter totally for Ukraine to decide for itself. But beyond that, given that Russia is now considered an international war criminal, and that all sanctions and possibly even more should stay on Russia until such time as it changes its ways and makes modifications necessary to rejoin the family of nations as a responsible person. No enticing them with offers of building or anything like that, like we've tried before. None of that. This is going to be a performance-based re-entry of Russia to the world. I would say performance-based. Once you've met the targets, then you move to the next step. Would be my approach to it. So yeah, there'll be a bridge, War Doggo, but it's going to be a bridge that'll take a generation to build probably, and I'll be well dead before it happens.
And unfortunately or fortunately, there should be a mechanism how to bring the people's mind in Russia back to a painful reality instead of pumping 24/7 with anti-Western propaganda and all of these crappy funny cars with the balloons saying na Washington on the Washington, imitating the rocket and this intending the rocket strike to the nation that they have how to call it, they have anger pumped with the propaganda. I mean, if you don't do this kind of way to detox, if I may say so, people's mind from that.
Yeah, more likely it'll be za Washington.
Yes, hopefully, but if that thing will not happen, I mean, if you don't bring people minds back, building bridge to such beautiful people will surprise you badly.
But I don't discount that there are people who either now or may in the future want to change their ways, and so I don't want to write off the entire population of Russia that at the end of this war, but I'm no longer interested in offering them anything as inducement to change their ways, only offering assistance and rebuilding of bridges and ties and lowering sanctions and all that stuff. All that stuff is only after you've reformed your ways and can demonstrate that you're a good neighbor. Because this, and this is why it's so incredibly important that we keep arming, that we make sure that the West builds Ukraine's military so that it is both able to win back all of its territory and on its own offer a credible defense for activities of Russia after that, because I have no illusions that Russia is going to lose this war, be humiliated, and change its ways in a matter of months. And I don't think Tim does either. I think that the capability for Ukraine to defend itself is every bit as important as the hammer blow that we'll need to drive Russia from its country or annihilate all that remain, because it'll still be a threat, and it'll be looking to rebuild and have another go somewhere in another 5 to 10 years if they're not stopped, contained, and told in no uncertain terms the rules for rejoining the rest of the world in the way that North Korea is treated. They need to be isolated until they change their ways and stop threatening their neighbors and start participating in the, demonstrably in the betterment of the world inside their country and the rest of the world.
Yep, that's because we are here all speaking about Ukraine being with this space running 24/7, 365. By the way, retweet the space, knowing that interesting discussions are happening over here, spreading the word about Ukraine, because the topic I put today is not even particularly pro-Ukrainian, is pro-Western values, probably, pro-free world, and pro good versus bad in like that simple meaning, and like wishing the best for Ukraine, helping the best for Ukraine, doing whatever is possible. Please, I believe you remember the storm. This space started with free the leopards. That's how we impact, even if we think that what we do is not enough. Sometimes the things we do matter, even small things, even like buying a small thing and bringing it to the guys who are in need, like on the ground. You make for someone a life changer, not even speaking about one life being saved, but even from the effectiveness standpoint, making him, a person, Ukrainian soldier, more effective in his fight against the enemy who unprovokedly decide to attack. This is something that this is bringing Ukrainian victory closer. That's the practical thing. And even sad, hard topics that I put today into the discussion, this is something that is like, some things need to be discussed constructive but less emotional, because like if you reconcile yourself where you are today, if you build a plan where you want to be in some certain period, if you like understand that the reality is hard, and how to become from point A, where I am now, to the point B, where I intend to be, and analyzing what you're lacking from A to B is exactly, if you build it as an action plan, that's how the success story is built. I mean, this world is beautiful. We like to think about magic, about miracles, but if for someone there is magic and miracle, for the second one is the hard work to do and like daily sustainable things that for Ukraine is still coming, and discussing that openly, building from that, making that constructive action plan. That's exactly how it's going to be, as how it's going to be, how it's going to win. Thanks. I will be coming down. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Cool, thank
Sorry
you.
for long
Oh,
monologues.
and that's all right. And by the way, War Doggo, congratulations on your last fundraiser, and good luck on the next one. Tim, should we go to hands, or do you want to add something first?
One
No,
day,
that was it.
coming to the fundraiser, one day I really hope and believe that calling friends from the front lines and doing some before the war shooting sports, having some personal connection to many people who are today serving their duty. I believe, I hope, I trust that one day calling the friends, I will hear, we are fine, we've got everything, soon we are going home, but not like we are carrying 3 injured, sorry, I cannot talk right now. 1 is vomiting, 2nd is bleeding, 3rd we are trying to stabilize. I cannot run, I cannot text because I'm driving 160 in a road that is not designed to run even 50. I call you back. That's where, when you hear, you understand you need to do everything. That's why bringing some communication devices to bring some coordination and on-time communication, encrypted what is important, because the radios we were fundraising for and we already bought, they're like encrypted from the box, AES 256, and that's important because the guys don't need like regular walkie-talkies or talkie-walkies, I don't know how it's called. They need the encrypted radios, that their discussions and their communication stays private between those who need to listen to things. And yes, one day I hope that will not be demands like that. And if you ask like, hey, but why Ukrainian government doesn't do that? Because Ukrainian government cannot do that. Trust me, if they could, they would do that. And that's why many people decide to horizontally connect and bring their shoulder to those where I need, staying like strongly connected horizontally since 2014, having all the connections, having all the possibilities to help each other. That's the way. Thank you so much. Hugs and love.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. I'd like to go to Bearded Brett because he's in my DM saying he's got something to say. Bearded Brett, welcome. Good morning.
Hello everybody. The question posed by Doggo, I think I'm going to have a go at it. The next decade, we know for sure, is not going to be the same relationship internationally and pan-European that we've had for the last decade. If anything, I think we're going to go back maybe 20, 30 or more years. And for the second time this evening, I seem to be referencing Winston Churchill's speeches. But the Iron Curtain, militarily, that's moved east. It's expanded and it's going to be armed to the teeth. We had a discussion a couple of nights ago where I posed a similar question: what does the international relationship look like? And what I took away from there is points that Will has brought up. They've got to jump through a series of hoops, go through a series of gates. Otherwise, that Iron Curtain is not just military, it's economically, it's diplomatically. And there's a difference in comparison between the demise of Germany post-World War II and the fact that there's no army of occupation in Russia. Whatever's going to happen in Russia, they're going to have to do